You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Hey, sorry I was a little late on that. Jeez, slow to get everything going here. I don't know what. Even though it was a short week, it still was still kind of a long week. But, you know, what can you do? Let me see here. Do I have everything okay? No, we're good. Yeah, we should be good. All right. Cheers, guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. We made it through another week, as we do. So cheers. Oh, it's a hot one today. Got up to 102 today, which is fantastic, right? Summer. And it's supposed to rain this weekend. I don't get what's happening with the weather over here. It's just, it doesn't want to make up its mind. It really doesn't want to make up its mind. Why is my fan not working correctly? But luckily the AC in this house, I told you guys that the AC in this house was not working correctly. We got it fixed. So luckily that is working good. All right. You stay. Why? Wait. Come on. There you go. You stay. Don't rotate. Okay. I was trying to get my little fan, to stop moving around. So anyways, how we doing out there? Cheers to you guys. How you doing? Let me see. How are you? What's going on, Kenny? Hopefully your Friday and weekend's going well too. I was knocked out for 2 days and had some really bad pain. And that's never good. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. So yeah, let's see. I've seen the marketing for Superman, good stuff. Yeah. And I made the joke too. I made the joke because there was a billboard that somebody took a picture of in LA that looks pretty cool. I could actually show it to you guys if you haven't seen it. But I made the joke. I was like, okay, but when is the marketing actually going to start? You know how that was like a big thing from all the people who want this movie to crash and burn are wondering when the marketing was going to be happening. Well, we're like very well into the marketing. And so I made that joke. And of course, naturally, you make it. What did I say? You make jokes and then somebody's going to take you seriously. So we got a bunch of people in my mentions taking it too seriously, of course, and getting offended by it. I'm like, if I'm not, pissing off one side, I'm pissing off the other. That's what I do, right? It's what I do. What's going on, Phil? Karate Kidding, yeah, sounds about right. What's going on, Ryan? How's it going? See, always picture Tom Cruise as a superhero, more like for Batman. I never saw him as Batman. Never really saw him. I haven't really seen him as a I never really seen him as a superhero, to be honest. He's like a superhero in his own regard. So, Monique, happiest Friday to you. Used the leftover tri-tip from my birthday. Well, happy late birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Monique. Happy birthday to you. And everything bagel salad board for dinner tonight. Wow, you are creative. I tell you, you are very, very creative when it comes to your, especially with leftovers. I tell you. But happy birthday for sure. We got D-Man right here. Hola. We got Antonio Baker. What's happening? What is happening? Carlos said, I really enjoy these live Fridays with Dave and the gang, Phil in particular. Look at that, Phil. You got a fan. You got a fan with Carlos right here. But we appreciate you too, Carlos. These are always good hangs with good peeps. Always good time. Jay Fizz, Cruz and Cavill save us. Would have been sick. Even at Snyderverse deviation, better than Rockverse. Yeah, you might be onto something there. Yeah, like I said, it was a missed opportunity, and we'll talk about that. We'll get everybody's opinion on it for sure, how they're feeling about it. But yeah, I mean, it is interesting. But again, I think some people fail to remember that this was 7 years ago, and it's a lot of interesting things. Clone Avenger, Laura Linney as Carol Ferris would be dope. Oh, yeah, that's right. There was word that she actually is in the movie. Sorry, I got a little spot on my glasses. It's one of those little dry spots, probably like some water that dried up. Get out of there. You had to use like your fingernail with that one. All right. I think we got it. Anyways, yeah, I know. There was word that she was actually going to be joining the Lantern series. And yeah, if she's Carol Ferris, then hey, nothing wrong with that. Be interesting. Let's see. I'm not going to credit Jeff Snyder for the showrunners and directors tends to hire people that they work with before. There you go. Yeah. Who wants to credit that guy? What's going on, Jay? Good to see ya. We got Raya. What's happening, Raya? Always great to see you, Raya. Cheers to you. Always great to see you out there. And do what she says. That's what she says. All right. Hit that like, thumbs up, of course. We got Stephanie T. What's happening? What is happening? Let's see. And there we go. I missed you. Almost missed you, Jason McKenzie. Great to see you too, bud. It's a great night because the Giants, right before I went live, part of the reason why I was a little late because I'm watching the end of the Giants game. So, it just like ended not too long ago. So we got Versus Seed. We'll watch Sinners this weekend on digital. There you go. Yeah, support Sinners on digital. We got Simon right here. What's up? Travis L. Let's go. Good to see you guys. Who else we got here? Patrick. And to think people wanted WB to risk marketing overexposure by starting the marketing campaign for Superman months earlier. I know. It's like, you have to wait a little bit. You do have to wait a little bit. You can't just do too much. You can't do too much. You have trailers. You have a couple little things here and there. But yeah, it just seems like when Gunn doesn't debunk, that mean you must be likely right. You most likely right. When Gunn doesn't debunked, when Gunn doesn't debunked, that mean you are most likely right. Cough, Henry Cavill theory, cough. Okay. Jay Fizz, I don't know exactly what you were talking about, Game City Savior right there. I don't know what Henry Cavill theory are we talking about? I'm not sure what exactly we're talking about. Thank you, Jay Fizz. And thank you to all of you. Cheers, guys. Woo. It was a short week. It went by quickly. Man, I tell you, it was like one of those weeks, too. There was work. Daytime work was busy. And like I said, it was just, it's just like one of those weeks where I was just like, brain is a little fried. I had one of those moments today or this morning when I did not put you ever not put your phone on the charger? Yeah, you forget to put the phone on the charger, and that's your alarm clock. Yeah, almost had one of those moments where I was in a nice deep sleep. I was having a weird dream about like end of the world stuff because that's what I dream about for some reason. I don't know, some apocalyptic stuff. I remember there was a dog in my dream, but there was talks about like technology going haywire. I don't know what I was dreaming about, but I was very much in a deep sleep. But then for some reason, my brain was like, oh, shit. And yeah, I was almost, technically, working from home and working early. Technically, I don't have like a set time I have to start. As long as I just, as long as I work my 8 hours and get my work done. But I wanted to start at 6 o'clock today because there was something in particular I wanted to get done with my daytime work and completely didn't set my alarm. And I don't know, I was just in such a cozy spot because usually I'll wake up at 5:30, but this time I didn't. I woke up at 5:50. So yeah, usually I wake up at like 5:30 or 5 o'clock, 5:30. But I was lucky, how sometimes I was that. But yeah, I was having some kind of weird. I was having some kind of weird dream about the end of the world or something like that. And I just remember there was like being with a group of people and somebody was talking about everybody's batteries dying and things were going haywire. And I remember there being a dog. That's all I really remember is end of the world stuff, apocalyptic stuff was about to start happening. And then there was a dog. Maybe that's why my brain was like, wake up. You don't want to dream about this. No, you don't. So, but yeah, luckily I just like set my phone down and then I just totally forgot to plug it in. But hey, what could you do? You're good. We're good. Hey, let's see. Hey, we got Chris Balga right here. How does rooting for a movie's failure help anything? That's that's what the Snyder Cut movement was all about, was for rooting for movies to fail because we don't like the person directing. That's I don't know. That was somewhere in the fine print of the Snyder Cut movement pamphlet. It was in the fine print that, hey, whatever comes after this, if it's by this individual, we want it to fail, and yeah, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. That's just the way it is. Just seems like every week I just go like, oh yeah, there's somebody else right there that was part of the movement. They want that to fail too, huh? They okay. It's just weird. It is weird. Some people they're quietly doing it, and I'm just kind of going like, all right, that's so weird. I don't know, but it's fine. Joe Starr says Superman 1 billion, book it. Oh, somebody take a screenshot. I don't think it's going to make a billion, but hey, you never know. Everything has the potential to be a billion, but if Minecraft didn't make a billion, I don't know. I mean, Superman has the China releasing in China. So they got that. And yes, there is this right here where D-Man says long-range tracking came out. It says $154.175 million opening domestic. That is domestic, which that would be a stellar domestic, which is kind of funny though, man. I remember it's this. We're in different times now because I remember when domestic used to be like over 200 sometimes, but nowadays, things have kind of like got pulled back a little bit. But this would be a good opening, and then of course you could probably tack on I don't know, another 200 and something. So, I mean, if we were talking about like, if we were going to believe these numbers and with all the different markets around the world, it would be like an over $300 million weekend. But I don't like it that it's this far out. Anytime there's box office tracking this far out, I think it's just too far out. We don't even have pre-sales happening yet. I don't know how they figure that out. Maybe they just have some kind of, they're breaking it down by word of mouth and social media, and people are breaking down analytics of like everything on social media or something like that. I'm guessing that's how they figure out these numbers far out. I mean, we're like, what, 6 weeks out, something like that? 6 weeks? Yikes, gonna be crazy. Yeah, and of course it's just getting crazier out there, that's for sure. But I like the when tracking numbers get closer, that's when I start paying attention. And we could believe those tracking numbers, sure, and it looks good, fine. But I'm just saying, before the pre-sales come out, I don't know. I'll wait a little bit. So before I start looking into those. David, I know, right? Was it crypto? The dog in my dream? No, it definitely didn't. It wasn't crypto. It wasn't. It was not. What do you think about the Superman statue thing? Yeah, well, that's actually a statue that's there. It's in the Philippines. It's called the Victor statue. It's not like they erected a statue specifically for Superman. And then naturally, of course, I see the idiots that are very loud on the other side that are comparing the statue to the statue in BVS. And I'm just kind of going like, here we go. You got a real statue and a fake statue. Let's not do that. It's a real statue that's over in the Philippines that's actually there. And apparently they were like, yeah, put the Superman S on it. Why not? Oh, man. I mean, I tell you, it's going to get louder from those individuals. And I tell you, and I'm going to bring up, of course, I'm going to rant off on something. Because it's absolutely ridiculous. What's going on, Dale? Good to see you, bud. Always great to see you out there in the chat. I'm not rooting for it to fail. I don't know if I'll like it, but I don't care what. Yeah, there you go. And that's a good way to approach it. And I respect the app. I respect that. You're not rooting. I never root for a movie to fail. There's not. I mean, I think there's hacky directors out there, sure, but I don't root for it to fail. I'm just like, all right, well, that's not for me. That's not for me. How hard is it to say that's not for me? And that's what Stephanie's saying right there too. This Superman, not for me. I don't know if I'll like it. I'll give it a shot, but I don't want it. I'm not trying every day and posting every day for wanting it to fail. That's what's so weird. And the thing that just chaps my ass is just the fact that these are Snyder people and all that we went through during the Snyder Cut movement. Like I said, they didn't have the messaging, which is most likely the case. They were just, spoiled. They're just spoiled brats that hide behind avatars and keyboards, or they just, didn't understand the messaging, and they are still spoiled brats and everything. So that's just the way it is. What's going on, Hank? Good to see you, buddy. That vid of Corin sweating the kids. Oh yeah, that was good. That was really good. That was really good. That was great. Yeah, see, even Phil says not for me, but he's not trying to, he's still respecting it as much as he can and having good discussions. I mean, that's what it is. But tired of being labeled a hater. Yeah, see, there you go. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's what I love. I love the fact that you guys, it's all just weird, you know. It's all just crazy. But anyways, all right. Let's start off the first portion right here. All right, here we go. Okay. Karate Kid Legends. Oh boy. Karate Kid Legends. All right. So, if you guys saw my first reaction review, I was not really happy coming out of this movie. I was pretty disappointed when it came to Karate Kid Legends because, as I keep on titling it, Karate Kid montages, because I'm just saying you could probably, and maybe one of these days I will rewatch it again and just count how many montages and how many freaking transitions there are. I mean, this movie moves so fast. It's almost like they shot a movie that was supposed to be 2 hours and 20 minutes, 21 minutes. And they were like, Sony was like, no, get it down to 90 minutes. So they had to take full scenes and just cut it into montages, and then take other full scenes that there was a lot more, and they had to really just trim as much fat off of it as possible. I'm just like going, holy crap. It's just, oh man, there was times where I was frustrated. I was literally just like going, I'm like, what is that? What is that? What are we doing here? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know who directed it. Release the kid cut. I don't know. And then thinking about it and sitting on it for a little bit, I still go, wow, I can't believe that was, and I saw people even talking about it beforehand too. Like, oh yeah. I mean, there's literally decisions were made in this movie because they didn't have to just do the whole, I mean, when you watch that first trailer, and I did rewatch that first trailer is really good, but that's what trailers are supposed to do. They're supposed to do that. But I'm just like going, I mean, there's a scene where like Han shows up to New York, and instead of just, knocking on the door to check up on Lee, he breaks in to their apartment and then attacks Lee with a frying pan in the kitchen, because I think they just felt like they needed some kind of fight scene, because there hasn't been enough fight. There hasn't been enough. But I'm just kind of going, really? So this guy's sensei comes from Beijing to not just knock on the door to be like, hey, I'm here. No, he breaks into the apartment and attacks a kid with a frying pan. I was like, okay, that's a choice. Sure. And then, of course, I'm kind of going like, all right, so we're having the Karate Kid Legends, right? We have Han, we have, of course, Daniel showing up. And then there's another scene, another choice, and I'm not giving any spoilers because it's stuff that you can actually see in the trailer. When they're training Lee, they literally like take him on to like show him certain things, and they are like assaulting a kid. I mean, I get it. You can't take it too seriously, but there is a scene where both Daniel and Han are going back and forth, kind of showing their different styles and kind of like hurting the kid. And I'm just going, this is silly. This is just silly. I don't know. And then of course, nothing against Ralph Macchio or anything like that, but what I think what always was great about, Karate Kid and Cobra Kai was, he was a little awkward. He could hold his own, but he was a little awkward. So you have him, and then you have Jackie Chan. Yeah, Jackie Chan's like what, in his 70s now, and he can still move, but it's like, the two styles are distinctly different. I mean, I don't know how many times I spotted that's a stuntman, that's a stuntman. When you're not looking at Daniel LaRusso in the face, oh yeah, you could spot, because Ralph Macchio, he can hold his own. But he's not Jackie Chan, when there's certain things, I don't know. There's even a moment, oh man. And then I don't know. It's just, there was some, I don't know. There's just, it was like I said, just too many montages. They were trying to cram too much in there. And there's just a lot of things where I was going like, what was that? What was that? But hey, disappointing. But like I said, Ben Wang was a very likable character. And I even like seeing Joshua Jackson. I thought Joshua Jackson was pretty likable. Everybody's likable. Everybody is likable, except for the douchey bad guy with the ponytail, which of course just had no depth. There was no depth in that dude whatsoever. There was nothing there when it came to the dude that he had, the bully, the big time bad guy, the antagonist. There was nothing there, and there was nothing there with his dojo and everything like that. They did not do much with that at all. And I'm kind of wondering what was on the cutting room floor when it came to that. It was again, this movie played out like a video game, and maybe that's what they were going for, because they had some like crazy graphics and stuff, and all the crazy transitions that were happening. They were literally showing like, oh yeah, they were like treating some of the fight sequences, especially during the tournament, like it was a video game. And I'm kind of going, all right, that's cool, I guess, but I don't know, disappointing. But hey, what could he do? Yeah, watch it when it comes out. Watch it when it comes out. But, it was just, I just walked out going, holy Lord, I don't know what that was. All right. The Jackie Chan Adventures cartoon. Yeah, hell yeah, man. And that's the thing. It's like, I love Jackie Chan. That's why I was excited for this. But then, I don't know. It's just, there was just too much happening in 90 minutes. Too much happening, subplots, and they weren't really, I don't know. It's just, you would think there was going to be more hitting with nostalgia stuff, but then at the same time, it's like there's plenty of that in Cobra Kai. But then it's like they're not even pulling from Cobra Kai all that much. I don't know. It's just yeah. But like I said, the last scene. What is the big cameo? Oh, I thought you were talking about something else. But yeah, anyways. Okay, so that's it. That's all I have to say about Karate Kid Legends. Nothing more, nothing less. Let's see here. What did I want to bring up? So, yeah, obviously it has to do with Superman. You want to bring up that. Okay. Let me see here. Because I saw somebody actually bring it up in the chat, what I want to bring up. Okay. All right. So this is something pretty cool, and this is not the first time this is happening. This has happened, I should say, and it's always something, especially with the big movies, and especially when it comes to things like this. There was a GoFundMe that was happening. A GoFundMe. Let me see. Hold on. Actually, let me try to find. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. Okay, here it was. You got to love this. You got to love this. Where is it at right here? Hold on here. Okay. Where is it? Okay, where's the... Okay. All right. Anyways, let me pull up this. Should have had this ready, like I said. Real Outreach. Now, Real Outreach is one of those organizations that try to, hey, sometimes there's underprivileged kids out there that can't just go to the movies, or the parents can't, or maybe they are foster kids. I don't know. But they always want to, make it an event, especially when it comes to summer blockbusters like your superhero movies. Obviously, kids want to see these movies. So they were going to be raising funds, a GoFundMe, to basically, hey, let's get some kids. Let's get these underprivileged kids to go see a Superman movie. And they posted it out there, and everybody started posting it. And they were shooting for $5,000. They were shooting for $5,000. That's all they needed. Nothing huge, nothing, and I even reposted it. I thought, really cool. I always love it when you see this and everything. And guess what, guys? Guess freaking what? They surpassed it with $6,000 raised. There you go. Clap for that. Okay, they just needed 5,000, but then of course they wanted 15. Wait, they want 15K. Wait, I thought it was 5,000. Okay, I might be wrong. I thought I read 5,000. Okay, I was wrong. They want 15. They want 15. Okay, 15 is the goal. I thought 5,000 was the goal. Okay, I'm wrong. I apologize. I thought for some reason I was thinking 5. But no, put a 1 in front of it, so they want 15. They want 15. Sorry about that. I was like, wait a minute. Holy Lord. So keep it going, obviously, with this weekend if you guys want to fund that. And but anyways, well, it's really cool there. I don't know if you guys saw that. I don't know if you guys saw this, but, a certain director, let's bring it up again. Certain director right here, top donation, $1,000 from Mr. James Gunn. There we go. So James Gunn took it upon himself, like, all right, yeah, let's help get to the goal. Donated $5,000. And great stuff. And of course, it's being acknowledged. Everybody's loving that. So you got to love all of that. And it's great. And you love seeing it. But what really pisses me off, of course, oh, man. It's gotten to the point where, if you don't, I get that there's going to be that section of the fandom that wants this thing to crash and burn and fail. And they want, James Gunn to go bankrupt or whatever the hell. They want his wife to leave him, maybe. I don't know. They want his dog to run away, probably. I don't know. I don't know what these guys want. But when I saw some of these guys, even when I posted about it, I had some of my mentions. They were like, what the fuck is this shit? I can't. Why would you want to have kids to watch a James Gunn Superman movie? Okay, question. Needed some more light for this. I've been told that me supporting this movie and wanting this movie to come out, and when I've had conversations with these guys, they have always claimed they wanted something more mature, and not something cartoony and like the MCU and blah, blah, blah. No, I want something more for adults. So why is it that I'm seeing now these guys going, why would you want your kid to see something from James Gunn? So which one is it? Is this movie too immature for adults or too immature for kids? Pick one. Seriously, pick one. That's where I'm starting to lose the messaging here, because I was told that I'm now a child and people are children for wanting James Gunn's Superman. But then when this happens, when somebody is trying to raise money for underprivileged kids to go see a movie, they're going, why would you want to subject your kids to a James Gunn movie? And I'm going, oh, wait a minute. I thought it was for, whoa, I don't know. I don't know what your message is anymore. It's like, wait, you don't want kids to go see a James Gunn movie because he's too raunchy? You think his Superman's going to be too raunchy? And I'm going, did we not have 3 Guardians of the Galaxy movies that people of all ages enjoyed? Did he not do Scooby-Doo movie? I'm just trying to understand the messaging here. The James Gunn derangement syndrome is really just kicking into gear just as much as the Superman marketing. But I'm just going, okay, sit this one out. This is about kids. Underprivileged kids, okay? Just because apparently you can just have the privilege of beating your keyboard every day and getting upset anytime something Superman and James Gunn comes out daily on Twitter, doesn't mean everybody has the luxury of hey, I could just do whatever. This is kids, underprivileged kids. This is an organization that does this for all kinds of movies. Sit this one out, okay? It's getting bad. When you're pushing back against this. And I can only imagine what they're even saying right now, the fact that James Gunn posted that. Oh yeah, I mean, I can only imagine. I can only imagine how they're feeling about all that. It's just, when I was seeing that, and then of course when things were happening earlier, I don't know. Sometimes I just can't believe that. But hey, what could you? Yeah, it's just I mean, I was seeing that in my mentions, and I was going like, come on, guys, sit this one out. This is for kids. And then I just love it too that I love it too that this is the thing that I commented on too. This is a really good this is a pretty good billboard right here that showed up. This is like right when you get off the freeway too, by the way. But yeah, there's a billboard that was erected in LA today that shows Superman lifting up the date, which I think that's good. Let that date really be standing out. So I posted that, and then of course, like I said, when is the marketing going to start? And now there's people in my mentions there that are taking that way too seriously. I mean, it's just so funny. It's like when people take things so seriously. It's good. It's good. Good to see you, RJ. I mean, don't even get me started on this. I mean, they're talking about shoving kids in lockers. Oh yeah, don't even get me started with that. Oh boy, don't even get me started on that one that you posted. Yeah, because what's the statue? They have like a Superman and Crypto statue that's going to be coming out. It looks really good. I think it's not Hot Toys. Is it Hot Toys or Iron Studio? Is that what it is? One of the expensive statues. And naturally, everybody pits the Cavill statue to this statue. And yeah, this one dude who I've called out before, and he called me a bully online. He said that if you buy the statue, the new statue, your kid, yeah, it's Iron Studios, your kid is going to be shoved into a locker and be bullied. And I'm just kind of going, do you live in the fucking 80s? Does that shit even still happen? I thought this is the same dude who on Film Junkie Live like a few months back who was like ranting and raving in my mentions, and instead of responding to him in Twitter, I actually responded to him on my show, on my platform, and he blocked me and called me a bully. I'm like, pick one, dude. Do you have balls or do you not? I mean, which one are you? Are you a victim? Sounds like you're more of a victim. I don't know. It was just, it was like, wow. Some of these guys, and this is somebody who, who very much was like, the big time Zack Snyder fan. He's got, and that's the thing that frustrates me the most is like these are diehard Zack Snyder fans. They have pictures with Zack in the picture. This guy was at the Rebel Moon director's cuts thing. I remember seeing him there. And of course, these guys were swarming him. I couldn't, I was like, and I just was like going to stay back because I was like going, oh, there's that guy. And I'm like, I mean, I got to the point where I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to let these guys have fun. Not even going to try to make an attempt because they hate me. Imagine going to a Zack Snyder event and just being like, wow, I don't even like being here because I could tell there's a bunch of people just because of jokes or things I've said online. They don't want me around and they are looking at, and I'm just kind of going like, what the fuck? But I'm just kind of going, holy shit. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But, oh, everybody's tough when it comes to pounding the keyboard. But like I said, it was funny because that guy called me a bully for responding to his tweets. And yet he had the guff to say something like that if you buy the new statue, your kid is going to get shoved into a locker. But if you buy the Cavill statue, yeah, maybe he'll be star of the varsity team. I bet you he looks in the mirror and recites the James Vanderbeek line from Varsity Blues, I don't want your life. He's probably one of those guys. Okay, that's enough of that. But thank you for bringing that up, RJ. Thank you for bringing that up. I was like, oh, thank you. I was like, oh, man. I was like, oh, yeah, there is that. Let's see here. I'm going to start sending out the invites to get some peeps on here. Oh, man, my computer is acting like crappy right now. When did we start paying attention to loonies? Aren't you one of them, Black Red? Anyways, just kidding. Let's see. Oh, sorry for it getting dark. I forgot to turn on my lights. I'm telling you, I was just like, ugh. Where are we at here? That's not it. Sorry, I'm trying to find where I'm setting this damn thing. All right, all good. Okay. Yeah, it's almost time for me to get a freaking new computer, man. My computer's been acting up lately too, and I'm like, God damn it. Gotta love it when that happens too. So, let's see what else we got. We should be having a special guest next week too, by the way. So just gonna put that out there. That next, and I keep forgetting to put the music on too. It's all good. And I still don't have my sunglasses. Usually I open up the Vodka stream with sunglasses on, but yeah, got to get new sunglasses since I lost my other ones. Like, God damn it. So, all right, what are you guys saying? You got some questions or anything like that as we pull some people in here? So, what kind of Grinch doesn't want to help kids? Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It is crazy, Monique. It's gotten to that point where I was like, what the hell? You look like you're trying to style yourself like James Gunn. He has white hair. You have dark. That's a good observation there, that I have dark hair and I don't have white hair. No, I'm not trying to style myself as James Gunn. If you want to go all the way back to when I first started this whole thing, before I even knew who James Gunn was, no, I've always had glasses and spiky hair. James Gunn is trying to style off of me. Okay? He saw me and he said, you know what? I like to. Now, I'm not trying to style myself like James Gunn. Okay? If I did, I wouldn't work out. Just kidding. Anyways, okay. That's one person not representative of anyone but themselves. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. There are men in their 50s that are mad the Superman movie is marketed to kids and families. I know. But apparently that's bad because it's James Gunn and he has really raunchy humor. So, nail on the head. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Superman is a 4-quadrant movie. He let us know that 3 years ago. Ooh, something to bring up. Let's see, Black Red. Dave wasting his energy on these fools needs to be studied. No, they need to be studied. What's wrong with that? I mean, I use the platform to be like, to talk about this stuff. And, it's sad. Like I said, it's sad because, these are Zack Snyder fans. And I've always been very protective of the fandom that, it wasn't planned, but a fandom brewed up, obviously 2016, 2017. And then it really went to a different stratosphere in 2019. There was a fandom that just brewed up. And then now that part is all over, and now these guys are now turned into the people that we were doing it before. I don't know. It just irks me. It just irks me and irks a lot of people. So, yeah, I'm going to comment on it. Sorry. If you don't like it, Black Red, you don't have to be here to listen to it. Their favorite director is friends with James Gunn, and they don't hold that against them. Yeah. Oh, they do different things when it comes to all that. Yeah. That's why the toys are being displayed now. I know that Ben Shapiro had a Barbie doll and burned it because he's a dumb. Did he really do that? Did Ben Shapiro really do that? I'm gonna burn this. I'm gonna burn this Barbie doll because facts don't care about your feelings. Yeah. Okay. Did he really do that? He didn't really do that, did he? No. But still, I know there was some grown men allegedly who are crying about Snow White, sadly, but Superman is a 4-quadrant movie. Let's see, you guys have any? Let's see if this for Guardians movies, would these people have a problem with the kids going to see it? No, they would not care. I don't think they would care about it. That's why the whole Christopher McQuarrie thing was like a big, huge thing. I think some people, and I was having a back and forth with somebody who's a diehard Snyder fan, who who's online, who I've interacted with before, and he's a little bit more level-headed, but he's still a little, a little too much, that. But he did bring up a good point when it came to like the Christopher McQuarrie like thing, that maybe it was out of context in the fact that, when it came to the whole Green Lantern thing, maybe it wasn't the fact that maybe there was just an idea for a Tom Cruise to have his own Green Lantern movie and not so much be in the Henry Cavill Man of Steel movie. And I was like, I hope so, because I was thinking, I hope so, because that would, again, the whole idea of a Tom Cruise taking the spotlight from Henry Cavill in a Superman in a Man of Steel sequel pitch. I didn't like that idea. I was like, no, let's not do that. We don't want to do that. But then I was like, yeah. But then again, I was seeing diehard Snyder fans just going like, oh yeah, they really wanted that. All of a sudden, they're posting images of Tom Cruise as Hal Jordan, and they were like, we were robbed. And I'm going, you really wanted that to outshine? Ugh, crazy. Let's see. I mean, they're talking about, yeah, we already brought that up. The inmates have gotten access to the internet. Hey, good old Fabian right here, always coming in saying restored the Snyderverse. I think he might be a bot. I don't know. I'm starting to think that he's a bot. He'll show up and just post that, and then that's it. He's probably a bot, I'm guessing. These people have legit made me not like Zack Snyder or anything Henry Cavill makes right now. These people are not Superman fans. Yeah, I mean, hopefully, yeah. I mean, I can see why you're saying that, Del, but I mean, hopefully it doesn't really drive you to that. I know you're probably not really thinking fully like that, but it's crazy. And that's the bad part. It's like, I really want people. I mean, I'm hoping that, and it will be the fact that the Snyder Cut movement and everything that happened with Zach when it came to all this should be studied in film schools, I think. And, I hopefully there's going to be a documentary that comes out. I know I've heard a while back that there's been many pitches of a documentary talking about the Snyder Cut movement. And I'm like, okay, can that happen now? Or do I have to do it myself? That'd be crazy if I actually were like to do it myself. But sadly, I don't think I don't have the resources to that unless maybe I should start a GoFundMe or a Kickstarter or something like that, where we can make a Snyder Cut movement, a Snyder Cut, all the stuff documentary. It'd be fun. It definitely would be fun. And I definitely have, talked with other people about that very idea. But I mean, you just need so many resources for it. But, what can you do? Let's see. They made you hate. Okay, so you guys are going back and forth. We need bullies. Without bullies, we don't have good guys who. I mean, Nate, I'm kind of with you when it comes to, because even growing up, I had bullies and I overcame those bullies. We all had. I think we can all say that. I grew up in the 90s. I had bullies. I didn't have any. When I moved to California, though, I didn't have a bully when I moved here. I moved here in 4th grade. But I had bullies when I lived in fucking Alabama, which was funny. I remember there was bullies. I had bullies from like kindergarten to 3rd grade. 3rd grade? Yeah. I had some bullies. But you overcome that. It does something. It wasn't anything bad. And nowadays it's with social media and everything like that. I mean it's worse now. It's definitely worse now. Phil's old crew made the animated narrated resolution flick. Are you talking about the Justice League? I'm a big time Superman collector, so it'll fit right in. Looking forward to seeing what other companies come up with a 1/3 and 1/4 statues. Yeah, the statue looks really good. I will say the statue does look good. I know, Dave Gunn. I know. I could totally cosplay. All I'd have to do is just dye my hair white, and there it is. And it's just so funny because it's like, I've gotten that before where people are like, "Do you look like James Gunn?" Or you say like they say that. I'm like, God damn it, because I was like, no, I've literally had this look. I mean, I got the black rim glasses. When did I get my black rim glasses? I probably got them 15 years ago. That's when I've always, like, it was funny because I've always needed glasses, but it was never that bad. Like when I was in my 20s, and then when I was in my 20s, when I got to my late 20s, that's when my eyes started getting worse. And I just was realizing, driving at night, I was going, okay, this is getting a little bad. So then that's when I got the peepers back, like, about 15 years ago or something like that, which is, yeah, maybe about 15. Yeah. So it was probably in my mid to late 20s that, that's when I got that. But yeah, I know I could see the core, but I've had the spiky hair for like, I don't know how long. And I'm like, God damn it. Let's see, Steven, what's happening? Do you think we will eventually get a New God story at some point? That'd be pretty sweet. Let's get some Jack Kirby Crockett. What is it? Kirby Crockett. Let's get some Kirby crack in the DCU. That's what I'm saying. What are your thoughts on the big cameo that will? Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried. I'm a little worried. I'm like, what's it going to be? Is it going to be Booster Gold? Is it going to be what's his name as Booster Gold? And I'm just kind of going, I don't know if I'm going to like it. Yeah, but I think I don't think it's going to be a Batman. That's for sure. A big Zach fan, been fighting the good fight for 12 years. Amen, Travis. And I know that looked weird. I just pulled a fucking Elon right now. Doing the exact same for Corden, so exhausting to say the least. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. What's going on, Taladia? Good to see you. Tom being an introduction in the last 1-4 and film alluding to Green Lantern follow-up may have been a great way. Yeah. I mean, there's always like, I don't know. It's just interesting. I'm gonna use an app to turn. Yeah. Oh boy, I can only imagine. Hey, have at it. I'll embrace it. It's fine. Yeah, I know. There's some people that probably didn't realize, like, oh yeah, certain things. I'll put it out there, and of course, it'll be funny. Do you want to get LASIK at some point, or are you? Yeah, I'm pretty content with these. It's part of my brand. I mean, that's the thing. It is part of my brand, and I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know. It's like I thought about that, and then I thought about the whole Drew Carey thing. Drew Carey was known for his big glasses, and then he got LASIK and then stopped wearing them. People were like, "What the fuck?" So I don't know. I think like just the fact that as long as I've been doing this, people just know me with the black rim glasses. It's become a thing because I take them off, and all of a sudden people go, "What? Why do your eyes look so weird?" Huh? It's always like a weird thing. That's why I always can vouch for the fact that Clark Kent and Superman can be two different people and it could work. Like when people go, really, glasses? I go, yeah, well, just imagine knowing somebody who you never seen him without glasses. And then you see him without glasses. It's weird, So that's right. What Game City said. That's right. I'll be a mix in between that. See, I'm like a mix in between. I know. Where'd I go? Macquarie mapping out his Superman movie made me punch the air. Yeah, the way that he explained that opening, where it'd be like silent, it wouldn't be like there'd probably just be music or whatever. It'd just be like that. I was like, yeah, that. But again, I don't know what was going on with WB at the time. I don't know what WB was going on at the time, so it was very strange. All right, let's. I don't know why they did not want to continue that. But then again, like I said, and like I'm just wondering details too. I want to know more about it, and I wish somebody could add a little bit more about it. The details that I was always wondering was just, all right. So this is in 2018. So obviously this is going to be based off of Justice League. how much was it going to reference Justice League? How much was it going to reference BVS? How much was, I mean, obviously Man of Steel is okay to, because that was an origin story. But I'm just like wondering how much would it have referenced the other two movies? And, or would they have just been like, no, let's kind of just go, this is just a different approach. We're kind of just doing like, we're not even going to reference any of that. We're just going to do our own thing. I don't know. There's just those kind of questions. I kind of wonder, like, when they pitch a script, or were they going to talk about all that? I mean, I'd hope since Cavill was involved in that he'd be like, oh yeah, we still got to reference what happened in the previous movies. But those are just the kind of questions I was having. Anyways, let's bring on Mr. Chris Bauga.
Howdy.
How's it going, sir? Nice shirt.
Thank you.
I like it. But how you doing tonight?
Good. And responded to the comment I put out there earlier, it was more in the sense of like, Snyder Cut's one thing. I don't think anyone was necessarily rooting for someone to fail necessarily, because I think failure was already done with what it came out to be. But in the sense of like rooting for something to fail, what is your end goal with that?
Yeah,
in the sense of, because I always think about how many people are involved in creating a production. That's why it's hard for me to ever root for something to fail, in the sense of like,
there's so many people.
Their life and their souls to make a movie good in what they have. It's putting food on their table. So I always try to keep that in mind when, and then I take your point, not for me.
Yeah.
Not my tempo.
Yeah. I mean, I saw the Karate Kid Legends and I was disappointed by it. And, I can rant and rave about it, but at the same time, I'm loving the fact, like Rhea in the chat, she really liked it. I'm like, good, I'm glad. And I want people, go see it. Go, go check it out for yourself. I never will say, unless the director is just an absolute douchebag.
Yeah.
Then
there are those out there.
Yeah, there could be a couple of those out there, but I'm not going to ever say, don't go see this movie. I'm just going to be like, hey, this is how I feel about it. But I am never going to go. And that's why I hate it when I've had friends that when I go like, hey, you want to go see this movie? And they look at Rotten Tomatoes. Well, it's at a 42%. I immediately go, so what? Do you want to go see it? I'm seeing it. I don't care.
I've seen some pretty low rated Rotten Tomatoes scores in my day.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm not saying every one of them had a good time.
No.
But I've definitely had some good times with it. Why? Because it entertained me. And that's what movies in the end are there to do.
Exactly. Like I never come out of a movie like, God damn, I wish I didn't pay for that. I'm never like that. I love going to the movies no matter what. If there'd be times where I'm going in going, yeah, this is probably not going to be that great, but maybe I'll try to find some good out of it. And I could always find good out of a movie, even like with Karate Kid Legends. Like I said, even though everything felt like a montage and everything was trying to be crammed and there was too much shit going on. But I thought Ben Wang, I'm like, this kid could be a star. He could be a rising star. I think he was very likable. I think he held his own and did a fantastic job. Like I could see this kid doing some crazy action movie because he's got the moves for it. And apparently he did all the choreography and stunts and shit like that. I'm going, all right. And he's a likable dude. I'm going, okay, whatever he shows up in next, well, I think he's actually going to be in that Stephen King movie, that Walking, whatever he's in that movie. And cool. I'm glad that he's, but I'm just saying like the next, like if he's going to be starring in some action movie where he's going to be kicking ass, I'm going, okay, even though I didn't like Karate Kid Legends, what he showed me in there, that was the shining star of it, was him. And of course I love seeing Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio, but again, the dynamic of things just kind of was just, ugh. But I'm just saying you could I always try to find the good. Find the good.
Like our buddy Ray always says, I don't go into a movie that says that prove to me you're good. No, prove to me you're bad.
Yeah.
I use that in life so many different ways, not in a sense of movie, but like in life. Like I go into someone's like see a show or something like that. I've never seen it before. Okay. Prove to me, you're bad because you got some sort of talent to be up here. Yeah. I'll find an appreciation for that. So I just wanted to respond to that in the beginning to clarify more of my point.
No, I got what you were saying. No, but yeah, it is interesting how I mean, but I love the fact that, we have people like, especially, fans of mine, people in the chat, and even people who show up on the panel. It's like, yeah, they're like, I don't know if this is going to be for me. And it's like, that's cool.
Yeah.
But when they're just like, and like I said, there's just, when you see people just like wanting this thing to fail, like it's like their whole goal in life is like, we need to have this movie to fail. But then like what you said, what happens? Okay, so what is that going to give you? Okay, the satisfaction for that. And do you think that after that, Zazie is just going to pick up his red phone and be like, DC Studios is no more. Get James Gunn out of here. And he's going to kick him out of here. He's going to kick out Peter Safran. And then he's going to pick up the phone again and he's going to call Zach. And then Zach's going to call everybody. He's going to call Ben. He's going to call Henry. He's going to, everybody, we're back. Drop whatever you're doing and let's restore the Snyderverse. Yeah. And they're just going to, everything, there's going to be a sing along. There's going to be all kinds of things. And they're all just going to be dancing on the lot of WB.
Like the Age of Aquarius all over again.
Yes. The Animaniacs are going to pop out of the fucking WB tower and they're going to be singing too and saying the Snyderverse is restored. I'm like, what is, that's what I don't understand. I'm like, it's like,
I did like I did happen to see someone posted illegally the end credits for that scene at Karate Kid. So I did get to see that.
You saw that? You saw that scene?
I saw that scene because someone said like, "Here's a so-and-so callback," and I don't want to say what it is in case I'm not going to ruin it at that point. But I did appreciate at least they put that in there because I think we all were just like, "Are they? Aren't they? What are they going to do with it?" So I appreciate it.
Yeah, and it was the best part of the movie. Actually, it was funny too because when I came home, my brother was here and he didn't want to see it either. It was funny because my dad, who has been going to movies with me a lot since he's retired now, he was just like Karate Kid. I don't think he was ever a Karate Kid fan. Me and my brother were always Karate Kid fans, but even my brother was like, He's like, I haven't even seen Cobra Kai. And I'm like going, yeah, well, I mean, honestly, you didn't have to see Cobra Kai to really watch this movie. But then I'm like, okay, well, what kind of callbacks? And I mean, there's going to be a callback that's at the end, but it was just, again, we won't say what it is, but I'm just going, and I think, people could probably figure out what it kind of be. But, it was just, it was just so, I don't know. The movie was just, there could have been really something there, but there was just too many moving parts. There were some subplots. There were some, whatevers. But all right, we got Yakko Wacko in here now. We got the three Animaniacs.
Yakko.
Who's Dot?
Hey,
who's Dot?
Well, if Chris is Yakko and I'm Wacko, then Dave, that just leaves you with
Dot.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take.
Hey, you know what? You're the cute one.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
There it is.
Now it's time to learn today's lesson and turn to the wheel of morality. Turn.
Tell us the lessons that we should learn.
Come on. We
always love the wheel of morality. Oh yeah. It's always great.
So it's been a while since we've been on the air, but since then we have gained a new father in the form of Mr. David Zaslav. We still live in the Warner Brothers Tower, but how long that remains, we'll see what happens.
Oh man,
it was sad. I didn't watch the revival of Animaniacs that came out like a few years ago. I should have. I know they made a Zack Snyder joke, which I saw the clip of that.
Yeah. I didn't watch that, but did either one of you guys see the revival trailer for King of the Hill today?
Oh yes. Yeah, I'm definitely watching that one. Definitely watching that. Yeah. That's gonna be great. That's gonna be great.
I like how they did it, like in the sense of passage of time, and we get a lot of questions. With it.
Yeah.
A lot of questions. I love the fact that the kids are now adults and they've aged people, and it's all about them being in 2025 essentially, which it's great.
I love that Dale is all the tropes of every trope you think he would be a trope of.
Oh yeah,
like when they're all outside during the pandemic and he's got his mask down.
He's all paranoid.
He's got
he's always a conspiracy guy, you know.
Yeah, and he's fucking throwing up a sign, "Cripple for mayor." Oh god, dude, I can't fucking wait. This is gonna be amazing. Okay, so I want to know who their new neighbor. Who is that guy?
Yeah,
who's the guy who moved into the Hill House
for a bit too?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no, it's gonna be yeah. Somebody just said in the chat, Dale is like he's like a QAnon. He's a QAnon guy kind of thing. Probably a little bit of that paranoia, QAnon, conspiracy. I mean, he was always like that, you know. So that's what's yeah, that's what's gonna be great to see. Like Mike Judge, I mean, yeah, he knew. He was like, oh yeah, you know, he brought back Beavis and Butthead for a bit. Now it's like time to bring back your other successful animated show. You know, God, into the 2025, the 2020s, whatever.
I don't think when Beavis and Butthead used to be like the target for everything, and then South Park came and it made Beavis and Butthead look like the Animaniacs. You know,
right? Yeah.
Beavis and Butthead had like a good run in the 90s. I remember I'd never even heard of it. I remember my brother was like, "Oh, have you heard of Beavis and Butthead?" And I was like, "No." And then one day, of course, you know, when it was airing on MTV at our grandma's house, we went to the back room, and of course we shut the door, and I was like, I thought it was a cartoon. I was like going, what is going? Oh yeah. And then the stuff that first season, man, you know, they were sniffing gas. They were doing
that animation was rough.
Yeah, the animation was rough. Just like all beginning animation was always rough. It's so crazy. You look at the early Simpsons, Family Guy, and South Park. Yeah, King of the Hill was also like that. It's always funny when you see that first season where the animation, it just looks just like, what the hell?
Okay.
And then
one episode I distinctly remember, one of the very first episodes I ever watched of Beavis and Butthead. Like it's them two in class. It's like their first or second period, and they're just fucking cackling, like they're laughing. So their teacher sends them to the principal's office. The principal goes, "Okay, that's it. If you two don't stop fucking laughing, you get expelled for the rest of the day," or some shit.
Yes. And like, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and like
because then you had the teacher, the gym teacher, that was like trying to make them laugh. And they had to hold it in.
And they were just like, just fucking holding it.
We're gonna be talking about the penis. We're gonna be talking about the vagina.
Episode,
We're gonna be talking about testicles.
The minute the bell rang, they ran out the fucking high school, and then they just let it loose. Oh god, dude.
The reason why I remember that episode so distinctly, because I remember I was spending the night at my cousin Brienne's house. I don't know why I was spending the night, but it was just one of those. And we watched that episode. She peed her pants. My cousin peed her pants because we were laughing so hard at that episode. She peed her pants. So I remember the fact that you brought that up. I'm like, yes, that is the one episode that I remember the most from Beavis and Butthead, because my cousin literally peed her pants.
I'll tell you what, Beavis and Butthead was something my dad and I use as bonding time, because I started getting into that around the time my parents were getting divorced. So I stayed with my dad. My sister stayed with my mom. So this was something that we could kind of just chill out and forget about all the troubles in our own personal world. But I unapologetically love the movie. I saw that movie probably 3 or 4 times in the theater. And I will celebrate that movie for all its foibles and everything like that. Why? Because it's just dumb fun. It's entertaining. And you know what? Some people who don't get it, it's like toilet humor. Yes, it is toilet humor, and I appreciate some good toilet humor.
Yeah, I remember seeing that movie. Yeah, I remember seeing that movie with my my best friend Sean at the time, and this was when like the theaters were being upgraded to like the stadium seating, like the big time, the bigger chairs and stuff like that. I remember we go to Ontario over here, and they had like this first big theater that was unlike all the others around here, and we got dropped off by his mom. She had to pay for the tickets, I think. Yeah, she paid for the tickets, and then she just like, all right, I'll pick you guys up in 2 hours and whatever. And the theater was attached to a mall too, so we got to walk around the mall as well. But it was cool because, I mean, it was a theater like no other. It was like the first time, and we were just there wasn't a lot of people there, so we were able to just like lay like sideways, like we're on a couch to watch the movie. But yeah, Beavis and Butthead Do America. I mean. That the fact that Bruce Willis and Demi Moore supplied voices for that,
right? Robert Stack.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was the FBI agent, right? Yeah. It was just, that movie is just excellent. I mean, but it was just, that was like a certain time period of just like when animation was was king, and the fact that animation still strikes a chord nowadays, like Family Guy's still around, Simpsons still around, South Park's still around, no matter what. I mean, I don't really watch them anymore. Like I just kind of fallen off when it comes to all that. But the fact that they're still around just kind of amazes me. I'm like, God damn, it's amazing how that could just stand the test of time. And then, Futurama is still around.
Yeah.
American Dad.
Futurama just had its, third revival?
Yeah. They keep on bringing it back. Yeah. And it's just, I don't know. It's just crazy. The shirt that I'm wearing now, Rick and Morty. I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean, I got really into Rick and Morty for like a minute there too. It's just like always like, you get done with everything. You want to just lay on the couch and just kind of veg out. You could change it to Adult Swim. Guarantee you there's going to be a Rick and Morty, episode that's going to be on. And, I still remember getting introduced to that from my buddy where it's like, he essentially sold it as just imagine Back to the Future on acid. That's what he said. And I'm like, and then we watched an episode and I went, you fucking nailed it, dude. This is Back to the Future on acid, and I'm pretty sure that's how they sold the concept too. And the fact that, Rick and Morty is on a different level because they have to keep on coming up with like these crazy concepts where I'll be watching episodes and I'm going, how the fuck did you come up with this? Like, this doesn't even make sense of like, you're not even, yes, you're referencing pop culture, but you have to come up with some crazy multiverse, going to a different planet, dealing with like different species or time travel. How do you guys come up with this shit? It's just, that's what I love about Rick and Morty. So,
it's weird because animation for me is, I love animation. And I think you're onto something about like the 90s and 2000s having like this really golden age of all sorts of animation that doesn't just scale from like children. Like you have your kids television, like Rugrats, Rocko's Modern Life, all that stuff on Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network. But then you add stuff that lead a little bit more mature, like Batman the Animated Series, X-Men, Spider-Man, all that. And then, of course, you have the highly mature stuff like Beavis and Butthead, South Park. Like, there really is a giant fucking spectrum of animation if you look at it hard enough. So when people tell me that animation's for kids, I look at them and go, oh, okay, so South Park's for children, right?
Yes. I hate that.
Oh, God.
I've gotten that from people who are like, especially when I say like, hey, finish the Snyderverse stuff when it comes to animation. People just come back to, I don't like cartoons. I'm like, cartoons are for kids. I'm like, fuck off. And say that to Jay Oliva. I dare you to go walk up to Jay Oliva if you ever see him. Say like, no, I would never.
Say that to Ernie Altbacher.
Oh yeah, and see how he reacts.
Exactly.
How about this? Say that to, and I think you've seen it. I know Phil's seen it. That new Terminator series.
Oh yes.
God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That brought me to I've loved Terminator. Man, that got me back into it and said, yes, I need to see more of this. Like this brought something new, something new and fresh and a twist on the franchise that like how many different times, and this is what I feel about the Jurassic Park series. I don't know. I call it either not for me or anything like that, but I have not seen something new with that since basically after the first two. Yeah, okay, Jurassic World. Okay, the park opened. We already knew where this was going at that point.
Right.
So, I'm not trying to say if you like this, it's bad. I'm just saying, like, I'm missing something here in the sense of, like, where are we going with this?
Yeah.
Like, we keep on hitting the same. It goes back to what I've said this before, where Ian says in the second one, to Hammond. Hammond goes, as you see, I'm not making all the same mistakes again. No, you're just making all new ones with the same end in mind,
Yeah, essentially like the first two were like, really good. And Steven Spielberg was like, all right, okay, go ahead and continue. And then of course the third one was like,
Joe
I'm not saying that there's entertainment. There's things I could like for.
Oh
for
yeah,
each one.
it's cool to look at.
And I did like Jurassic World, the first one, and I was like, okay, yeah, I understand they want to reopen the park. It's now new, and they create a new dinosaur, and there's levels of that, but essentially it's the same beats yet again. And then I actually liked what Dominion was trying to do. I thought it was like more of a horror movie, like more than the rest. And I thought they did. I thought what's his name did pretty good job with building up the horror level, and I loved. And then, of course, they try to wrap everything up in a bow again, just like what studios love to do. Hey, let's bring everybody back and wrap everything up. And they just totally misfired that.
You're thinking of Fallen Kingdom. That's J.A. Bayona. That's the second one.
Yeah.
Dominion's the third one.
Yeah, Dominion's the third one. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Dominion. That's right. Fallen Kingdom was the second one.
Yeah.
No, I liked what he was trying to do because it was. I don't know. I think he added like a different.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like what Rian Johnson was trying to do with Star Wars. I guess you could say it was like, hey, well, what if we did it like this? And people didn't like it, and I went, I kind of like that. I don't know. I think it was just I kind of had a similar kind of way of looking at Fallen Kingdom and Last Jedi.
Yeah.
As like, oh yeah, I see what they're trying to do. They were trying to freshen it up. And sadly, it just didn't work with the general audience, where then they just were like, well, now we got to bring it back. We got to bring back and do it like this and try to cram everything in a third one. I mean, if you look at, the prequel series of Star Wars and Jurassic World trilogy, they kind of had like a similar path, I guess you could say. If you look at it, Jurassic World, Force Awakens had a balance of both. It was like, hey, remember these beats, but we have new characters. And then the second one, hey, we're trying something different. We're going to be talking about different things. We have this director that wants to send it to a different direction. People didn't respond to it that much. And then you get the third one when they start cramming all this shit into one movie and try to wrap it up in one movie.
And it's the guy who directed the first movie back for the third movie.
Pretty much. There it is. I mean, it's like that should be studied. That's for damn sure. So,
and I'm not even saying like, why are they keep doing this? You know why they keep doing it? Because it keeps making money. And you know what? People want to see it. Good. I'm glad it's out there for them. I will not be seeing it at that point just because it's not right now. The trailers have not been that appealing in the sense of like, okay, I kind of figured where this is going. I'll wait till it comes out and I'll enjoy it, or just say, okay, it's more of the same. I appreciate it.
I think I told you guys I've been listening to the audiobook of Jurassic Park, and I'm just about done with Lost World. Okay, the majority of the Lost World book has been great. This last chapter is a fucking slog to get through. It's bad. It's fucking bad. Like, Ian Malcolm is tripping out on fucking morphine.
Oh.
They run into camouflage dinosaurs that don't even interact with them. It's fucking terrible. Dodgson gets taken out by a goddamn tyrannosaur in the most non-cliche, stupidest way fucking possible. It's just stupid. The ending of this book is fucking terrible. And I was like, dude, Michael Crichton, what the fuck? Like, the rest of this,
winners.
Dude, the rest of the book is great, but the ending is just bad.
He just didn't know how to finish it off.
No, it's fucking terrible. And like, I see elements of this book being used for the new movie. I see elements of Jurassic Park, the book, being used for this new movie. And I'm like, what fresh hell is this new movie going to encapsulate from these two books?
Well, they got a really bad poster. I don't know if you saw the new poster. That poster.
No, I haven't.
Which one?
Oh, the newest one I posted. Oh yeah, this one right here. I'll show it to you. I was like, oh, and I'm like, I'm rooting for it because I like Gareth Edwards, and
I like him too. I think I've
but
enjoyed
this poster sucks.
Oh yeah, that's
what in the. What?
That looks like it was created by AI. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
or a better idea, lots of clip art, badly put together and not polished in.
Who thought it would be a good idea to put Scarlett Johansson like right up there like that? Like, I get it, she's a selling point, but man, this poster is just awful.
She's top billing in more ways than one right now.
I mean,
it's like I go back and forth with this movie. Like, there's that really great behind the scenes featurette, Gareth Edwards talking about making this movie, and I'm like, I love this. And then I see that, and I'm like, what the fuck are we doing?
We have to remember, even though we like the director, but sometimes those damn studios, right, William? Those damn studios. You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, you're muted. Make sure it's the right mic, too.
And then, okay, while we're waiting for him, we'll get in.
Ben. Hey, what's going on, guys?
Handsome
There we
man.
go.
Hey,
There we go.
Hey, thank you. But go on.
Great. We got the handsome older gents showing up tonight.
Yeah, I'm not the oldest one on the
I'm talking to
street.
you.
I love it.
You're a handsome man.
I love not being the oldest one on the street. Even though he looks a lot better than I do. That's basically what I'm saying.
Good to see you, gents. How you doing?
Doing
Not
good.
much,
Doing
huh?
good.
That's
104. I don't want to hear any more film junkie tweets about it being hot where you are at.
It was
Hot
102.
enough for you.
102 here.
Shit,
Yo,
it's
well,
not
102
hot
where? Riverside County?
Yeah.
Are you sure? You better check.
Yes, it was 102. It got up to 102.
On my way home, it got up to 106.
Whoa, there you go.
And I'm north.
California.
Yeah, I'm north.
But then Sunday, it's supposed to potentially rain and be a little.
Same here.
be
We
like
were sharing the
60.
same weather system Sunday and Monday.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, I don't know what's going on over here, but it's just the weather cannot make up its mind. But like I said, we got the AC fixed in this place. It is running, and I'm not going to die in this room like I thought I was going to when I at first moved in here. I was like, oh shit, is the AC really going to be this bad? Oh, thank God, it just was not working. So it's all good now. Yeah, like I got 2 fans and the AC on. I'm fucking golden. I'm golden. But good to see you guys. Good to see you too, especially Ben. You haven't been on him for a bit, so
yeah. I was
Homie
just
just
be here last week, but
you came in here for the hot Jurassic World talk. I know.
Yeah, that's exactly when I wanted to come in.
Has absolutely nothing to do with the beautiful shirt he's wearing.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, okay. I gotta get that version of the shirt.
Yeah, I just got it today, so I was like, I wasn't even gonna do a live stream. I was like, fuck it. Rock it.
Is that on the DC shop? Is that on the DC shop?
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
Is it? Okay, the black and gold, the black and silver version.
Yeah. But it doesn't have the emblem on the sleeve, like the one that they show.
Like Corn Sweat was wearing.
Okay.
Interesting.
That's why I bought it.
Nice.
But it didn't. But still.
We're just talking about that freaking Jurassic World.
Yeah, that was an awful poster.
Yeah, that was a misfire. Like I saw it, and hey, Scarlett Johansson is great to look at, but not like that.
Yeah, like they don't like. Do they know that the dinosaurs are the stars of the movie?
I think they're trying to really sell it with her as much as possible. And I'm going, it's going to be interesting. I'm like, I know we've talked about it many times when it comes to July. But it was kind of funny too because I saw big scooper guy. He got a lot of hell for it because it was kind of interesting because Mr. Daniel RPK, he posted on Twitter that he thinks that Superman's going to be the big one of the summer, and that Jurassic World's going to be the shocking not flop, but it's going to be the misfire. And I was like, interesting because. Because it is kind of, I don't know, like what we were just talking about before. It's like, what else can there be new? And I've even seen people who are like diehard Jurassic Park fans on my feed too go, when they're showing images of like these mutant dinosaurs and they're just kind of going, but I'm kind of going, yeah, but at the same time, this is online. I don't know if the general audience is going to flock to it. For the most part, the Jurassic World trilogy made a shit ton of money, billions of dollars. So but I'm wondering, like, it's going to be interesting to see, and it's got that 4th of July weekend, which helps it totally. But I'm just kind of wondering, I'm like, is it going to be like that successful? I don't think it's going to flop by no means, but is it going to be a $1 billion movie?
I think worldwide it's going to be. I think worldwide it's where it's going to make its biggest impact in the sense of, I know it's like compared to the world of the United States, but I think that's where they get the traction for that movie.
Is it getting a China release?
I don't know if you've heard about that yet.
It's not getting any IMAX screens, so that's a bit of a detriment. But even then, every other, here's the thing: every other Jurassic World movie before it didn't get one either. Didn't really matter.
Yeah, they did all right.
But
they did.
I think, well, number one, July 2nd isn't a Friday; it's a Tuesday. It's a Wednesday. So
it's releasing in China.
There you go. So there's that too. It's releasing from
July 2nd.
Its box office run starts on a Wednesday, and that first weekend won't end until the 6th on Sunday. So it has kind of like the holiday weekend bump, if you will, because they collectively add those extra days together for its opening weekend.
It'll be fine.
So it'll be fine. The thing is like once Superman rolls in next week, that following week, its box office return is probably going to dampen quite a bit. I wouldn't doubt that at all. I was actually talking about this on my show. I'm not trying to shameless plug, but I was doing just some box office banter, as I called it, between why Lilo and Stitch and Mission Impossible made as much money as they did, and why Thunderbolts is not making as much money as Captain America is. But the thing is like Captain America's box office run literally ended 2 weeks ago, and it stopped at $415 million. Thunderbolts is sitting at 360 million, and it's barely a month in. So to call it so soon, I think isn't really fair. And also, both Captain America and Thunderbolts started losing theaters around their third week, whereas Lilo and Stitch and Mission Impossible provide, again, more or less the simple answer as to why Thunderbolts isn't making as much money as Captain America is because of the competition. But because of the competition, it no longer has the theater capacity to get more revenue. So Lilo and Stitch, Mission Impossible literally cut whatever legs it could have had. Now, apply the same kind of concept to what's going to happen in July. You have Jurassic Park coming from July 2nd to that opening weekend at the end of the 6th. Probably going to be really great. Once Superman comes, those dino legs are probably going to get cut quite a bit. And then Superman has another week filled with a competition of the Smurfs and I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Whoa, you don't think the Smurfs is going to be a huge hit?
No. Nobody's talking about
what the Smurfs did last summer. Mark it down.
Have you seen the marketing for the Smurfs, though?
There is no marketing for the Smurfs. There's hardly any.
Smurfrific.
Exactly.
They're just trying to,
I didn't even know until you mentioned
it. Rihanna. They're just trying to market it with Rihanna. And it was funny because we saw that. Was it before Mission Impossible? Yeah, I think so. No, I don't know. I think maybe we saw it before Mission Impossible, but me and my dad, we were watching. I don't know if it was Mission Impossible in the movie we saw prior, but we just like that trailer came about and he looked at me like, what? And I was like, Dad, you remember when we used to watch the Smurfs back in the 80s? And I even tell him, I was like, do kids nowadays even know who the fucking Smurfs are? Like, it's just, they're just marketing with Rihanna. They're like, we got Rihanna. She's got a new song, blah, blah, blah. She doesn't give a shit. She got paid. She's worth like $1 billion.
She's a billionaire.
Yeah. She's got her freaking, clothing and makeup line. All she has to do is just post on social media of like, here's some lingerie. And everybody goes, oh, and because, she still looks good. But at the same time, it's like, hey, she don't need this. She was just like, all right, I'll do it. I'll write a song. She got paid. She don't give a fuck what the box office is going to be. Holy crap.
Right.
Ugh, and so bad.
The week after that is Fantastic Four. So
yeah,
it's going to be great for theaters in the sense that they are all going to make money and stay busy and provide options for people. The real question is which one of them is going to come out on top. I'm guessing it's going to be between Fantastic Four and Superman because I've been saying this for a while. I think Jurassic Park is going to go the way of Transformers. I think this next movie.
I've been saying that for a long time too.
Yeah, dude. There's no way because I think Dominion really pissed in a lot of people's food. There's no way that Jurassic World Rebirth makes as much money as Dominion did. I don't think it did. It will, and if it does, that'd be fucking surprising.
I mean, if it's really good and then gets a little word of mouth, it might bounce back and bring it back to prominence. But
I guess that is the difference, right? Because Transformers Last Night was made by Michael Bay, and we all know how much of a crap fest that movie ended up being.
But it made a ton of shit of money, though.
It did, but Last Night did not. Last Night took a fucking dip from Age of Extinction.
Totally did.
Yeah, Age of Extinction had like 1 point something billion, and then Last Night had like 600 something million.
Yeah.
The difference in this case is the fact you have a competent fucking director in Gareth Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is the movie good, or is this going to be some cornball bullshit where we just see a bunch of mutant dinosaurs just fucking killing people?
Yeah, because the whole thing with the mutant dinosaur was in the last film, and that I was like, I don't know.
It's a stretch.
I was looking forward to so if I thought and I think that's originally they were like going, all right, Jurassic World, it's going to lead into the dinosaurs showing up throughout the world. And they were it seemed like that's what it was leading to. Like, oh, we're going to get to a point where it gets to, where dinosaurs are roaming the world and, things are happening where, And I was like going, okay, yeah, let's do that. And then they just kind of folded on that concept of doing that. I mean, there's been, even Lost World, had, you know, the final act of that was a Tyrannosaurus Rex in San Diego. You know, he escaped and then he was roaming around San Diego. And it was just like, kind of like, oh yeah, it's Jurassic, you know, look at that. We got a dinosaur roaming around on the mainland. So it just seemed like Jurassic World franchise was definitely leading towards that. And they just folded on it.
Yeah,
and
that would have been an interesting idea too.
Yeah.
Go on.
No, yeah. And I did like the concept of the cloning thing with that girl. And I was like, that was kind of like interesting. But then they kind of folded on that. And then they're just like, bring everybody back. And then we're going to have crazy big locusts. All right.
Yeah.
And Dodson, like, don't forget about Dodson. Dodson's here.
Dodson's here.
Yeah. Okay. So I told you guys that Hammond was a completely different kind of character in the Jurassic Park novel.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing for Dodson. Dodson is nothing like he is in Jurassic Dominion.
Of course not.
Dude in the book is a complete fucking dickbag.
Yeah,
straight up.
Hammond's not an old Santa Claus like he's portrayed.
No,
he's quite the opposite.
He's like Krampus. He's like a fucking dirty, greedy Krampus.
He's like Island of Dr. Moreau.
Pretty much, yeah.
Whoa.
That's great. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But this movie, my question is like if there are more dinosaurs running around the world, and presuming this is taking place after Dominion,
not the humankind, but the actual dinosaurs, right?
Right. Like what is the major draw of going to this island specifically to get the DNA from these dinosaurs to cure some fucking disease? Like, what is the difference there? Like, what is different about these dinosaurs that sets them apart from the dinosaurs currently roaming the planet?
Yeah. That's what's going to be. Yeah. So I'm intrigued on how they try to attach it to everything else. I mean, obviously. But yeah, we have to remember too, Gareth Edwards came on late too. He also came on late. He wasn't like he was developing this for, a year or so. At one point it was supposed to be David Leitch. At one point. Remember when it was that? It was like, wait, the director of Deadpool 2 and the John Wick movies?
And Bullet Train?
Bullet Train. Wait, did he do the John Wick movies, or am I thinking of Chad? No, wait.
I think you're thinking Bullet Train.
Yeah, he
Bullet Train. Chad Stahelski, right? Oh, damn, I get those two.
Chad Stahelski.
So I was thinking, no, I'm thinking Bullet Train, and he did Deadpool 2, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Yeah. For some reason, I'm like totally just off on my action movies. But yes, the guy who does a crazy action movie is going to do a fucking Jurassic World movie. And I'm like, that just didn't feel like it fit,
Yeah. Yeah, I think better fit, honestly.
Yeah, but I will say that some of the visuals, like in the trailers and stuff like that, look great. But then I'm looking at some of the line deliveries are just like, ugh, and I'm just kind of going, I don't know. We're back to the island, and David Kep, whatever. He goes like, yeah, Jurassic World was trying to bring that world into the real world. We're going back to. I'm like, okay, you're just doing the same thing you did in Lost World. Is that what we're doing? We're just going to like a Lost World type of story in this.
And the thing is like in the book Lost World, like you have Malcolm and Sarah Harding there, like they're from the movie, but they are also in the book. They're there with two other people, and they're strictly there for research purposes. Dodgson and two other guys are there because they legitimately want to steal dinosaur DNA, and that's basically the plot of the fucking book. And they all end up on an island. They all end up fucking in contact with a T-Rex and velociraptors and all this. Basically, kind of retelling certain things that happen in Jurassic Park, but in a different way with different characters. It's like, okay, yeah, cool, whatever. But by the end of it, I'm just like, this is fucking ridiculous. The ending is just so unsatisfying. But yeah, like when it comes to this movie, I literally see elements of both these books, and I'm like, God fucking damn it, here we go again. Same bullshit, different name.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to spawn like a whole new trilogy. It just doesn't. I don't know. I just don't know what else I could do with the concept of Jurassic Park world, whatever the hell. I just don't know what else they can really do. But at the same time, we keep on reinventing all this other stuff too. So maybe they can find something. But it just seems like with something with dinosaurs and people, there's only really so much you can do, Like if you something like superheroes, there's 80 plus years of just stories out there that you could just, hey, let's try that one. And then July is going to be interesting. And then like I said, we get that. I told my dad, I was like, yeah, we got Jurassic World, we got Superman, and then we get a little break from the big ones. If you want to see I Know What You Did Last Summer reboot, we could see it. Or Smurf.
thinking about it now, like the title implied like Jurassic World Rebirth, right? Like my process of thought is like Universal could have done like a, almost Prometheus or like Rise of the Planet of the Apes approach, where you just show like people experimenting on the DNA and then watching hell break loose on the island. But I don't know. I feel like that's just kind of stepping into that comparative territory of like, well, that's just Prometheus. Well, Rise of the Planet of the Apes. It's like, well, they called the fucking movie Jurassic World Rebirth, so whatever. I don't know.
Prometheus will be the first one, though.
Yeah. Oh no! Rise of the Planet of the Apes came first, 2011.
Oh, that's true.
Prometheus came out in 2012.
Shit, you're right.
Interesting. Yeah,
you know what else I was right about?
Huh?
Marvel not going to San Diego Comic-Con.
Oh yeah.
Oh god. Why would they? They got nothing to celebrate.
I mean, they got Fantastic Four, but at the same time, it's like, what else are you gonna have?
Exactly.
And then and then I was talking to Phil about it. I mean, like everybody is filming Doomsday in London right now.
Yeah.
Right. So even the Fantastic Four cast, so you're gonna fly them out to fucking LA for the weekend.
The thing is that last time they took the stage, they pretty much announced everything from here on till 2030. So what the fuck they're gonna announce? Like shows
you don't need a Hall H. You can be at San Diego Comic-Con, which is going to be.
There'll be a
do smaller presentation to do their big Fantastic Four victory lap, which DC should be doing some sort of victory lap for Superman and doing something to promote the brand beyond Peacemaker. Peacemaker's part of the brand, but you've got your world building movie out there. I'm not saying they can't move and add something to it, but time's getting short. And he basically came out and said, "Oh yeah, it's just gonna be Peacemaker only." I said, "Come on, man."
Well, they say other things too.
Yeah.
When you go to Comic-Con, there's like Marvel, like Phil saying, they had a massive, I mean, their own stage, their own giant screen, their own movie screen. So a lot of them, even if they're not in Hall H, they can set up apparatus there that's just cool. I mean, that Marvel one was really impressive.
Dude, I think it was on Sunday. It was either Friday or Sunday. Brad Winterbaum was doing interviews for all the fucking TV shows they had last year. Well, not all of them, but like, specifically, like there was a big panel.
Was Friday. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Friday. Yeah, so the Friday they were there, Brad Winterbaum had a hour-long panel just purely for X-Men 97. In the back of their like booth they had, people were demoing and betaing Marvel Rivals. Like Marvel brought the fucking.
That's right. They had it was probably the best I've seen for a individual booth like that, because then, like I said, you really didn't need anything else.
On one end of their booth they had the Captain America costumes. On the other end of the booth they had Deadpool and Wolverine.
And they had Guardians there too. They had Guardians in the middle. Yeah, in the middle. I took pictures of that. That was great.
It was fucking dope, and it was right across from the Alex Ross booth.
His bitch ass never shows up too.
Well, he's based in New York, so they
said he's behind schedule and he doesn't like to go. Because I bought 2023. I bought some stuff from the Timeless set because I didn't realize he wasn't going to be there. And I come up and he's got this really nice, I mean, you could stand and take pictures of it. And I'm looking around for the schedule, saying, when's he going to be here? I looks like I'm here early. Oh, Alex doesn't come to the conventions. I'm like, dude, he sets up this mansion in the middle of the Comic-Con. He ain't going to be here? That's kind of underwhelming, but that's fine.
He always comes to New York. I see him twice.
Yeah, because he's based on it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, fine.
He doesn't like to travel, apparently, huh?
Probably.
But he sets up, for a guy who's not there, he sets up a nice little spread, man. Because he's got like his prints and stuff. So he's got like a little corridor, right?
Well, like
where you can walk in, and he's got all this stuff set up for sale.
Dude, he's got like his booth just has frame upon frame upon frame of Marvel, DC, anything you name it. He's got it up there at his booth. The prettiest shit on the fucking planet you could have ever seen as far as comic book art goes.
He looks like an Apple store every time I see it.
I mean, it's pretty fucking close. Yeah, you're not wrong.
And he has the villains like that set up. Like one year, the 2023, he had the heroes, and you could stand there. And then last year, I think he had the villains, and you could stand there in the middle of it. And then he has a staff there, but it's just like he ain't there. And I'm like,
well, no, they were promoting the Kingdom Come documentary.
Oh, the Kickstart,
Is that coming out? When does that come out?
Mine just got shipped. Mine's on its way. It should be here next week.
There you go.
Okay.
So
I saw talking about documentaries. I saw the one for the first Fantastic Four documentary.
Doom That Came or something.
Doom, yes.
Yeah.
Like
watching that this weekend.
Like we always think about like all them films that we like that they never were made. That's a fucking sad story. And just like hearing the actors talk about it, because it was supposed to be like their big break and it just didn't pan out. I was like,
I hate when you hear that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to see that Alex Ross documentary. So whatever that's coming out, you said you're getting. What did you say about that?
I backed the Kickstarter and I just got notification it shipped. So
that's dope as fuck. If you upload it, you should like share a stream.
Yeah,
with us, like let us watch it too. That'd be cool. We could all react to it.
Let's have a team call and watch it on your screen.
Warner Brothers won't strike us down, right?
No, they're not. They don't do that kind of stuff.
No.
Although, you know what actually happened to my only Film Junkie Live I did on Tuesday? Marvel they actually got me.
Really?
Really?
You know what it was? You know what it was? It was one of the promotions for Fantastic Four. Apparently, it wasn't supposed to come out. Somebody dropped it in my mentions, and I thought it was this other thing, like the other TV spot or teaser that we got, which only had like one like 2 seconds of new footage, which shows Sue Storm looking up at the fucking ship, which a lot of people were talking about, because a lot of people are going like, why haven't we not seen a lot from this movie? And there was like another thing that came out. It was like a promo that had, Giacchino's score all throughout it. And I played it, and apparently, it got my freaking stream blocked, where I had to have YouTube snip it out to get the stream back. I was like, really? It was for that? I thought it was going to be the fucking Nicholas Hoult, David Cornsweat commercial. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I thought it was something with that. I was like, oh, was I not supposed to show that? No, it was actually, that was fine. It was that little promo that apparently was a leak. It wasn't supposed to come out. But, good on, I didn't get a copyright strike. It just blocked my entire stream until I was like, all right, well, just remove it, and then it's back. So weird.
I don't know if
you
you know
bratted.
this.
You got bratted. That's what happened.
But you got bratted?
Your full video is up on YouTube. The whole thing is up. It's like almost 2 hours. When I downloaded the audio version, it's only like 35 minutes. You know about
what?
that, right?
I need to fix that. You know what happened? My recording fucked up. I did not realize it until I started editing a clip from it. I'm like, wait a minute. Why did this stop at 38 minutes? And then I have another part of it that has a big chunk missing. And then, so that's my bad. That's my thing. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I thank you for reminding me. Anybody who's trying to listen to it on audio. Yeah. The full stream on Tuesday it starts on me talking about the Macquarie. I think it starts with me talking about the Macquarie video or something, or it stops before that. I don't know which one it is. My bad.
I was actually really worried I was going to get hit with a strike over sharing that clip of Macquarie and Josh Horowitz talking about.
Nah, they never. Nah.
Yeah, thankfully they didn't. I was actually really, really grateful for that.
I love sharing. Horowitz is always he's so great at asking those questions, and getting that out when it comes to people. And anytime that I've shared it, I never get anything from that. I don't think him and what he does and his crew, and they never go, oh, you can't fucking do that. I think they just look at it. I mean, nobody does. I share stuff from Brandon Davis. I share stuff from, Chris Killian, their interviews, and I'll do clips. And, those guys follow me and they'll retweet them when I've shared my thoughts on those.
You're promoting them, and it
promotes.
Yeah,
it's true. I didn't look at it like that, but you're right. Yeah.
That Warner Brothers. Yeah, that's what we do. We share your shit for free.
They'll take you down even if they sent you an explicit email to promote it.
Oh, I know.
That's true.
Godzilla versus Kong 1. We played it and got taken down.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you explicitly told me, and I sent them an email right before it, and it was up within 5 minutes. But yeah, Warner Brothers. I don't think it's them necessarily. Obviously, it's something.
YouTube. It's
YouTube because it gets cleared up, but it's like, damn. And same thing with Netflix. That Tadam thing a couple years ago.
Yes.
They sent out a mass email saying, please share this. and then like chapter screen, all this, and then as soon as we played it, we got taken down for a couple of days. I'm like, damn, that sucks.
Ridiculous.
Tomorrow's
well, you know what? Because like it's sad because a lot of this stuff is kind of automated, and there's stuff that just automatically it's automation, it's AI, it's whatever, and they just recognize thing and they immediately just go boom. But what I've realized too when it comes to like specifically Warner Brothers is when you get the copyright thing and you appeal it, and usually what comes back is, oh, they're going to stick with it. If you appeal it again and be like, and you answer those specific questions where it's like, hey, yes, I did this, it was this, it was this. I had to do that with a lot of the Superman stuff, especially the Superman trailer and everything, and the breakdowns, where you have to appeal it twice. And then they finally lift it. And I'm like, okay, but that just sucks because you never get that from Marvel Studios. Anytime you do anything with their trailers, they don't give a fuck. Even Disney altogether, they don't give a shit. Okay, they know it's like, oh, that's free promotion.
I didn't have to appeal anything, but when I did the Superman trailer breakdown, it let me know, like, yeah, this is copyright footage, but it's not going to block anything. You're good. It was really weird. It was really weird. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm not monetized, so that's probably why. But
that's the thing. It's like but then you have to appeal it twice if you want to just be like released of any kind of claim or anything like that. I don't know. They need a more in-depth one, but it's always funny when like things get partially blocked, especially when like they use a certain song in a trailer and that also gets you like a copyright thing. It's like, well, that's part of the trailer. What am I supposed to do with that? It's like a whole separate thing where you have to appeal that as well. You're going, that's part of the trailer. What are you guys doing here? Like, it's not my fault that that's a popular song that was in the trailer. They paid for it. I didn't pay for it. I get it.
They got me for Ballerina. Ballerina. They got me on that for Ballerina for Elton John, Tiny Dancer.
That's right. Jesus Christ. You know, immediately when they came, we were like, we got to do a Ballerina movie. And somebody immediately was like, well, we have to get the freaking Elton John song, right?
Yeah. I get to see that on Monday.
Yeah. Which I'm very much looking forward to that movie next week. I need a little palate cleanse from Karate Kid Legends.
That bad, huh?
It's just disappointing.
I saw your review. Yeah,
it was just disappointing. And I had high hopes for it when that first trailer. I rewatched that first trailer. I'm like, it's a fucking good trailer. They did a good job. But then I remember just as it got closer and I saw some more things, I went, this movie's gonna be a total just Sony cash grab. It's not. It's Sony. And then I looked at the runtime. I'm like, oh, it's 90 minutes. Oh, no. And then I was like, and sure enough, I wish I would have just counted all the montages and crazy transitions that they have from scene to scene. There's just no weight in any scene. There's really no stakes. There's no nothing. Everything is so. They literally have to train the kid in 10 days for the tournament. 10 days! That's not a spoiler. It's just dumb. It's like 10 days.
Didn't Daniel Russo have 2 months? Something like that? A couple weeks?
Yeah. He had longer than that, right?
Yeah, that's wild.
But you accepted that back in the 80s, even if it was a short time. Now it's like, hey, come on, guys. You have Jackie Chan back. Jackie Chan's and like I even said at the beginning of the show, I mean, nothing against Ralph Macchio. He holds his own, but when you're seeing him and Jackie Chan do things, you're like, wow. You can see who is the difference expert and who is not.
Yeah.
It's a little wonky, but I think that's what we appreciated about, the Daniel Russo character. It's like, oh yeah, he held his own, but he was a little, he's not skilled. But when you put him up with Jackie Chan, who at even 70, whatever, how old he is right now, he could still do the footwork and still do all the moves and still be quick. Yeah. It was a little, okay. It's like, whoa, there's a distinct difference right here for sure. So, but it's whatever. It's not like a total shit sandwich. Like I said, I think Ben Wang has a future. Being this young and the moves that he shows in this movie, he definitely has a future in action films. He could be he's got Jet Li type of fucking moves. Oh. I think he could be the next Jet Li or even the next Jackie Chan. He's got moves. He's quick. He's got a lot going for him, I think. And even if the movie is not successful, I hope he has a successful career I think he really can be that next really good action star. To be honest,
when he was,
is that movie part of the same Cobra Kai universe?
Yeah.
So why not? Why William Zabka? Did they explain why he wasn't there?
You just watch the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just watch.
All I can really say is just watch the movie. I mean, yeah.
What's funny is, like, in the trailer, he does like a certain side flip, and I'm like, I haven't seen anything look that clean since Ray Park and Phantom Menace.
Yeah. No, he does. Like, there's like this specific kick that he does called like the dragon something kick.
Yeah.
Can't remember, but yeah, like I said, and apparently it's all him doing it, and I'm going, okay, yeah, this kid has something. At least that's the shining star out of this whole thing. That is just one big long montage after montage. I'm going, and then I even, I like Joshua Jackson. Obviously, I was always about Mighty Ducks and stuff, and I'm like Joshua Jackson, but he has a whole subplot of himself too, and I'm going, you're gonna have this subplot while you have all this other shit going on. And I'm like, oh, I get what you're doing, but I'm like, was there a movie that was shot that was supposed to be 2 hours and 25 minutes that was crammed into 90 minutes? I mean, that's what it feels like. It feels like there's whole scenes that are just like put into a montage, or they were cut very, very short, because it just seems like a scene doesn't last longer than 2 minutes. It just moves on to the next thing, moves on to the next thing, moving on to the next thing. And it's jarring. It's so jarring.
Well, this is Sony Pictures, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Enough said.
Yeah.
Enough said. But I think Ben Wang could have a really good career, especially in action. I think somebody needs to write a good fucking movie where he's just some young dude who's just, I don't know, doing some kind of kick-ass thing. But he definitely has it, at least when he was very likable. So
put him in John Wick.
There you go.
Let him fight Keanu Reeves. I want to see that.
Or something. Yeah.
I see that shit.
Yeah.
Dope.
But yeah, I think somebody needs to put him in something, because this could be his big break, but I don't know. Depends on if people go out and see it,
But again, we've seen so many different times. Like, if a movie is even so, we've seen like people say, "Hey, the movie's so, but this, that's not because of him. He actually was a shining star." So he can still weather a poor performing movie if he ends up being the saving grace of that film.
Yeah, I really hope so. I really hope so, because, like I said, he was the best part of the movie, I thought.
Yeah, well, there we are.
And there was a lot going on with like what his character had. I mean, because there's even another little part of it too with his mom, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, there's so much here. You're trying to cram into this, but anyways,
it's a stacked cast though. I've seen the list, and I'm kind of surprised by looking at it. Wow, I mean, they didn't necessarily to channel Jurassic Park. They did not spare much expense.
No, they did not. Yeah, like I said, I mean, it was great seeing Jackie Chan, but I mean, they even released a clip online, and it just, this scene doesn't make sense. It's like Han shows up to his apartment and he breaks in and then attacks him with a frying pan in the kitchen. I'm like, what are you trying to test him? I don't know. It was weird. It was just like kind of weird. Of like, I get it. Because the movie is just going and going and going. And so they were like, oh, we need an action scene. We need some kind of fight sequence here. So let's have Han break into the apartment and then attack his student, as opposed to just knocking on the door and being like, hey, I'm worried. I'm worried about Lee. But they needed something. They're like, yeah, we'll do. And I'm like, I was watching it going, wait a minute. Oh yeah, this scene was online. They released this clip. This is where it fits. Why would he? And then I didn't even think about it. I'm like, why would he break into? Okay, yeah, just shit like that. Decisions were made, but that's besides the point. Hey, we got. Is anybody wondering when the Superman marketing is going to be kicking in the gear?
I wonder when.
Wait a minute, there's a Superman movie.
I saw the billboard. I saw the billboard post.
Yeah, that billboard looks fucking sweet.
That's cool. Yeah,
I did see that.
And
I know exactly where that's at too. You get off the freeway, you see that building, and you see it right there. It's a good spot. It's a really good spot for that billboard. And the fact that he's lifting up the date, it's like, yeah, put that date.
It's the same billboard everywhere, by the way.
Yeah. And then of course there's the Philippine thing that was happening with like the all around the world. I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know when people are like, where's the marketing? Where's the marketing? It's like, okay, they're not going to do marketing 4 months out, guys. They were doing little things for sure, but now everything's just like really kicked into gear. And that little featurette that they released today too, that was really just showing Corn Sweat just being Superman without trying to be Superman. God, that was so like, yeah. I saw so many people go, oh my God, look at this guy. He's interacting with the kids and talking with the kids. My God. I was like, you guys they were smart to like, capture that and release that, and people were just totally swooning and like teary eyed over that featurette. So good on them.
They were smart to hire a crew to record the film process, because they're releasing all these little clips. So James Gunn directing, what's his name, David Carnswell working out, and now we see him playing around with the kids. So they did the right thing to have some type of crew following them around.
That featurette with him like working out, that was cool too. Because, it was like, all right, show him working out, sure. But then when they showed, I used that in the thumbnail. I was like, when I saw the shots of him walking as, in the costume, that was the most he looked that he gave me Superman vibes of all the shots, all the images. I was like, I was like already like on board and everything. And I'm like, he looks like Superman. But for some reason, when he was just walking, it's behind the scenes, it's a behind the scenes shot. I was like, holy shit, this is like the most he's given me, like, Superman, big time right here.
Oh yeah.
So
that shot when he's playing around with the kids, and he doesn't even have the cape, like the way that he's his posture and everything. It's like, dude, this dude was just like built, just like Henry. They were built to play this character.
Dude, it's probably the hardest one, also with Batman too, I guess you could say. But it's a hard character to cast for. So it's like, you got to get kudos to, Brandon Routh, even, we won't mention the director, but hey, we'll mention that.
That's all on the director, not on Brandon Routh.
Correct.
Exactly. But at the same time, he gave those vibes too. There hasn't been a weak, I don't think there's been a weak Superman actor. I think they've all been pretty. They've all
been great. Yeah,
Ralph was good. There was a bad decision made with that movie as far as going for the nostalgia. That's not his fault, though. I thought I actually liked him. He was the best thing about that movie, and I wanted to like Kevin Spacey more, but I just felt like he was doing a genie. Just me. It just felt like I was watching a 2-time Academy Award winner kind of mimic another Academy Award winner when he didn't have Kevin Spacey. Personal stuff aside, is a generational actor. I'm like, I would have loved to seen him do a Lex Luthor, just one that he kind of did, kind of like a 7. He's capable of that. And like I said, that movie, the worst decision they ever made was to try to harken back to the nostalgia. And I'm glad Brandon Routh, even though I'm not a big CW fan, I'm glad he got another opportunity to put on that a Superman uniform again. And give you a lasting memory. A last memory that you see him, if you never see him again, is not in a movie with Kryptonite Island being lifted up. That was,
But that whole the fact that they're releasing like these behind the scenes featurettes online is just. That's the way to go. Oh, by the way, too, somebody actually, Dell, who's in the chat. Obviously we've been talking about toys recently. I was like, when he posted this, because obviously there was like toys, and he was talking about how people are responding to the toys now, but I had no idea that Henry Cavill had a toy like this.
Yeah, he did.
Hero Buddies, I kind of want this. I want this.
That's right.
This is badass, dude.
Keeps you warm at night.
Bonk it.
Okay.
Bonk it. You know what this reminds me of? I don't know if anybody.
No, I don't know what. I don't know if anyone.
It's a wrestling one. They reminded me of the wrestling
buddy.
The Macho Man. As soon as I saw it, they reminded me of the Macho Man.
Dude, they repurpose wrestling buddies.
In the early 90s, there was wrestling buddies, and I'm guessing this is the same concept because it's hero buddies.
They repurpose it.
Yeah, they repurpose it. I had the Hulk Hogan wrestling buddy because I thought it was just so cool. Like back in the early 90s, that was when I was actually into WrestleMania, and me and my buddy. My best friend when I was living in Alabama. And I remember I was like, when I saw the commercial about a wrestling buddy, I'm like, I have to have it. I used to sleep with that thing and everything. I was like, and then toss it around, throw it against the wall. Those things were built. They were built.
They could take, I got some of them. They could take a punching. And when we were at WrestleCon here, because WrestleMania was here, and you have people getting some of them signed by people. It was, but yeah, they're valuable too. If you can get one of the ones that has original tags on them, those things are worth money.
Yeah, I'm sure, man. I used to, yeah. And so when I saw that, I was like, oh my God, I did not know they made hero buddies and they made one for Cavill Superman. I'm like, I gotta find that. I'm like, I want that right there. My God.
Did you guys also see the fundraiser going around for Superman right now?
Oh yeah, I talked about that. I ranted off about that because there are people that were pushing back against that for sure.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dude. On Twitter, like there were some diehard, certain fans that, of course, were like, and one of the things I brought up was the fact that, okay, so I've been told that James Gunn is making a Superman that is not for adults and is not mature. It's because it's James Gunn and it's for kids. And then all of a sudden I'm seeing these same guys go like, why would anybody want kids to go see a movie with James Gunn that James Gunn has made? I'm like, okay, so which one is it? Is he making movies for kids or is he too like raunchy where you don't want him to have kids watch his movie? I'm like, pick a lane. But they can't because they just hate the man so much.
Well, it's an insult because look at, a director, and I hate seeing this in other movies, they do this too. If a director has done a certain type of movie for the majority of his time, people think that that's all that person can do. And the example I always bring up is Jonathan Demme did Married to the Mob, right?
Yeah.
And did one of the great horror movies of all time in Silence of the Lambs. That same guy did that. They can do different stuff. I don't know why people think that, this guy can only do fart jokes or dick jokes. No, a storyteller is a storyteller. These things have never been asked of certain people. If the people who do the casting and produce and hire these directors, they sit down and they talk to these people and they shoot questions at them and they build a rapport with them. And they're like, I see, Hannibal Lecter in the Married to the Mob guy. Because as fans, I don't think we're capable. I don't think fans are capable of making that kind of judgment in pre-production. Now, you can judge a movie after it was released, but you're saying just because James Gunn is only done this type of movie, whatever it is, that he can't do another one. And that's like saying, it's just like saying an actor, whenever they do the fan casting stuff. Well, that guy can't play that. I'm like, they're literally paid to be someone other than what they are. That's what they do. It's kind of crazy when you hear that kind of stuff.
I mean, like James Gunn has a pretty, I wouldn't say narrow, but I wouldn't also say super wide, but he's got like a little bit of range in his resume. He's got Slither, he's got Super, the 3 Guardians films. He's Scooby-Doo. Thank you. Yeah, I like those movies. Those Scooby-Doo movies. They're not bad.
They're cheesy, but they're fun.
They are cheesy, but those teens are cast well.
They're supposed to be.
Dude, he's always been a great cast.
Always
has done great with
so well, right? Yeah. And I have gripes with the Guardians movies, and even the Suicide Squad. I will never deny that the man doesn't know what he's doing behind the camera because he fucking does.
Yeah.
I may not agree with like writing choices or certain other creative changes, but even still, homeboy knows how to make a fucking solid movie.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
I think this is a very consistent thing on Twitter, because this is where pretty much we spend most of the time as far as social media, right? Yeah, but people do not understand that these directors are they are honing the craft to direct films, regardless of what it is that they directed. I mean, look at Guy Ritchie. He directed Aladdin.
Yeah.
And this is the guy who directed some of like the most raunchiest fucking films ever put together. So when I hear people saying all this stupid shit about James Gunn, like, I don't think you understand how these people are built, how they are actually honing on their craft, or how they can just take into a character and you turn into something that you could never expect it. So I never pay any mind to specifically that when they say, oh, the guy who directed the Guardians of the Galaxy, he's gonna make all fart jokes in the Superman films. Like, well, shut the fuck up. You do not know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, you know what? You want to say, you keep using these words. I don't think you understand what they
mean.
Yes, I agree.
No.
It's the same exact logic that people use against Zack Snyder. Like people think he makes the same kinds of movies, be it Dawn of the Dead, be it, Sucker Punch or Man of Steel, BVS, or even his cut of Justice League. Arguably, his cut of Justice League is probably the brightest of the DC movies that he made.
It's 100%. The Return of the Jedi of the trilogy.
It is.
Especially the end. Like, if you want to compare like his trilogy, you can compare it to that first Star Wars trilogy. Like Man of Steel was New Hope, BVS was Empire,
right?
Yeah, and Return of the Jedi was Zack Snyder's Justice League, 100%. And it was so funny is, but then I always go, what's funny is you look at that original Star Wars trilogy, that was 3 different directors. This is the same director doing 3 different kind of tones, and he chose different ways to shoot it. You watched Man of Steel, and he was doing that zooming in and shaky cam shit a lot, which I thought was really cool because him and Larry Fong wanted to capture Superman in a different kind of sense to show like, oh yeah, this character. I mean, I still remember the first teaser, and when you see Superman, flying up in the air, and it just like it's shaky cam and it zooms in, like, and you see him flying. I'm like, whoa, that's a fucking cool shot. Like that's like, it was a decision that was risky probably, and I'm sure the studio was like, what are you doing? And luckily you had Christopher Nolan going, back off, let the man do his fucking thing, But then when it came to BVS, I mean, because and again, Man of Steel has like no slow-mo. There is no Snyder slow-mo in Man of Steel. He just did he took a different approach, but then BVS comes around and he goes, all right, let's bring it back to that certain approach. Him and Larry Fong did that, and then of course, Justice League, different cinematographer, but it was a bigger scale. It was way bigger than the other 2 movies of scale, and scope. And obviously they shot it the way they shot it. And I mean, that's why when you watch that movie, you go, God damn, these characters just look larger than life, So yeah, but that's what's so funny is like, yeah, you can't just keep doing the same thing. Like you can't, like, I'm just thinking about like Wes Anderson. You want to watch Wes Anderson, you're going to get, what you're going to get when Wes Anderson, he kind of he stays in his lane. It works for him. He's got that new movie coming out, the what's it called? The one
with Benicio del Toro.
The Phoenician Scheme. That's what it's called.
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's like, but that looks just like a Wes Anderson movie. You got a bunch of actors, bright colors, and perfectly framed shots and a bunch of weird shit going on. That's his lane. But I love it when directors go, all right, well, I got to try something, different. And Zach's one of those people. I think James Gunn's trying to be one of those people too. And, just allow them to try to do something different. I like it when it's just like when musicians do different things with their, is it going to work? Maybe not. We'll see. If it doesn't work, then they'll be like,
that's a concert. As long as you play your hits at the concert, you can experiment with whatever you want to.
There you go. Yeah.
I don't want a 3-hour concert of Saint Anger if I came for Master of Puppets. As long as we have that agreement.
You brought in Metallica.
Hey, you know what? I'll take a 3-hour concert of Saint Anger. I'll defend that fucking album. I don't care.
Not if I have to pay for it.
You know what, Phil? You know what's funny about that? What's funny about that is like there are really good songs that was for Saint Anger. It was just the way that it was produced was probably, Lars's little, trash can fucking snare was not good. That was a decision, but
it sounds stock.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That documentary.
I love that documentary so much. Only because Only because it sheds a light on like the absolute fucking turmoil it was, not only to make that album, but what that band was going through at the time.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That band almost broke up over that shit.
And we're talking about Some Kind of Monster. You can probably see it on Netflix, I think. I don't know.
That's how I watched it initially, but I bought it a while ago.
I would say I would recommend.
Is that the one where Jason Newsted left?
Yeah, that's where he left. Yes. So yeah, I would recommend that documentary for anyone, because initially that documentary was just supposed to document Metallica making a new album, and it ended up being a 2-year thing where they almost broke up. James Hetfield went into rehab, and Jason Newsted dropped from the band. It was like it turned. As much as it's so funny because as a documentary director, that was probably like almost a godsend because I was here, I was paid to just show up, and they're going to record their album for about 6 months, and that's all I'm going to record, and that's it. It ended up being a 2-year thing. I'm sure he got paid well for it, and he ended up almost seeing one of the biggest bands of the world break up and break down, like just totally just it was, man. And being a diehard Metallica fan myself, holy shit.
Yeah.
I watched that. I was like, when I was hearing all the stuff, obviously before it came out, and then just watching it, it was like, oh my God, the demons and all the stuff that they were like holding back. And I'm like, man, how do bands even last? This is why you always hear that people hate each other when they're been in bands.
And it's like they even showcase like Lars's legal battle with Napster, the internet shit he got for it. Lars and Kirk
got destroyed by that.
Oh, bro. Yeah. It was crazy.
And you know what? I love Lars Ulrich.
Sure. Yeah, me too.
He's a titan in the business. But here's the thing. I understood where he was coming from.
Totally.
How he handled it was fucked up. Because you're talking to an entire audience of people, broke-ass kids like me in the 80s, who were sharing tapes and running them bad boys to the point where the fucking music doesn't even sound the same anymore until I could get a job, until I could buy it. So he's talking to a lot of his fans that would have never shown up at these concerts if they didn't have an outlet to do that. Now, there should have been a middle ground, some forethought, advertising dollars, something to make it to where but he came after Pools like they were criminals. And he alienated a good percentage of his band. And it just, like I said, you can't take away what he is and what he's done. But that Napster thing, I left a bad taste in my mouth after that whole thing.
Between that and the bullshit with whatever studio was producing their album, it was that was the thing that brought James and Lars back together and been like, we're going to finish our fucking album and we're going to fucking do it right. And then here's the even bigger kicker that I love is like when they were trying out new bassists, they had fucking Les Claypool. They had so many other people that they auditioned. Yeah, dude. So many.
When they go through that little montage of like auditions, it was like, holy shit. Like,
man.
People who showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but then of course Rob Trujillo just had that vibe to him. And I'm like, yeah.
Well, he was also the only one that played bass with the
finger pick. Yeah. Yeah, which of course brings it back to Cliff Burton. Cliff Burton. Yeah, he was a finger. If you look up like Cliff Burton and his solos, I'm like, I don't even know how.
Anastasia Poteet, he's doing that with a pick.
Yes,
he's doing that with a pick, which is unbelievable.
Look up For Whom the Bell Tolls on the Green, 1985.
Yes.
Cliff Burton plays For Whom the Bell Tolls on bass, entirely finger picking it.
Because the camera's entirely in front of him. Cliff.
Yep.
So like you're seeing and he's not just doing the normal he's doing he's just like going crazy. And I'm like, what the fuck is this guy on? I don't even know how this is even possible. Like it's amazing. Anyways.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Rest in peace.
But
yeah. It's been 40. It's almost 40 years since that cat died.
I know. It's crazy.
1986, right after Master
86. Yeah, 39 years. May you rest in peace.
But going back, died that night. By the way, that bus driver.
Yeah, that could have been. It was supposed to be Kirk, but
Kirk Hammett.
Yeah, but they switched. They flipped a coin for beds or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
God, that's so crazy. So, but that's the thing. But that's what's part of the documentary is like the rest of the group never they never went through the grieving process. And that's why Jason Newsted always felt like an outsider, is because they treated him like a fucking piece of shit. Like, oh, you're just the new kid. You're replacing our fucking friend that we lost.
Yeah, 'cause I'm sure he felt really good about that.
Yeah, I know.
Well, plus
what kind of standard do you have to live up to?
I mean, after the Black Album, that should have gone away, because you hear the God That Fails, that's him. He drives that song. He drives a lot of that album. If there was any freshman, attitude about the new guy, it should have ended after that album, because he's a major part of that sound. But
everyone also talked about how like they hazed him hard on Injustice for All.
Oh yeah, and they you can't even hear bass on that fucking album. They turned down the bass because they were like, meh, the only time you hear bass is like one song, Harvester of Sorrow. He has an opening little riff.
Avoid it there,
Yeah, you're right.
But other than that, you can't even hear the bass, which is so funny, because that fucking album is like their thrashiest album, but you don't hear the bass. Where's the bass? But then if you go online, you can hear the bass. People put the bass back in.
Yeah.
Which I love that. But yeah, back to the whole thing. I mean, it's a good comparison too. That's why I was like thinking, like, when we're talking about directors, if they stay in their lane, cool. If they have a certain lane, like a Wes Anderson, he has his lane. Nobody else is doing what Wes Anderson's doing. Nobody's doing that.
That's
so
style,
he can stay in his lane. He doesn't need to step out of it. But when you have somebody like a Zack Snyder, he's gonna like experiment. He's like one of those. We've talked to him. We know how he loves to experiment. I mean, that's why the whole like dream lens, which some people didn't like. I thought it was cool. It was something different. There's things where he's like always experimenting on different things and shooting things different ways. There's other directors. Christopher Nolan has tried to Christopher Nolan has he's always got a big scope when it comes to stuff, but he also wants to do things differently. I mean, a lot of people just go like, what the fuck was Dunkirk? And I go, what the fuck was Dunkirk? Dunkirk was fucking pretty amazing. You just didn't understand what he was going for. He had like a little, that's like a math equation where he was trying to create right there. And somebody actually explained it. I forgot where I saw it. It was like a video where it was how they explained it in a mathematical way, the three stories and how they play out. And it's pretty fucking genius. Just like how when you see that video of Christopher Nolan explaining how he told the story of Memento, which is still my favorite movie of his, how he's, telling the story backwards as well as forwards. And I'm just going like, yeah, that's the thing, is like, and these directors just always, they want to try different things and want to try new things. Yeah, it might not work, but that's
Ridley
what
Scott.
Yeah.
Ridley Scott, one of my favorite directors. He's done some movies that I'm like, dude, what happened, man? Thelma and Louise. And I can't, if somebody turns on House of Gucci, I got to find them. I have to find them and turn it off. I can't hear those people speak. I'm sorry, but I know Gaga got nominated for that, but I'm like, I tried to, those accents and that movie was, and then he's done some other stuff that, but I mean,
it's me.
Oh my God, that movie's horrible. But some people have a signature that overwhelms it, and I think that's why, like a Michael Mann, or certain people have a signature that sometimes over. Like, I wouldn't expect Michael Mann to do a comedy, but that
would be interesting.
Completely turned off. If you told me he was doing one, that'd probably be the only reason I would go see it. But if you told me he was doing one, I would be intrigued. I wouldn't expect Denis Villeneuve to do some slapstick Little Nicky shit, but he's the only reason that I would give something like that a chance. And after it sucks, and then I'll go back to, okay, maybe you should back to this. But a guy like and then with James Gunn, the thing about James Gunn that I don't, when I found out he was going to become a DC studio head, what he did in Marvel didn't mean anything to me. What he did in Marvel, his resume in Marvel was worthless to me as far as his position now, simply because he was doing something as an employee for something else as part of a larger narrative. He's the creative guy here. It's him. So he doesn't have restraints. There's nobody giving him. He's deciding the narrative. It's not like Kevin Feige gave him a lot of freedom, but he has complete freedom now. It's different when it's yours, I think.
And I think a lot of people also looked at that, and he also did give himself like projects to do himself, but at the same time, that's where the difference is between him and Kevin Feige. Kevin Feige is a strictly movie producer and also now the head of Marvel Studios, and he cut his teeth being an executive producer on these movies. That's why his Marvel movies through Marvel Studios are by and far, from a quality perspective for the most part, are largely much better made movies than some of the stuff you saw from early Sony, early Fox. And then you look at what James Gunn has done now with DC Studios, specifically like Creature Commandos, probably with Peacemaker. A lot of people would probably consider that self-serving, and I can understand that perspective and how they could see that as problematic or whatever. But at the same time, like, again, that's the difference. Like, yes, he is in a position of power. He has the ability to say yes, no. He is crafting the story, but that's just it. That's where his job ultimately ends in a sense, because Peter Safran is the other side of that coin that deals with the production, the budget, making the calls, getting the lawyers, making the deals, etc. Whereas James Gunn is literally just crafting the narrative. He's there for casting calls for Lantern, Supergirl, you name it, whatever. He's there creatively. Whereas Peter Safran, I'm sure, is probably there in the background doing numbers, something to that effect. I'm not trying to speak on their behalf, but it's just an assumption I can only make from an outside perspective. But James Gunn, again, he is creatively, first and foremost, a creative. And I think a lot of people don't like that. I'm not sure whether they're right or wrong to like that, because that's not my place to say. I'll just say that, like, is it self-serving? Sure. But at the same time, like, dude got his teeth cut as a fucking writer and director. So do you want another suit in this position making creative decisions, or do you want a person who actually has an understanding of what is a good or bad creative decision to making those creative decisions?
Well,
what we fought for.
Go ahead.
I'm saying it's what we fought for,
Yes.
Yeah. We wanted this.
Well, especially when you have a creative like James Gunn that has seen so many different sides of this. And I think he's one of those where he'll fight for creative ideas in the sense that he has, an understanding of what the general audience has worked for at that point. But I also don't think he's going to be one of those that also isn't willing to compromise if, within reason,
No compromise.
I don't see him necessarily standing like I could see Demi or Nolan saying, I ain't compromising on anything, because that's who they are. They're not going to. But I think James Gunn is one that he'll compromise here or there, but I don't think he's going to be one to just bend over if Zaslav says, no, don't do this. No, that's not what you put me in this position for.
Yeah. And I think that's what we want. It was funny too, because I saw a tweet. I think
what I think is funny? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I think you just made me think of something. Like, I've seen people just even on threads just regurgitate bullshit from Twitter because, of course, of this notion that, like, Warner Brothers Pictures is going to interfere with Superman. And I'm like, no, that's the whole reason why DC Studios fucking exists in the first place, because because David Zaslav looked at what Warner Brothers Pictures did with DCEU and went, fuck no, we're not doing this shit again.
Yeah, I want to put somebody I trust. Yeah, there might be notes. Of course, there's going to be notes.
Always.
I'm sure he's received notes, but it's but maybe Gunn is never what I've always liked about Gunn is he's always publicly said that he will ask people and give me notes. He's gotten notes from comic book writers. He's gotten notes from numerous people. I'm sure he got notes from Zach when Zach came in and he's talked to Zach and he picked his brains like, hey,
about
and the picture that he took with Zach, it was just, I'm sure he probably showed him shit that we haven't seen. Probably showed him the whole scene. He was like, what do you feel about that? And he probably even asked, like, Zach, like, can I show you this? Like, well, give me some notes.
They're friends? I thought they were enemies and hated each other.
Yeah, well, and then going back to what I was going to say about, like, the tweet that I saw, because obviously we saw Jim Lee and Zach, he posted that image.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I saw somebody go like, you know, the two people who should be running DC Studios as opposed to the clowns who are. And I went, are you? I was like, okay.
They don't want to do that.
Okay. You're talking about Jim Lee, CCO of DC Comics, who is
not the same.
Created such great artist. He doesn't want to run a movie studio.
No,
Zach, you want to stranglehold him to just DC as opposed to making original shit. This is where I start getting frustrated. And this person, you know, I'm not going to say who it was, but it was, you know, somebody who was who was a voice during the Snyder Cut movement.
Did he have a specific hashtag on his profile?
Probably. I don't know if he did, but you know,
very likely.
This person had he a long time ago. He was on here.
You had a lot of fun on Twitter this week.
Oh yeah, I've had some fun. You know, it's just sometimes it's funny. I don't know. It's just, and then you know, but you know, sometimes I have to slap my own wrist, to be like, don't respond. Don't respond to that.
Don't make no mistake.
I think to piggyback on what Chris said, I think there is a really good synergy between James Gunn and Peter Safran. Just the fact that he can just go on about his business and do the whole thing about speaking to the lawyers, speaking to the investors, and speaking to, you know, and doing the producer stuff, right? And allow James Gunn to be the creative. I think that was, I don't know if that was ever intentional, but that was a stroke of genius. And versus what Kevin Feige deals with. Kevin Feige runs everything, and at the same time, he has to deal with, he's the producer and also the creative, because how many times have we heard the films get shot on the fly, and then he has to watch it, and then he goes back and has to make changes. So sort of like he's the fucking director, when he shouldn't be that the case. So I like the fact that James Gunn is in charge of just the creative, because he understands the process. He sees all the batshit crazy that Marvel has done. He knows all the bad history that Warner Brothers had dealt with the DCEU, and he learned from that. So I think he knows, okay, we got to go in a different direction, and I know how to do it. Yeah. And it's to steer clear of all this fuckery that Marvel is doing, and all the fuckery that Warner Brothers did at one point when they were in charge of this IP.
Oh no, you know, and I'm sure he picked Zach's brain when it came to all that stuff.
I'm sure he did.
Conversations that they had when it came to that. Now, mind you, like, James Gunn very much is like, he is someone who, unlike some of these others, he will be online daily. And so that's a little bit different too. And sometimes, I've even said, James, why are you even fucking responding to this?
That is a good thing and a bad thing.
It's a good thing and a bad thing, because I like that he debunks shit, and I like that he clarifies shit. I do like it, but then sometimes I'm like, why you're just digging stuff a little hole here? Don't do that, because people are gonna, screenshot this and hold it against you and blah blah blah.
Yeah, when he exerts himself into it, that's where he fucks up. Yeah.
But at the same, so. And, even like when it came to posting the selfie with Zach, it was like, I mean, I could tell, like, oh yeah, he was like, oh, this is, we got to put this out there. We got to put this out there. Zach wanted nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
that's why he didn't post it. He didn't want fucking anything to do with it, because you could tell, like, oh, Zach didn't want anything to do with it. And then, of course, when it came to posting with Jim Lee, he was like, oh yeah, let me post this. And then people, of course, were, fandoms, the fandoms like, oh, this just shows you right here. And I'm like, it just kind of shows you that, like, Zach probably, of course, he has more respect for Jim Lee than James Gunn. Sure, I can understand that, because, it's Jim fucking Lee. I mean, the dude's a legend. I mean, but at the same time, he didn't want to deal with the madness of posting the selfie with James Gunn and being like, hey.
Well, did Jim Lee posted the image?
He did. He did on Instagram, not on Twitter.
Okay.
He posted it on Twitter or on Instagram, but not on Twitter. So, it's like one of those things where it's just, you pick and choose. There are people that don't want to dive into the madness. James Gunn kind of does. He has a little bit of like,
yeah, like I don't give a fuck.
So that's why James Gunn's different. And yeah, some people could say it's unprofessional. I could see why sometimes it is. It's like, okay, you don't need to do that. But at the same time, in this 2025 world, you kind of have to be like that. I don't know. I think there's like, especially if you're dealing with something like as big as Superman, where you kind of have to, a lot of things have to be promoted online. So you have to
be present.
You want this movie to be a success.
Yeah,
you're going to have to freaking dive into that a little bit more while, Christopher Nolan's he's not online, but he doesn't have to be, that's the thing. Right, Tarantino doesn't have to be either. There are certain people that just don't have to be. They don't. Ridley Scott. Nobody. None of these like filmmakers.
You don't want him online.
Well, they aim for a different goal, though. Like those directors that you mentioned that aim for a different goal.
Exactly. They're not handling Superman. They're not handling comic book movies, which are always the talk and everything. So James Gunn has to respond again, he doesn't have to respond to everything, but of course he's going to choose what he is going to there was actually a moment there where he wasn't really responding, but he's been more active lately, which I get it, because now it's like, all right, now the marketing is kicked into gear so much, so now
promotion mode,
and then of course there was the video posted clip today, so we had the Corn Sweat clip of him working out, we had the Corn Sweat clip of him with the kids, which was that just won the hearts of like so many people.
Oh yeah,
my God. That just showed like the guy posting. Like
the world needs.
I had people in mentions going like, "Hey, I don't know about this movie, but David Cornsweat sounds like a great dude."
Yep,
that's what he was showing in that right there, because you have these, and apparently I didn't know this, but the girl that he blocks from the kaiju and all the exploding like canisters or whatever, that awesome slow motion shot, that is the daughter of the stunt coordinator of Superman.
Oh, cool. Interesting.
So I mean, that's pretty fucking awesome right there. I read that, I was like, oh wow, that is the daughter of the stunt coordinator. So get them while they're young. She's gonna be a fucking stunt woman when she gets older. That's gonna be on her reel right there. I was a little girl.
That's when I started.
That's when it all started for me. And then she's gonna be, So that's cool. Just stuff like that. When you find that stuff out, that's really cool. But and then of course James Gunn had his own little clip, and of course I had to be the dick to be like, oh, look at that James Gunn injecting himself into a clip where he's talking about directing as if he's directing a movie. Oh wait, it's like it's just like,
you're right. Couldn't resist it, could you?
Couldn't resist talking about you directing a movie, huh? Oh, it's funny, but then but it's just like, again, he is a name. I mean, James Gunn is a brand.
Yeah,
he is a brand. I mean, no matter what, Zack Snyder's a brand. That's why Zack Snyder put his fucking name on Zack Snyder's Justice League, which I thought was the coolest thing ever. Jesus Christ, John Carpenter does that shit.
Yep.
I mean,
Christopher Nolan.
Yeah, Christopher Nolan.
Wes Craven.
Wes Craven. If you have a brand, put your fucking name on it. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's a reason why you've heard Quentin Tarantino presents. Wes Craven presents. Yeah. It's a selling point. Your name is a brand, especially if you have a unique name. James Gunn, that's a unique name. People can play with the name. If you could do that, I mean, like, it's all about selling. So, yeah, but I mean, I get it. There is the derangement syndrome when it comes to Zach and James, where when people when they see the name, they just they break out.
Funny. It's like you mentioning that makes me think of Star Wars: The Last Jedi and Rian Johnson.
Yes, exactly. That too.
Same reaction.
I remember
because he spells his name with an I, so it's distinct. Right. So when people see that name, they're like, you ruined it.
I remember walking out of The Last Jedi and talking with my buddy, and we were like pretty jazzed about it, talking about what we liked, what we didn't like, going home, and then getting online, biggest mistake I could have made, and just seeing the fucking
reaction.
vitriol. Yeah, dude. Like it's insane to me. Like, I mean, the movie's not perfect. Not one of those 3 movies are perfect. I'll right?
But, which movie is?
He was trying something, you know. He was
right.
doing
Something. But like, just like the image that comes up in my head is like when you think of like people just getting mad at directors for making a fucking movie, is like people think Rian Johnson and they get really red in the face and they clack on their fucking keyboard like, he ruined Luke Skywalker. Oh my God, how dare Rian Johnson tear my childhood away from me, turning my hero into a hermit, you fucking asshole. It's like, dude, go touch some grass and fly a fucking
You didn't have a childhood. If a movie can ruin your childhood, you didn't have it. Sorry.
Bingo.
Dude.
Just now
here's reality.
Dude.
Here's you.
Yes.
Gone way far outside of it. Fictional character.
Scott and I were talking to Ernie Altbacker on DC Fanimated. He got that shit too. You know, because he wrote some of these DCAU movies where he was getting that feedback of like, you ruined my childhood. So we were making jokes about that. It was like, really? Like he was
How dare you turn the Riddler into Hush, Ernie? Oh, what the
fuck? And I was honest with him. I was like, I didn't necessarily like it, but I appreciated that you take the chance. Like,
I like that you shed light on that. That was cool.
Because one of the things that Jay Oliva said when he was adapting Year One and the ones that he adapted is like he said specifically, I think it was one of the Justice Cons, maybe it was I don't know which one it was, but he said like you have to find something. You can't just do a direct adaptation. You have to put your own spin to it. You have to like do something. And you just you do, like, no matter what, every director or writer or anything has to put their own spin. You can't just go follow beat by beat. You're like, okay, there's got to be something else, different here. Is it going to work all the time? No. We're looking at you, Killing Joke. No, but just saying, like, choices can be made, and sometimes they're not going to work, but sometimes the choices can work, and that's the thing. You just don't know. You gotta take that leap of faith, I guess you could say.
But that's the thing when we talk about directors and styles at that point. When a director decides to do something different and try something different,
right?
You get people on one side saying, "How dare they do it?" I don't know. Where do you get off saying, "How dare they want to do it?" They're creative. Let them try. To your point, it didn't work out or it didn't get responsive well. Okay. But then there's some directors that, I'm going to stick with my style. Why don't they ever change? I don't know. Why don't you change with what you like doing? I don't know. I'm set in my ways in some things, and some people say, why don't you change? I don't know. I like the way I am in this way. I'll change for some things, I'll change for others. But,
it's like being
where do you get off telling me what to do?
Chris just made me think of something when it came to Batman Under the Red Hood. One of the last things I saw on Twitter before I left that fucking place, someone got legitimately ass mad at the fact that they did not show Superboy punching a hole in reality to bring Jason Todd back to life for that movie.
I have a comic for that. I have a comic for that.
Right. But it's like, here's the thing. Like, Judd Winnick wrote Under the Red Hood, the book, and then he came back and was asked, like, hey, do you want to pen the script for this? Brandon Vietti's going to fucking direct. Bruce Timm's going to fucking produce. Like, we're getting, like, the crew of Warner Brothers Animation to make this fucking movie happen. And Judd Winnick was like, well, fuck yeah, I'll adapt my book into a fucking movie.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, right. Which I don't know that a lot of other writers were privileged with that. But, that is arguably, in my opinion, one of the best DC animated movies ever made. But the fact that I saw someone bitching about that on Twitter, of course, before I left, I was like, wow, you are the epitome of everything wrong with fandom. Congratulations.
That's one of the many reasons why you left Twitter.
I don't think it's good for people's health.
No,
I'm starting to, this last year, I mean, and I see people, and we there's one that I've seen engaged with some of the stuff we do. I won't even bring that person up. But
I think I know who you're talking about.
It's gotten to the point where I'm worried, and I've told this person while they were in our chat, I'm worried about you simply because you and others have identified with these things to the point where if something goes south of them, something doesn't go the way you've envisioned them, it's actually deteriorating your mental health. And I'm not saying that as a joke. I seriously am worried about certain individuals that are involved in this fandom. It's like sports or anything else. once you feel your heart rate start going up, once you start feeling anger to the point where you're typing like this really long paragraph about why I should listen to you or why I should respond to you, it's not that's not what it's for. And I'm worried that if some of these people, if something goes wrong in a movie, they've identified and attached themselves so closely to it. Are they going to go down with the plane?
Oh yeah,
that's
I mean,
a serious concern.
People
I have, you know?
There's people in the fandom who just base their whole reality on, you know, and I've said it before too. I've said it many times where I'm like, hey, if you want to obsess on 3 DC movies for the rest of your life, by all means, go ahead.
Watch them.
You know, like, well, you know, that's you know, fine. Well, you know, fine. But at the same time, don't. I mean, I don't know. There's even recently, I've gotten a couple of times where people are like, you know, you've changed. I'm like, what? I've changed because I'm looking forward to a Superman movie? No, I have actually not changed because I'm actually doing the same thing I did the last time when I'm defending a director and his vision of Superman. Wait, I don't know if I've changed. Maybe you just locked in on one certain version of it. And then there was actually a video that was going around that the guy kind of explained it very well.
Yes.
Yeah, you saw that video, right?
Yeah, I did.
The dude was basically saying that, you know, that some of these people didn't even, you know, they thought Superman was boring and they didn't even really care about Superman. But then they saw a version that they really liked and they locked onto it. They want to hold on to it as much as possible, and they can't accept anything else beside it. And I'm like, wow, he nailed it, because I've seen some predominant voices even state that Superman was boring until Zach. I didn't like Superman until Zach. And I'm like, okay, so you never liked the character. And I even brought up that point too when I saw people who have YouTube channels go, this is not the Superman I grew up with. I'm like, what the fuck Superman did you grow up with? I grew up with so many different tones of Superman. I don't know which one you did. I didn't grow up with Zach's version. No. I just liked Zach's version because it was a fresh take and he took it to another level. And I went, ooh, I really like that and still love it. You know, it's like, but at the same time, I'm like, what did you grow up with exactly? I mean, I grew up with the Fleischer cartoons, Superman the Animated Series, those 90s comic books, Lois and Clark. I wasn't a Smallville guy. Some people did, you know?
Yeah, I think you and I are the only 2 people that do not care about Smallville. Something about it is like, I know, Willie. I know.
Yeah,
but the thing is, like, I grew up to piggyback on what Dave said. I grew up with George Reeves. I'm 51 years old.
Yeah,
and that was corny, you know, lighthearted.
So you saw Superman and the Mole Man.
I'm sorry.
You saw Superman and the Mole Man.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Mole Man?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I'm 51.
I mean, I
grew up with George Reeves too.
It's like I say that because, like, not to cut you off, but like I say that because, like, I can relate, because some of the first Batman things I ever watched, not only the animated series, but the 2 black and white films with Robert Lowry and Lewis Wilson.
Correct.
So yeah,
and Adam West. That was my introduction to Batman too.
Yes, that was.
And the thing is, like, all of these were cheesy and corny, but you know, as time progressed, you know, things change. I didn't hold on to any of them. Like, to me, I always felt, okay, DC. I was a Marvel and DC guy, but then I just gravitated towards more DC. But I always felt that DC was not a monolith. Like, you cannot say that they are one thing. Like that, they are supposed to be gritty, dark, or whatever. They're not supposed to be jokey or hokey or funny. I always thought it's whatever the director wanted to do with his character, and that's why I love what Zack Snyder did. I hated what they did with Brandon Routh, but before that, I liked what Chris Reeve did with his character. So you know, it's. If you do that, if you allow yourself to enjoy those versions, then you free yourself from this all this fucking hate that you are feeling because you are only fixated on Zack Snyder version, which is a very valid version in my opinion. But you cannot be just fixated in that one thing, because then you're gonna cheat yourself out of greatness. Because there could be another director that can, like, this next film can be the greatest thing. A film can be anything. It can be a piece of shit, but the fact that I'm allowing myself to enjoy this film or go in with an open mind is freeing myself from just being held bound by whatever Zack Snyder did. No, I'm receptive to this idea. Is it good? Do I like it? Did I enjoy it? Yes, fine, it's good. And I think there's some freedom into that.
Oh yeah,
yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I think to kind of piggyback off that, looking at just the history, specifically, definitely like Batman, Superman, maybe a little bit of Spider-Man too, but he came about 20 years later. These characters can show you that while characters can thrive throughout history, they can change. And with that change comes new generational fans, and it comes with its own kind of territory, its own stamp in pop culture. And I think when it comes to Superman specifically, like, I grew up with the Fleischer stuff. I grew up with the animated series, and I grew up largely with Justice League. And I wasn't really too large on some of the live action things. Like, I really didn't like Smallville. I tried Lois and Clark very rarely, and I didn't
like that either.
I was just like, okay, cool, it's another fucking Superman TV show, great, whatever. And I walked out of Superman Returns, and I was just like, well, that was a Superman movie, I guess. And like, my uncle was like, yeah, no, it doesn't hold a candle to that first film with Christopher Reeve. And I was like, I don't even really like that all that much, because it looks kind of cornball. But that was the fucking point of the movie back then, And through what Zach did, and even to a lesser extent Christopher Nolan, is when it finally clicked in my head, like, there can be different versions of these characters, and they are all valid. And I think a lot of fans get caught up in what they think is the definitive version of these characters, and that's honestly, hey, more fucking power to you.
It's their version. That's the key thing. It's their version, and I'm never gonna. I don't think anyone's here saying your version is the wrong version. No, that's your opinion, and you're validated to it. Just the same thing that we've said over and over and over again. If you don't like a version, but you like another one, guess what? Focus on that version. Say, I don't care for much for this version. It's not my Superman. Like you said, Ben, about Smallville. William said it about Smallville. Same thing for you, Phil, at that point. And I know, Dave, you haven't seen it. I mean, I watched Smallville. There are some good things about Smallville I like, and there are some really bad things about Smallville that I was like, well, those were choices that were made. But I have so many different versions of Superman that I like that guess what? I'm gonna say, hey, I'm in this mood. I'm in a Red Sun mood. I'm gonna read Red Sun.
And look at that. You have that option. But I was gonna say, Chris, but I'm like, but if Christopher McQuarrie got his Superman movie, and if it went today, it would make $1 billion.
No, it wouldn't.
I would just like to say, I would just like to say, the news that is circulating from that interview with Horowitz, I knew that shit 7 years ago. Just saying.
That happened. We knew this happened before.
7 years ago.
This is fucking not new. Like, if
you can tell that these are new Snyder cultists.
For sure.
No, but that was obviously they were making Fallout, and obviously he was working with Cavill, and obviously they were bouncing ideas, and Cavill had some input, obviously. But it was just like that's one of the things I was like, you guys realize this was like pitched like 7 years ago. This is like after Justice League. Correct. And then I started going, okay, well, what freedoms did he have? Like, what did he use that was coming previous? Is this directly after Justice League? Or, is it just a standalone thing? Is it just, let's ignore, BVS and Justice League and that whole dying thing. Let's just base it off of, or is it just, there's certain things I started going, well, what about this? Everybody's focusing on, oh my God. And then a lot of the people are going, oh, we could have had Tom Cruise as Green Lantern. I'm going, are you fucking kidding me? This would have totally outshined the Superman you love.
Oh, yeah.
Would have marketed this movie just like they marketed Spider-Man Homecoming with RDJ.
Yep.
It was like, it would just be like, hey, look who's in this movie.
RDJ is in it.
Yeah. And I'm like, I never liked the idea of Tom Cruise as Hal Jordan. Like, I'm not saying I would have hated it, but anytime that I got asked about that, I went, no, I don't want him to be Hal Jordan. I think it's too on the nose because you're thinking Maverick, and he's a fucking fighter pilot. And yes, he has the look, and maybe he could pull it off. But I never was on board with it for a Tom Cruise. And and it's so funny too because he never said it was Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I know.
I made the joke that, was Tom Cruise going to be it? And then people I'm not saying they just relayed off of my joke. But I think everybody just assumed because Christopher McQuarrie and Tom Cruise are just attached at the hip, comes to working together. So if he was going to have a Hal Jordan Green Lantern, it was likely going to be Tom Cruise. But I'm like, I would have fucking hated that, to be honest. I would have been like, what the fuck? If it got greenlit, I would have just wanted a Henry Cavill Superman movie with Amy Adams, hopefully some Brainiac. And have Eisenberg. I know you don't like that, Everts, but we could have had some some Eisenberg Lex Luthor in there too. There could have been a lot of things that I but at the same time, that's what I kind of wonder. I was like, what was? I want to know more details besides.
I can provide some tea on that.
Okay.
So when I asked, McQuarrie and I DM'd way back in 2018, right?
Oh, you told me about this, I think.
Yeah. So I've told this story a few times, but I believe the phrasing he used was either soft sequel or soft reboot, i.e., things would have been canon, but he was going to do his own story, much in the same vein of James Gunn picking up the baton of Suicide Squad from David Ayer and running something like that.
They would have loved that.
Yeah, but whether or not you had Jesse Eisenberg and Amy Adams come back, I think that's kind of up in the air. I would imagine so, because just look at Mission Impossible and the time that he worked on those movies and the callbacks he did from previous iterations involving older characters. I think Amy Adams and Jesse Eisenberg probably would have been present. I also think that the inclusion of Green Lantern maybe would lean towards a more galactic villain, maybe Mongol, maybe Brainiac. I'm not really sure, but he talks about it kind of being big in scale. He also talks about Superman being his own worst enemy and the only obstacle that he should be. And I think that's a pretty brilliant way of approaching the character.
Well, that's how he kind of he explained it in even that video where it's in that interview. Yeah. He's like, his own worst enemy is himself.
Now, I don't think, this is probably crazy to say, but I don't think it would have been Tom Cruise as Green Lantern, but I do think that Tom Cruise probably would have produced the movie.
That could have, you could be right with that. Maybe Tom Cruise wouldn't have wanted to do it. And, and that was another thing I was thinking about too, when it came to this whole thing, because my whole thing was like, wait, you guys want a Tom Cruise Green Lantern? I was making the joke about it, but people were actually going, showing the art and showing oh my God, we were robbed. And I'm going, whoa, we were not robbed. But at the same time, you bring up a good point too, is okay, maybe Tom Cruise, even just because Tom Cruise just seems like a genuine and nice guy, he wouldn't have wanted to do that because he knows that, hey, that would totally take away from Cavill, and they would try to market it as, hey, Tom Cruise, this is a Tom Cruise movie, that Green Lantern featuring Henry Cavill Superman. I don't know. That's the way I just kind of looked at it. But I like what you said right there was the fact that, but if he puts his, name on it for being a producer, that adds value to it without outshining the main character.
Yeah,
which I mean, that's really cool.
Think about it. Tom Cruise produced a Superman movie that in and of itself just sells in a way. That. And then, of course, you have the dipshit in charge, Toby Emmerich, going, nah, I'm good. It's like, you fucking idiot. Good job.
Fuck those guys. Those guys, I mean, I don't know what the hell they had. They had such a hate boner with all the stuff, Snyderverse and Cavill. And it doesn't even make sense. Why? Because
none at all.
There has to be something bigger than that, stuff that we don't know about.
The Cavill, take your girl. What are we doing here?
Something must have happened between their relationship, because just leaving money on the table just didn't make doesn't.
There should have been two Cavill sequels.
Oh, there should have been a trilogy or Justice League.
Standalone
Superman. Justice League things,
It's ego. This thing spun out of their control and out of their creative credibility, as far as Zack Snyder's movies, became a life of their own and kind of went on a direction of their own, and they didn't really like that. Guys like Emmerich and Sarnoff are people who are in control from beginning to end, and they're not somebody who came up through a process with these IPs like a Feige. Feige respected how these things need to be handled and what kind of freedoms he could hand out. Whereas these guys are they're old Hollywood. They're old Hollywood, and when things started to go viral, it was not something they could rein in or take credit for. and that's what it was, and that's why when they took over, they didn't touch any of those characters, because those characters, because of what they had done, they had kind of made those characters radioactive. They never came back to these certain things. Like, Superman went into the witness protection program for 5 years. Why? Because I don't think that management thought that they could touch those characters without being skewered, so they just left them for dead.
The thing is that they the smartest thing that Warner Brothers has done was creating DC Studio.
Yep.
Because to your point, whatever issues they have with Zack Snyder or Henry Cavill, all that shit wouldn't have matter if they had a separate studio, because the studio would say, no, that movie makes sense, so we're making that fucking movie. So in those cases would have been whatever is Man of Steel 2 or 3, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So the issue was that they didn't have that, and that's why they held on to any sequels, any possibilities, or seeing that universe fully fleshed out for whatever reason. So I think having the studio was the smartest thing that they ever did, because that is the only reason why we didn't get those sequel from.
If they would have had it already in line, and Zach should not have been running it. He wasn't gonna. He has his own production company, but the fact that if whoever was running that studio would have allowed the filmmaker to do whatever the fuck he wanted, it should have been that. And like going on your point, and like one of the things that I thought about too, like when it came to all this, is like obviously these suits, they wanted they saw what Christopher Nolan did with the Dark Knight. Batman, the Dark Knight trilogy, and obviously they wanted more. I mean, this was like even a different group back then. They wanted more. They're like, hey, can you do that Superman again? Christopher Nolan was like, no, that's a little too much for me. I know a guy. Let's get this guy who did Watchmen. He knows how to handle this shit. Did that, kept everybody at bay. And one of the things that worked against Zach that did not work against like Kevin Feige and Marvel Studios. And I think Kevin Feige, just because Kevin Feige was producing all that, is he was like, yeah, we're not going to have $1 billion movie right off the bat. Let's let it breathe a little bit. Let's let it, let's let it get to a certain point. And I think Marvel Studios being where they were at 10 years ago, and DC trying to catch up to it. But Zach was going, well, let's tell this story. And now we have people going, oh, wow. I mean, have you gone back and watched BVS, the Ultimate Edition? It's kind of fucking good. If you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, we're not getting more of this. I mean, I still see there's still people to this day on YouTube that are reacting to Zack Snyder's Justice League and going, what the fuck? What? We're not getting this. Whoa. He was on it somehow.
But it goes back to the studio, because the studio as a whole gets a budget, right? So okay, make whatever the fuck you want with this. Too. Yeah. So, but Warner Brothers, everything was under the Warner Brothers umbrella. So they looked at this film. Okay, this one film didn't work. So the studio, this universe is now generating the income that we want, right? But if you put it in a separate silo, put them on the DC studio, and now we give you this budget, and they can miss the mark with 1 or 2 films, but it's still part of the DCU, and then the third film will make fucking bank and will offset whatever loss that they had there on the previous one. But having that separate is what the difference maker now for the studio.
And what some people don't realize too is, because I've seen people go like, "Oh yeah, James Gunn, he canceled the Ayer cut. Oh, he doesn't want to release the Schumacher cut."
What? No.
Yes. Oh, I've seen that shit. I'm like going, you guys realize he has no control of the Ayer cut
whatsoever
or the Schumacher cut. Those are Warner Brothers films.
Yeah.
He only has control on anything that's DC Studios. He has zero. Yes, he met up with David Ayer and stuff like that, and was the guy of like, hey, this is, we're trying to get some wins here. Maybe something could happen and blah, blah, blah.
And here's the thing.
Yeah.
He didn't have to meet with him. He didn't have to watch.
But he met with him.
He
good
took
point.
the time to
He didn't have to meet with anybody.
Time to do it. I get say what you want about anything. Like nobody had to have made James Gunn to do anything.
Yeah,
anything. He did it because he was just trying to make win. Does anything that we have all seen of James Gunn, is this the man that's going to be like doing things to make the monkey hit the right button? No.
Yeah.
Like that analogy. That's
no, you said it. You hit it right on the head. He didn't have to meet with any of them.
No,
but he met with Gal, with Henry, with Jason,
with
Ben.
Yeah.
And he didn't have to do all of that. He could have just been an asshole and say, fuck all of you.
That.
I'm doing my own fucking thing.
I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain now. Exactly. but he gave them the option, hey, maybe you could, be part of this universe in this capacity. Mm-hmm. So even then he offered them an olive branch. But people don't see it that way. That was a very good point that you made. That he didn't have to do none of that.
That's a good point. Yeah, it really is a good point. Yeah. But I just love it when people are putting that on him. I'm like, no, anything DC Studios, he has say. He has no say on anything when it comes to Warner Brothers' own products. It's like those movies. Yeah, I mean,
he can give his opinion, and it's up to them.
He could totally put it out there. Yeah, but at the same time, he has zero control. When people are blaming him for the Schumacher, I've seen that for the Schumacher.
I'm like, what? It's like, guys, a movie made in 1995 had a
by Warner Brothers,
Warner Brothers Pictures.
He has no say. I mean, it sucks too because they were going to be screening it in LA.
Yeah, that was
yesterday. It was supposed to be in LA. But they were trying to keep it secret. But then, of course,
when you advertise it,
they should have advertised it a week before.
My bad.
It was too late for them to cancel it.
I thought it was. I didn't even think about that. I was like, oh, that's not. They didn't give the okay with that. Oh,
yeah. Are you talking about that? The
LA.
The Schumacher cut.
Yeah.
Wow. Listen, I feel awful for anybody who planned something and it doesn't go through. I'll say that right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know how they got to where they got to without getting that go ahead, that public performance.
I know.
I've done this over 400 times, where even our Rocky Horror Picture Show, which we deal with the same people every single month, we have to get a public performance license for all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Prior to the promotions and stuff that we just got the outright permission to show certain things on, we had to get public performance license, and they ask you a bunch of questions too. They ask you what version you're going to show. I mean, we went over this on our show the other night because, like I said, I feel awful for somebody who he had tickets and stuff printed out. But how do you get to the point where you're 11 days out without getting that okay with the public performance license? I mean, because it's a process, and it's sometimes it's not just you asking them and they say yes. Sometimes we've gone through processes here where it's like 2.5, 3 months, and then sometimes there's conflicts of interest. Sometimes there's non-theatrical venue licenses, and then there's large theatrical licenses, and sometimes those end up being 2 different companies that are farmed out. There's so much that goes into this, and it takes a while sometimes.
Yeah,
I'm surprised, and a lot of times. There are times when the companies, the studios, won't ignore you, but once you get to a certain size and a certain notoriety, or it gets published to the point, then sometimes they will jump in simply because it's called brand confusion, and they'll actually put that in your contract. Sometimes you have to agree not to create brand confusion because you're not the only licensee. But once you start getting to the point where you're doing something this big, the layman is not going to know that you're not a direct representative of the company sometimes. And even if you explicitly say it, it's not necessarily hard. And then we'll say, well, they're not charging any money. Doesn't matter. Public performance, I've done stuff for charity, and I've still had to get that public. Now, there are times when they can waive that for you. Like if you're doing for a charity, we've done stuff for cancer. I mean, we've done stuff like that where they waived it or they've given us a massive discount, but you still have to get their permission or the permission of their intermediaries. You just can't get past that. And it's a massive lawsuit too. I mean, they did them a favor, to be honest with you. If they had actually done it and actually screened the movie, I think they would have been harder on them, because now the copyright infringement actually happened. Yeah. Whereas opposed to they just gave them a cease and desist.
So I have to ask this. How did Kevin Smith get away with it?
Kevin Smith has connections within places where he can get a yes, because when you're in that industry, because I've known that when we did it, we've had certain people come out here who are not big stars, but they were connected within the industry. And sometimes the licensor sees that person as someone that's not going to misrepresent their product versus not some random person, but somebody outside the industry who, I mean, it's what cut is it? Do they have, is it something that Warner Brothers, there's a lot of questions that Kevin Smith, you pick up the phone, a studio would be like, Kevin Smith, hey, we've worked with you before, you're Kevin Smith. What's this?
He advertised it as the Schumacher cut though?
No, he was
Kevin
very
Smith
particular on his wording.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Not only that,
so
he in a way he said it. The way he said it, he basically said like, we will be showing a certain cut of a certain movie
at my house,
right? But he wasn't very explicit about that. So maybe there's some legality about.
It's also we're talking about a theater chain doing something like this versus someone who owns and operates their own independent.
They can kind of ignore it. They can kind of turn a blind eye to what he was doing. They couldn't with this.
And maybe he was just smarter about it, about his film on his movie theater.
And he can come off like a rebel and everything like that because that's who his persona is. But he's also a very savvy businessman, and, and to your point, William, he has the connections. You're Kevin Smith, who's worked with studios before, that knows how to play the game versus someone who just, I'm just going to take it and advertise it. You're rubbing their nose in it, and they don't like that.
Right. Yeah, and you got a theater involved. So and they sent the cease and desist order to everybody, but usually if they don't want you doing it, they can send it to the theater because the theater's the liable party. So say if once I'm licensed and I do something that's against that contract, they can pull my license or they can come after me because I misrepresented their brand. Dude, I'm a fucking moron. And when I looked at that process that I had to go through to get certain movies, man, it's blinding, but you have to do it. And like I said, you send it in and sometimes you ain't getting an email back. Sometimes for like 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month. And you have to wait until you get that yes from them. Then you start advertising your day. And by the way, there's a lot of rules of how you can advertise certain movies. We can't do print advertisement. We can't do any motion advertise. I can't advertise it on our channel. There's
probably no merchandise.
Each thing has a different set of rules, and you have to respect that. And I saw, listen, I'm no defender of Warner Brothers Studios, but they own the IP.
Right.
That's the bottom line. They own the IP.
I thought James Gunn did. What? Oh,
no, and I think people don't understand. I think maybe that was, and I don't want to I don't know these guys, and I wish them. I hope they get it worked out. But at the same time, it's a very tricky thing. You have to know once you decide to say, Dave, Evil Dead. Evil Dead was a prime example we brought up the other night. I wanted to do the Evil Dead, the first 3 Evil Deads, right? I had to get permission from 2 different companies because Evil Dead is by one company, and then Army of Darkness and Evil Dead 2 are by a different one. And I had a conflict between those two because they were wondering, well, how are you going to advertise this? Because this one, it's a whole process of like a lot of emails, and then you finally get your yes. Then you say, okay, this is what's going to happen here. And then everything you do, right? So the advertisement, you have to give them links to everything. So they have to be able to go on my Instagram. They have to go on everything and make sure that I'm advertising exactly the way that they gave me permission to. Yeah. That IP is on loan for me. So I don't know how they got within 11 days of it to not have that done. That astounds me. But I don't wish them any ill. I hope, you know what? Maybe if it's a miscommunication, they can call me. Hey, it was an oversight. Didn't ask for permission. If that's a version that they want in circulation, though, too, that's another question. I don't know if they not only have a problem with the use of their IP without their permission, or do they have another problem with is that an approved version? Is that something that's they want out?
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing too. Is like I mean, it's not like it's the actual. It's like it's going to be flawless. It's going to have stitched in deleted scenes that have the film grain and all this kind of shit that you can find online. It's not like, because, the version that Kevin Smith showed was, it was stitched together. Like it was stitched in those scenes where they thought, oh yeah, this is where it goes. And this, and it's very notable, like the audio is not great. There's no fucking score. There's a lot of things that are, that are not good when it comes to that, but you can find all those scenes online. You can just search it and you just find all the deleted scenes. They just took those scenes and stitched it together. So yeah, that's what's so weird. It's like, so obviously maybe there's going to be a plan to be like, hey, if there's enough buzz, maybe we can. And I hope so, even though I like Batman Forever how it is. I'm okay with it. I mean, we've talked about it many times, but I would be curious to see, hey, what was the overall plan, especially since I've watched all the deleted scenes. Some of them I'm like, yeah, I could see why that was deleted.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the scenes that hold the most weight are the Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson scenes that were deleted that hold a lot of weight. There's one with Batman showing up to, I forgot where it was, and there's like ladies there. It's very weird. And I'm like, yeah, you can keep that one out there. I don't give a shit about that one, but it's what Schumacher was trying to add to the character, and even what Val Kilmer was loving about the character. But and Bruce like dealing with that red book. It was all about that red book. That's why originally it was called the Red Book Edition.
And you brought up a point there, Dave, that I like the film for what it is and what it presented me with. I'm intrigued by what this whole idea of it and things like that. But guess what? If it ever does come out in a wide release, people are still going to be like, I really like what the theatrical cut. Great, it's there. You can do that.
I'm not going to. Same thing happened with Superman 2 in the Donner cut.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Some people are like, I
don't care for the Donner cut.
See,
right How dare you?
Yeah,
get out.
I don't.
You are now ostracized.
You're not alone. There's a lot more people that don't like
it. A lot of people that like that theatrical. Yes.
Yeah.
I saw the theatrical in the theater. I'm okay with that.
So good.
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah.
It's not like the Justice situation. I will never watch Justice ever again.
I mean, for charity, maybe, but I don't know to watch that. I mean, we watched it for charity. I would watch it. Not everything.
I like the Jim Lee Steel book. I mean, I do like that. You know, of that version. That's the only thing I really do like.
I don't like Superman 2.
Shut your mouth. Just kidding.
I don't like Superman 2 at all. I don't really care for the Donner cut or the Lester cut. I don't really like that movie. I really don't.
You like Superman 2, period?
Like that at all. No, I only really like the first film from Donner. Those other three to me are just they're hard to watch.
Anything after 2 I don't recognize.
I have a soft spot for Superman 4 because Nuclear Man.
Sure, absolutely. I get that.
I fucking hate that movie. And I hated it. I didn't hate it when I was a kid, but then after I got older and I watched it and I saw the same fucking scene replayed, I was like, what the fuck is this? Yeah.
I can't really watch either of those, but I will just say, to Dave's point about the Red Book, there is a fan edit of Batman Forever called the Red Book Edition, where they do stitch some of the deleted scenes back into the film. There's some red recoloring of certain other scenes, and it's a fan edit. It's a pretty solid one, I'll give it that. But from what I understand, the Red Book Edition and the Schumacher cut are two different things. Like there are scenes in the Schumacher cut that are not in the Red Book Edition, even though both have deleted scenes from them. But what Schumacher did, I think the cut that Kevin Smith showed was like assembly cut A or like cut A.
Yeah.
It's like cut A or something.
Yeah, it's not like the quote unquote full what is people have understood as the Schumacher cut.
Right.
It's a version of it.
Ultimately, the biggest thing that was scrapped was this subplot, because there's the plot of Batman going after Two-Face and Riddler. There's the plot of Robin getting vengeance on Two-Face. There was a plot of Bruce Wayne coming to terms with like what happened, the death of his parents, that red book, his father's diary. The majority of that was pretty much just fucking gutted from the final film.
Yeah.
The biggest scene being cut from that was like when Bruce wakes up after getting shot in the head. Apparently he has amnesia. And he goes into the cave and he finds the book and he comes face to face with the giant bat and he realizes, I'm Batman, Alfred. And you get
in the trailer.
Yeah, and then he becomes Anzaru.
In the Seal music video, in the YouTube music video, where he was like,
yeah, oh yeah, he used it there too.
I was like,
it was in the first trailer though.
It was.
Oh yeah, it was in the trailer too. Yeah.
Apparently, there's also
they do that.
Bits of dialogue from Two-Face that are slightly different. I'm basing this all off of what the guys over at Epic Film Guys podcast.
Epic Film.
And
they saw it. Yeah,
they said
they're the ones that gave me the information too. Like when I posted, like, oh wow, when it was posted that, and they were passing around. They're like, oh yeah, they heard that the theater didn't want it to be like a big thing because they were showing the exact cut that Kevin Smith showed. They didn't want it to be a big thing because they were going to get in trouble. And then of course it got passed around like crazy on, social media. So that's what happened. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Phil.
Oh no, you're good. Like,
yeah.
There is not that much of a difference in terms of portrayals from Jim Carrey or Tommy Lee Jones, from what I understand. Like, there are things that are different, and I was actually listening to a buddy of mine talk about Batman Forever on his show, and there's a large portion of fans who agree that Tommy Lee Jones is more or less kind of doing a poor man's Joker, and I can understand that.
I would also keep up with Jim Carrey. That's what I've always felt.
100%. That is a
Jim Carrey has expressed many times, or not many times, but he's expressed in interviews that, Tommy Lee Jones hated me.
Yeah, I believe the exact quote was, "I cannot sanction your buffoonery."
Yeah.
Oh, you saw the interview with who passed away?
Val Kilmer,
comedian.
No. Fuck.
Comedian?
Oh, Widow Hamilton.
Hamilton. What?
Yeah, he had this joke. Widow Hamilton. She made a nice cake. What's his name? Oh my god! Hold on 1 second. I'm drunk.
He'll get it.
Yeah, I know.
He passed away from cancer a couple of years ago. We love him.
McDonald?
Norm McDonald. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just keep guessing, people. You'll get it.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he had this fucking amazing joke about this old lady that makes apple pies. Anyway, yeah. So just piggybacking on what Phil said. Yeah, he had one time Jim Carrey on his show. Yeah, and he talked about how much Tommy Lee Jones hated him.
I will just say, like, there are hints and shades of Tommy Lee Jones actually doing something. What's the word I want to use here? Spiritually resonant with who Two-Face is. There are moments there where you actually can see where he is a man struggling with a dual identity. And then there's the hammy bullshit that he just gets loud and fucking crazy and just do it all manner of whackness.
Could one call it getting nuts?
Oh man. I mean, that's the thing, is like, yeah, if somehow Schumacher and Schumacher probably even maybe tried to like reel him in, man, I mean, they could have, there could have been a little bit more of like, a better, I mean, the character of Two-Face, I mean, he's like, but I don't know. It's but at the same time, I still appreciate it. Again, I like Batman Forever for what it is, because it's just like, they went this different direction, and there's things like, but at the same time, I'm like, I mean, they probably, if they could have reeled Tommy Lee Jones in where he wasn't so trying to essentially do a Joker version of Two-Face, and they, maybe that's what they initially wanted, and they thought, we're gonna get Tommy Lee Jones, he's gonna give us that, and he just probably was like, fuck it, I'm just getting a paycheck, and I have to sit through like 3 hours of makeup, and I'm gonna fucking just whatever, I'm just gonna go crazy with this, and I don't like working with this guy, and he's just like, but I'm like, it's just so weird to me though. It's like, Tommy Lee Jones, like, come on. This is your craft. This is what you do. You probably got paid pretty handsomely for that. And why are you gonna like just be a dick and not? I don't know. It sucks that's the case. But.
I'm pretty sure he's either second or third billing, because I know it's Val Kilmer.
Yes,
and then it's either Jim Carrey or he's second billing. Yeah, so he probably got paid pretty handsomely for this. And like I said, there are moments in his performance, like in the very beginning when you see him fucking taunting that guard.
Oh yeah, that's a good yes.
Yeah,
and he's hiding the other face when he's like, you see the flipping of the coin, and then he's just like the way that he talks. But
counting on our winged Avenger to save you from our friend, like all that is great. Or even like when he's in his hideout with Sugar and Spice, and he's like, before he like goes into driving us insane, like he's talking very melancholy to himself because he's literally just fucking split right down.
I think that would have hit even harder if they had shown Harvey before he became Two-Face.
Right, because you only get that little bit.
We only got a Manila
TV
folder
footage.
shot.
Which was not a really good thing. It was like, that's how you're gonna show it, and then Batman leaping over like
all of a sudden he's in court.
Yeah, he's in court, and Batman just shows up and tries to leap and save. I was like,
Batman tried to hit him.
So Batman was just sitting back there in the courtroom, just by himself, like, "Hey, yeah, I'm just here."
If there was anything
there was a shot where he's talking to Batman. He said, "Bruce, you always been a good friend." I'm like, motherfucker, what did you build this for?
You're sick, Harv.
It was the last scene that he had where Batman goes like, "Hey, you want to flip your coin before you decide to shoot us?"
Yeah.
And then and that's where he goes like, "Yeah, you've always been a good friend, Bruce. You know, blah 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 blah. You know." So, but that scene. But when they showed the TV where you see Batman just leap over the fucking. Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck was Batman just chilling?
He just showed up.
It was in a movie that takes some cues from 66. That was definitely a moment where you're like, this is something Adam West would probably do.
Yeah.
you could see a version of this movie.
I want to see the entire scene where everybody shows up into the courtroom and Batman just walks in and sits in the back and just chills like, okay, just here to see what happens with Maroni.
I would love to see that footage because I feel like that's something Val Kilmer, but like Val Kilmer is clearly in that fucking suit doing that. They had to have shot it. So I would love to just see everyone almost like in a very unserious way, like Man of Steel did it BVS did it very seriously with Superman, just the complete fucking reverse tonality of it with Batman, just Batman walking in straight as an edge, just fucking sitting down, and everyone's just like,
yeah.
I'll give you an add-on to that. Let's see an SNL skit of that.
Oh, now you're talking.
You know, that's prime SNL territory to do that.
And you know who you get to play Batman? George Clooney.
He will absolutely do
it. Hey, are you?
Hey, listen, do not shit on that Clooney Batman because I think I made a short on my Real Anarchy channel. Just kidding.
Hey,
but anyway, no, I did say that was the most fantastical Batman ever made.
Oh yeah,
because it had Bane. Poison Ivy. Yeah.
Freeze.
Mr. Freeze. How the fuck do you fuck that up?
You know what? They were trying. I mean, if you look at Batman and Robin,
66 there. That was
they were trying.
They were going 66 100% with that film. 100%.
I've always said this about Batman and Robin more specifically than Batman Forever because I'm like Dave. I actually like Batman Forever for what it is.
Yeah.
Batman and Robin was a much better movie on paper than it was executed.
Oh yeah, you were on paper. Yeah, that would sound
because like you have the idea of like Poison Ivy and Mr. Freeze teaming up, right? Like they team up, they fucking freeze Gotham, make a whole new fucking world. Bane's their enforcer. It's like, oh yeah, put this under like an animated series coat of paint. The whole fucking dynamic and tone of that
different
changes.
Yeah. You're right.
Because you think about Poison Ivy on the shoulders of Bane walking down the fucking street or so, whatever. You know what I mean? So on paper, it does sound far better,
right?
What we got?
Yeah, I mean, but you know, I can even sit there and and watch. I mean, I might have to have a drink or 5 to watch Batman and Robin. But I mean,
get an 18-pack.
Yeah, you might have to have
like. Are you waking up anytime soon after that?
Know, Jesus Christ!
I mean, hard there.
Clooney was a good Bruce Wayne. We can, he was a pretty good Bruce Wayne. But I mean, overall, I mean, the things that worked in Batman and Robin was the Alfred and Bruce stuff. Like when Alfred was dying, and I love that. I love that scene where Bruce or George
try to save him.
Looking down the hallway, and he sees him as a little kid falling down, and Alfred goes, "Oh, did you hurt yourself, Master Wayne?" and blah blah blah. So that part was cool, but then all the other decisions were like, What?
The bat skates.
What?
Hey, I saw an interesting TikTok where Alicia Silverstone's son found a statue of her cleaning out her office at that point of her said, "Hey, did you realize your mom used to be Batman or Batgirl?"
Oh shit,
That's awesome.
That's hilarious.
And like all of a sudden, like she asked Alfred, "Sue old Alfred, like, bitch, do you know that he's the one that makes the suits?"
Uncle Alfred.
Well, that's what. Well, first off, they made her like the fucking niece, which was weird.
Yeah,
you know, it was like, all right, we're gonna okay. They changed that, and then when she actually breaks into the Batcave, and you know, like when it came to Batman Forever, when Dick actually breaks into it was just like it was like sirens going off, and it was like, whoa, what the fuck? Even though it didn't make sense that when the sirens went off, like everything lit up, even the Batmobile just like rose up from. You would think everything would just get locked down, but everything's like, hey, someone entered the Batcave. Here's everything, and it was like, it was like a whole party of like, here's all the things. You know, I was like, that was a choice.
It's the Batplane.
Exactly. Everything just like fucking just lights
Here's
up.
The computer with everything.
I was about to say, there's no countermeasures outside of an alarm and Alfred saying you don't belong.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Is like in Batman and Robin, also we get this simulated Alfred going, intruder alert, intruder alert. And then all of a sudden it's like, Uncle Alfred, it's me. And it was like, oh, and it was like, what the fuck? Like, and he already had this suit already ready for her. Like, oh yeah, if she shows up, I already have a suit. Even though I'm dying and sick, I'm going to design this suit for my niece. You know, it's like, and then of course, suit me up, Uncle Alfred. Oh, fuck.
5-year-old me thought that was dope as fuck. 25-year-old me was like, what the fuck is going on?
We become jaded as we get older.
A little bit. Well, I can find a guilty pleasure with it a little bit, you know? I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger as, and he was top billing. That's what was funny.
Yeah.
A Batman movie.
He took a back seat.
Was top billing. But no, that's not the first time, though, because Nicholson was top billing in Batman 89.
True.
So not the first time, which is interesting. You have a movie called Batman, and the guy playing Batman is second billing. That is interesting, you know, and that, you know, it is.
That's called having having better agents than the other.
Even
very
just
true.
And like fucking Nicholson cashed out on that fucking movie.
Oh yeah, he did.
Not only did he cash out, but he made it a point to make like 2% off of every Joker merchandise.
Oh yeah, he knew what he had.
He made out like fucking bandit with that, but
like he made generational wealth with that fucking film.
Yes, he did.
The dude could have retired after that shit.
Yeah.
You know,
and like going back to Freeze though, I actually think that that scene of Freeze jamming his fucking gun down into the chimney shaft and like Batman and Robin kind of chasing him through the fucking, you know, I actually kind of like that.
Yeah,
and
me too.
And then like he freezes George Clooney's like, Robin, wait.
Robin, wait.
And
my favorite line was, you know what, Freeze the dinosaurs, the ice age. That because that was at the same time that the first Jurassic Park film came out.
Yeah.
So he was kind of taking a shot at the film.
Like
take 2 of these and call me in the morning.
Call me in the morning.
Oh my god!
Oh no, like what
you do? He did that in the hospital because he had open heart surgery.
You gonna chase me or you gonna save the
bird? Either way, I win.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I remember.
But I will say, when I was young, when I first saw that movie in the theaters, I ate it up. I ate it up.
Yeah.
I was like, "What? They have ice skates in their boots?"
Bat skates.
Dude, they just click their heels and ice skates come out.
Skates.
What?
Get it right. Bat skates.
Bat skates. Sorry. Yeah,
the hockey team from hell.
The hockey team from hell. Oh my god, that opening scene was just and then of course they're like, hey, we're gonna ride the doors of this rocket ship, and I was like, I ate it up when I was younger. I was like, that's cool, but then of course you get older, you go, what the fuck?
I'm Batman.
Yeah. I freeze.
You know what always bothered me, even as a kid when I watched it, when it was Batman Forever, where he took the earpiece from this guy who had a hearing aid.
Oh yeah.
And he just put it over his cow.
Yeah, like he could actually hear it.
Like, come on, guy.
Okay.
Like,
hey, that's my hearing aid.
Yeah, I'm 14. I'm not fucking stupid.
That was really dumb.
I didn't even think about that until you said it, but even still, that's one of my favorite moments in that movie, purely because, like, what is Batman gonna do in that situation? Oh, he sees a guy with hearing aid. Fuck it. Hey,
you said, hey, thanks.
That's my hearing aid, and he's just like, thanks.
Well, the best thing about that scene though is when he uses the grappling to prevent the safe from falling down. The line is perfectly where the safe just goes right back into the hole perfectly.
Oh yeah, it always goes back in.
It's almost like they reversed the frame.
You mean the shot? Like they reversed it?
Oh man, but that it's just shit like that I just go, that's fun. It's funny. I don't take it that serious. It was 1990 goddamn 5. It was 30 years
ago. Take a superhero movie seriously? Come on. What kind of fan are you?
Oh.
Well, then you get to a movie like Thor: Love and Thunder, and you're like, well, Batman and Robin is fucking cinema by comparison.
Dude.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you can't do something like Thor: Love and Thunder nowadays.
No.
And just be like, oh, this is gonna pass. By the way, did you guys see the Chris Hemsworth video, the Thor Legacy video he posted? The thing that I loved most about that was like, because I saw it, I was like, oh, cool, he's posting that. I see everybody going, Thor's dying. Thor's dying. He just confirmed Thor's dying. And I'm like, what the fuck?
That's exactly what he did. Exactly. God forbid he celebrates something he's enjoying filming.
Yeah, maybe he's went back to his first day of work and he's like, hey, I enjoyed this character. Let me post this.
It's like somebody in his crew, somebody within his, whatever, decided to, hey, you're going into probably your final movies as Thor. Yes. Mm-hmm. And he posts it to thank fans. Is like, hey, I'm about to shoot these 2 gigantic movies again. I want to thank the fans. And everybody's just going, well, he just confirmed Thor's dying. And I'm like, God, like
they just kill him.
It's all about Thor dying. Like, come on.
You know what he should come out and say? Yep, he's dying, and just let it and just drop that.
Just fart on the elevator and walk out.
Yeah. Just drop the hammer. Drop the hammer like it was a mic. Just drop the hammer. Boom.
That's what you use social media for. You use it to screw with people because why not?
I'm kind of wondering what the response was from him. Like, oh shit, everybody's just saying they're just assuming I'm just announcing that he's dying. That's what's so funny. And that should ignite him. Be like, hey, give me another Thor movie. Give me some more. Like, what? Am I really dying? I don't know. It was just so funny to see that. I'm like, I when I first saw it, I was like, oh, cool. And I watched it. I'm like, that's a cool little montage of him. And then I just see all these fuckers going, Thor's dying. He's dying. It's confirmed. I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys, pump the brakes. Can we just have a little fun here?
I think we're probably gonna get in all seriousness, after him posting that, and even then, I've been saying it for a while. If you want Doctor Doom to make an impression on someone, you have him kill someone of power.
Like Thanos whoop Thor's ass. That was like a statement.
Thanos whooped the Hulk's ass, but you're right.
That was a statement. I'm here to fuck everybody up. So him killing Thor, that would be. You're right.
Now here's the thing. It's gonna be, and I'm not saying here's what I think is going to happen. I think it's going to be in front of Loki before Doom goes after Loki. It's going to be almost a reverse of the opening of
Thanos and killing.
Right. Yeah. Like Thanos kills Loki in front of Thor. I think Doom is going to kill Thor in front of Loki.
That's pretty good. I like that.
I like that actually
because even that would be
high stakes,
perfect Because think about back to that conversation of Loki and Iron Man back all the way to Avengers 1. It would be that perfect full circle moment for both of those characters or those actors more specifically.
How many fucking full circle moments we got in with Marvels and then you show up anyway?
Fair point.
We're gonna get way more.
But that would be cool.
But at the same time, I'm just kind of going guys, duh. I mean, when it comes to Doomsday and Secret Wars, I think a lot of people are not going to return after this. I think that's pretty established that this is going to be a soft reboot. They're from what we're gathering is like, okay, the Fox X-Men is going to get wrapped up. We're going to get like a, hey, final send off with that. And we're probably going to get a final send off with some of the remaining characters of the MCU. Mm-hmm. And Thor, I mean, we already got a send off for Tony and Steve. So Thor is next in line. The one under that is Bruce. It's like, and then of course there's a rumor that he's going to be showing up in Spider-Man Brand New Day. And I'm going,
sorry.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but I love it when people are like saying, "Oh yeah, he's going to be a mentor," and I'm on. If this is true,
another mentor?
Yeah, we don't need another mentor. We don't need another.
Literally got upstaged by a dead guy's glasses in his second movie as Spider-Man. I waited so long and endured this to get Spider-Man. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Be his own man.
One movie, it's give me one movie. Where it's not, he's not, sitting on the lap of some other senior Avenger or whatever. Just give me one movie. If we want to go in that direction later on, just give me that one movie.
I hear your gripe, but I will offer this, and I know Chris and I are probably in lockstep on this. I do think that someone from the MCU is probably going to show up in Brand New Day.
Of course.
I do not think it's Banner as Hulk. That makes zero fucking sense.
Yeah, to me either.
None at all.
I think it's She-Hulk. Let's just call it right.
Okay, sure.
Oh God,
Chris is the Marvel alumni here. He fucking knows best.
If anything, I think Daredevil will show up.
That'd be great.
We all want that. I don't know.
I think
we all are. I want to see there's a spider in Hell's Kitchen. We all want to see that Boss Logic poster come to life.
Like the whole thing with the animated series, that will be like chef's kiss.
I want someone on a street level basis to show up.
Yeah, me too.
I don't.
For how long though? Is this like a cameo or
I don't fucking care how long. I just want someone who is street level to show up in Spider-Man.
I don't know if that's gonna happen because I got a feeling that this Doomsday in the next Avenger game film Secret Wars, that's the swan songs, right? So I don't think the next Spider-Man film is gonna have anything that can allude to him having any more films,
right?
Because I think after Secret Wars, it's gonna be the X-Men saga, and that's gonna be the soft reboot. Even I don't think that even the Fantastic Four are gonna see their way into the rebooted MCU universe.
Oh, you think
No, I don't think so. I got a feeling like that's not.
Here's what I do think is going to happen. Marvel Studios probably won't have a San Diego Comic-Con panel. That does not rule out Sony Pictures coming in to steal the show with a potential Spider-Man showcase. Right before shooting Brand New Day.
How many times have they done that in the past?
I'm just saying the opportunity is ample because Marvel did the same fucking thing for Fantastic Four last year. It's shooting allegedly at the end of July.
Okay. Yeah, interesting.
I'm not saying.
I mean, that would be smart if you're gonna try to, hey, remember Spider-Man?
Guess
so
what?
But,
no, so does no one else.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the thing. Is like the whole Spider-Man thing's so weird because it's like No Way Home, $1 billion movies, fucking just it was great and everything.
Far From Home and No Way Home made $1 billion each.
Yeah, they're. I mean, that's the thing. It's like it's worked, but then at the same time, this whole thing with Sony is just and they're villains. But at the same time, there's a like what Williams always talked about is like Sony's always had this kind of like secret way of, hey, we're still profiting off of this shit, Sadly,
well, they're making the films.
Profiting off of Karate Kid Legends. Talk about that, William.
What's up?
Karate Kid Legends, how are they profiting off of this?
Because they probably hoarded out to 3 other platforms before they even greenlit the movie. Same way they did with Half the Spider-Man. Yeah, they're listen. I'm not approving of what these movies. There's a lot of money to be made on non-theatrical platform these days, and they see that.
Yeah.
And they know that before they greenlight a movie, they're not just talking about box office money. These guys don't stop counting the money until the money stops coming in.
Right.
And that regards where it is. So I'm not.
So basically,
I wish it weren't that way because there's no penalty for Sony fucking up. But
so basically, like if we're gonna look at this towards Karate Kid Legends, because again, I know probably none of you guys are gonna watch it till it's on streaming, but they're probably banking on that.
Never, but
yeah. But maybe they're banking on people just like because Cobra Kai is streaming. They're like going, oh yeah, people are gonna, it's gonna have a theatrical run. It'll make some money, but you won't, do anything.
I don't think it costs that much to make either.
I wonder how much.
I just got an A- in cinema score, so the audience likes it.
See, that's the thing.
It's just the volume. Is the volume going to be there, audience wise?
Yeah. It's so interesting.
With Sony, they don't have. That's neat. With Sony, they don't have. They have the luxury of not having the liability of being one of the streamers. They sell their stuff to these guys, so their money comes in.
Well, yes, but they also have an exclusive contract with Netflix to do their stuff on Netflix first before they go to other
and then it goes. So they're basically selling the same product a couple of different times.
Right.
They're getting something out of that. So
Spider-Man is the only exception purely because of the deal with Marvel Studios. If I'm not mistaken, I think it still applies because I know for a fact both Into and Across the Spider-Verse both went to Netflix. Across the Spider-Verse absolutely went to Netflix first, even before it hit. It's not even on Disney Plus, I don't think. I don't think it is.
Yeah,
Into, I think it is. I think Into the Spider-Verse is. I don't know about Across the Spider-Verse, but it doesn't really matter to me because I bought both fucking movies. I can watch them whenever the fuck I want. But to William's point, again, there's another avenue of watching the fucking movie. Buy the fucking movie, which is what Sony probably wants you to do because Sony has a large finger in that physical media pie. They distribute and make a lot of it as it is anyway. But again, when it comes to Spider-Man specifically, like it's kind of like
Across is on there.
Is it on Disney Plus?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, there you go. I know for a fact it went to Netflix not long after it's
they had it.
Yeah, they had that deal where Netflix and then it went to Disney Plus, so they got paid.
Not
twice.
Into, just Across. Only Across is on Disney Plus.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Which means they're making money on that somewhere else because every time that moves, they get paid. So it's like
right. It's what? It's probably on Amazon too because Sony Television works with Amazon.
Oh yeah,
video.
Well,
they don't talk about Spider-Man on Amazon. They just say Spider.
Spider Noir.
Yeah, they don't say man. That's
why did they not use Spider-Man with that?
What's really funny is my trailer reaction to that still hasn't got hit with a copyright.
That's good. I was worried about that for me. Like when I was streaming, I was going, I don't know if I should show the teaser because it seems like it was not officially released. But then there was nothing else from it. Like I showed a clip from it, like when that bad guy like looks and all of a sudden he like puts his goggles on, and I was like, I showed that, but I didn't show the entire thing because I was going, because that day when I was doing my stream, that's when it came out, and I went, I've been burned from this before, where something like that was a Titans, what was it, Titans season 3 or whatever the heck trailer, and I reacted to it. I was like, I was like, I don't know, let me just react to this. I mean, it just came out, and I got a fucking copyright strike because it leaked.
An actual strike.
Yeah, an actual strike.
It's wild.
It was so stupid. That was the last strike I ever got too.
Did you fight it or did it stick?
I tried to, but they were like, no. I'm like, I didn't know it fucking leaked. So that's why, like, anytime like something like that comes about, and I'm going, this wasn't posted by the official Amazon, Twitter. So I'm like, I don't know where this came from, but it didn't get it. I mean, you didn't get anything, Phil. I didn't get anything when I showed like a little shot of it. But I was worried. I was like,
the image was fine, but I know a lot of people definitely got dinged for showing the footage.
Okay, so they did get dinged.
Yeah, they got dinged for showing the footage. The image, no. Like the image of Spider-Man,
you didn't get dinged.
Still haven't got dinged. Then again, I'm not monetized, so
you're not monetized. Yeah, that's probably part of it.
Probably why.
So I was probably smart for not doing that. I just wanted to show that one part because I thought that was the coolest part of the trailer. Was like when he just like the bad guy is like looking around, and then all of a sudden, ching, he just turns on the goggles, and I was like, wow, that's a
cool shot. It's a real dope.
But shot. I still don't get why they're not calling it Spider-Man Noir. Like, wouldn't you want Spider-Man in your title as opposed to Spider Noir? But then again, it's probably Sony going, You can't. I don't know. I don't get it.
I don't know why they would do that too, because it's brand recognition.
Yeah, it's brand.
Yeah, they've been very specific. It is called Spider Noir. I don't get it at all.
Yeah. God.
It makes me wonder why the Silk Show ended up getting the axe. Like, was there some kind of overt Spider-Man reference that they ultimately? It's really weird how that show ended up getting the can, but Spider Noir moved forward very quickly, very fast. It's just interesting to me how all of that transpired. I think it was Angela Kang who was showrunning and producing that show. She came from The Walking Dead, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, like
somebody you would want for.
I have my theories, but it's
Just say Amy Pascal and Avia Dodd suck.
I'd say the world we're living. I say the world we're living in says, "Oh, we can't have that anymore."
Oh,
probably. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but no, I think when it comes to Spider-Man: Brand New Day, I think the likelihood of that having a Comic-Con presence, that would fall under the category of a few surprises. Marvel Studios may be making the movie, but Sony would be the one presenting it, because let's be honest, like Sony presented Spider-Man: Brand New Day at CinemaCon, announced, Destiny No Cretin, Tom Holland back, revealed the title of the movie. So I think, like, if they wanted to try and like mimic the Fantastic Four feeling they had right before Marvel started shooting that movie, you could do the same thing with Spider-Man here and Comic-Con. It would be a nice, like, oh well, if we're not going to get anything from Marvel Studios properly in regards to like Avengers or anything like that, this would be a nice compensation, I guess would be the best way to say it. But we'll see what happens. I also think like that would be the best place to show like the cast and who they're playing outside of Tom Holland, obviously. Like that would be, to me, that seems like the most ample way to introduce, like, here's Sadie Sink playing blah, blah, and here's so-and-so playing blah, blah.
It would be a big pivot for them in the past couple of years doing that.
I think the last, they have, I don't think not since
Amazing.
I was going to say Venom Let There Be Carnage, and they do it.
True.
They had like footage and Tom Hardy there, I think.
Yeah.
But that was 4
years
ago.
Spider-Man proper, not.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, they haven't done Spider-Man proper at Comic-Con in years. Because every other Spider-Man announcement pertinent to this version of Spider-Man has just been outside of Comic-Con and an announcement or something or other. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But Chris, I know you need to go. You need to bow out. You gotta go. You gotta go to Bloodhaven and fight some crime.
Fight some crime. Hang out with Oracle and all that jazz. Right?
Knock the blockbuster down a few pegs. Yeah.
Exactly.
But thanks for showing up as usual.
As always, gentlemen. Thank you, Dave, for having me on. Good seeing you guys. I hope you all have a great weekend and see y'all next week.
For sure.
All right,
later, Chris. Later. Follow him. But Comic-Con's going to be interesting because DC Studios is going to have a presence there, but what kind of presence? Who knows? It's so interesting because, like, again, July is just so stacked. You got two big movies from two of the big comic book studios, and obviously, it's a week after Superman? Is it a week after Superman?
Yeah, about a week.
So
it's the weekend of Fantastic Four.
Yeah. So Marvel Studios could have did a whole Deadpool and Wolverine thing where it's like, hey, we're gonna show a screening, we're gonna have but at the same time it's like, it's not the same, and they're like, oh yeah, and then all we have is this, and we're filming Doomsday. That's isn't it crazy that it's gonna be a long time? There's gonna be a quite a bit of time before we get another Marvel Studios movie after Fantastic Four.
No, because technically Spider-Man Brand New Day is a Marvel Studios production.
No, I know, but I'm saying, that's not coming out until like the following summer, right?
Yeah, they're coming in 2 years from now.
It's coming out 2 years from now?
Yeah.
2026.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no. Well, Brand New Day?
Brand New Day is 2026, July 31st, 2026.
Yeah, I was like 2026. Wow. Yeah, that's a year from now. Yeah.
But
so we're gonna.
He hasn't began shooting that. I got a feeling that's gonna get.
It's gonna get postponed, just like fucking.
Yeah,
no, I don't think so. I think
they can't afford that, right?
Yeah, because he's supposed to come out before Doomsday, right?
Yes. So we're not gonna get. Oh wow. We're not gonna get another Marvel movie for another year. I mean, that's
a weird.
But
there's not even
a show.
We're not even getting a Sony Marvel movie.
Wonder
Man comes out.
Oh yeah,
Wonder Man
in December. That comes out.
And we're getting also the young lady playing Iron Man.
Yeah, Ironheart. We're getting Ironheart.
Next.
So we're getting the shows, but we're not getting any movies.
No movies, yeah.
Right. And the two shows, I'll give them a shot.
Yeah, same here.
You know,
I think James Gunn should capitalize on this because I know he's gonna be there to promote Peacemaker. So I think he should. I don't know if it's too late, but he can take.
Dude, I would not be surprised. I mean, you know what? Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good.
There's one thing that I'm like, I'm kind of going like, oh man. I mean, Superman, I think is, it's going to be a hit, but man, I'm gonna. You start promoting Supergirl. Now it's already wrapped, and you got Amelia Alcock, who was just in this new movie, and I've been seeing some clips and shots. I'm going, where did this woman come from? Like, whoa. I didn't, when she got cast, I was like, okay. And all I would really see is like, oh yeah, she's the young lady from
Rhaenyra.
The House of Dragon.
Yeah.
That's the dragon.
Young Rhaenyra.
Yeah. So, but I've been, shots from her new movie. Whoa. I'm like going, okay.
But
that's Sirens, yes. Yeah. So I'm just kind of going like, oh man. And I even seen people online going, whoa. What, Amelia Alcock? What are we doing here? She's, and I'm just kind of going, I mean, what would, there would be like an opportunity to be like, because she's going to be in Superman. So you might, right? She's supposed to show up in Superman. So,
yep.
I mean, you might as well just show something because we're probably already going to see her in the costume.
I mean, you have enough lanterns in the can to show at least something.
I think they should do it and talk about lanterns, talk about Clayface, talk about Supergirl, and whatever the secret project James Gunn is working on.
I think if we were in pre-pandemic times, that would sound more plausible, but the way that the conversations surrounding these projects have shifted in a way to where it's more of like you have pockets of getting the hype in, you know what I mean? And back then, in the days of BVS, Avengers, Age of Ultron, Civil War, like it was a lot easier to put stuff out a year or so prior to the film coming out and being like, it's coming next year, fucking get ready, right? Like now everything is so just fucking congested from the strikes and even the pandemic. Like we're still kind of reeling more so from the strikes and the pandemic, but even still, like everything's been kind of shifted and altered. Coupled that with like DC Studios becoming its own thing and things totally shifting on just that side of the fence. Whereas Marvel has been kind of humbled in the way of like, yeah, no more. We're not, you guys aren't getting your $1 billion hits like you used to. So they kind of have to readjust and strategize differently. While I agree with William in that you could present something for lanterns, you could absolutely present like a still image of Supergirl. But the fact that like we only know that there is a large Peacemaker presence at DC, and now we also know that Marvel Studios is skipping Hall H. I think if James Gunn wanted to, he could turn it into a bigger DC Studios panel if they do so wish to. I think having Peacemaker be the immediate next thing, literally a month after Comic-Con, is the larger reason why it's getting that much of a presence. He has also said, like, I think in that same interview, like, yes, I'll be talking Peacemaker, but I'll also be talking other shit, because he did it at New York Comic-Con when Commandos happened. We fucking covered that here on this show. Well, not this show.
Well, he didn't talk Superman, but he did talk about other things.
Yeah. He mentioned Supergirl lanterns. He mentioned the Superman trailer that was getting edited together prior to the December release of that trailer, But I think Chris brought it up earlier in the show that like if they were smart, they would do like a victory lap for Superman at Comic-Con in the same way that Marvel is celebrating the Fantastic Four at Comic-Con. At least that's what we're been told by the Heat Vision newsletter from Boris Kitt. So
am I the only? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Phil.
I'm finished. No, I'm going to continue rambling, Ben. Go for it, man. I need to shut up.
I was going to say, am I the only one who don't feel that the Fantastic Four is not going to hit like people think it will?
I think, to answer that question more specifically, I think the month of July is just very congested with big blockbuster opportunities. So not one of them, if one of them makes money, only one of them is going to come out on top. And I think that's just the unfortunate truth for the other two. The problem is we just don't know which one's going to be the big one. It all boils down to marketing, and it all boils down to like ticket sales and tracking. And I don't at all believe the 154 to 175 million for Superman. I think that's bullshit.
No, no sale. Tickets aren't on sale yet, right?
Right. Yeah, I hate that. I hate the long term like tracking. No, what are you basing that on?
No, because these are. I said that on my live stream on Real Anarchy.
Frank.
I think. Yeah, I forgot.
Said it on my show too, Friday Phil.
I think these are YouTubers who want to make a name for themselves, right? Because you say all these things and then you can claim it being the first one to say, okay, I was the one who put that out there, by the way. And because it's based on nothing. There was one YouTuber, I don't know if he's a YouTuber, whatever. I saw it on Twitter saying that it was between 150 something and 175.
Yeah.
And I read his posting, his whatever he posted on his website, and it's based on nothing. It's just based on his projection because of the marketing, how much people are talking about.
Box office theory.
Yeah, it's just box. Yeah, that website. But
theory being the key word.
Being the key word. Thank you. Yeah. And there's no additional information other than them theorizing. That's what's gonna be, right? Yes. Because everything, you get a real sense of what's gonna happen when the tickets go on sale. Right. And then you make a smart assessment. Okay. This many tickets were sold, so based on whatever was sold for X was the movie and the marketing money that was put in that movie, this is in comparison to what we put in this movie. That's how much we're gonna get back. That's pretty much how they do it, right? So this individual, and you're gonna get more than this. People saying that this is how much we're gonna get. So we really don't know. But one thing I'm going to say is that the marketing for Superman, I don't know if it's because I'm on a bubble and I'm in a Superman bubble, whatever. Probably I am.
Nah.
But I haven't seen this level of marketing for Fantastic Four.
No, you're right. I mean, Jesus Christ, they went to the Philippines and took a statue and put a fucking S on it. I mean,
exactly. And then they're doing the whole world. They haven't announced. I don't know if they're going to announce that at one point. But the thing is that this movie is being treated like it's poised to make $1 billion. This is the type of marketing that you put out there for a film that you're hoping or is poised to make $1 billion. Yeah. So I think Superman is in the best position to win the summer.
It definitely is. And like I said, I don't like tracking numbers before pre-sales, at least. Mm-hmm. I think pre-sales are always a good indication. You know, I do want to hear that, oh yeah, Superman broke records on pre-sales, or oh, the fucking site crashed when we, you want to hear that stuff.
Right.
But so that's why I'm even going, all right, it's a little too early, let's wait till pre-sales come out. Yeah, it sounds great. And if that happens, because if it's going to make 150 to 170 domestic, that means the internationals you can probably add like twice as much. So it would have like a $300+ million opening, and that would be great. That'd be fantastic.
It was amazing.
It would be absolutely amazing. But yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know. We'll see. The hype. There's a hype out there. I think they're doing a good job with marketing, especially kicking in the gear. And there are still people in my mentions quote tweeting going, are we being serious? Because I put, but seriously, when's the marketing going to start? And I posted that billboard shot. I love that. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I could fuck. Again, I love fucking with people.
Literally, like I said, a couple of months ago, I was on this show very show concerned because I had never seen a movie like this, but how they've done it. But that's fine. Whatever, they're gonna know what they're doing far more than me sitting behind my little wooden counter.
Oh, you mean to tell me that this is what I told you, so William, a couple of months?
No. But to be honest with you, I've never seen a superhero movie that waited this late. Be honest with you. But hey, I got a question though. And this is just a question. This is not a statement. When it comes to Fantastic Four, as far as like how they've been marketing it, how much? This is a question, not a statement. How much does the overall credibility of the MCU, when it comes to top tier A-listers, will account for their success? As far as they're a trusted brand name coming into the game.
Well, I would say that there is going to be a level of that, but at the same time, we're in a whole different era of it. I mean, because look at what Thunderbolts is kind of suffering. Like when Thunderbolts came out, I mean, I saw so much positivity. I enjoyed it.
I love that movie.
I enjoyed it, but I didn't enjoy it as much as like people were like, "Ha!" And I was like, "Well, it's fine." Like I didn't think it was.
I enjoyed the hell out of that movie.
Yeah, but then people were making it seem like, oh yeah, this movie's going to be doing great, and then all of a sudden we're like, what, 3, 4, like a month and a week or whatever the hell in, and all of a sudden it's like it's not making the money that it was actually, that it was almost like going, oh yeah, this movie's probably going to at least make $500 million, but it didn't. It's not.
That brings me back to the text of the question is when it's their A-listers.
Yeah,
because as much as I love Thunderbolts.
I don't think it's about the actors. I think it's about the characters.
No.
Okay, about the A-list characters.
Okay.
When it's the top tier.
Yes.
Not the A-list actors.
You're 100% correct, William.
I don't know about.
I love Thunderbolts. I really, in that one scene when they all converge on Bob. I don't cry in movie theaters, but man, it kind of got a little.
You got choked up.
I don't necessarily know about the characters themselves, but whether or not they're A, B, C, or D listers. I think it leans more to, and I mentioned this on my show. It has more to do. Thunderbolts specifically.
What's the name of your show?
Friday.
Hold on, please.
You're welcome.
Drink.
I think it has more to do with where Thunderbolts was positionally in terms of release, because literally a week after that, you had Final Destination Bloodlines. Another week after that, you had Lilo and Stitch and Mission Impossible, and it lost theaters. And it's not making the same money that Captain America did. Captain America had virtually no competition. No competition. And I think to Fantastic
Sinners a month later or something.
Bingo.
Like
that's true.
And to Fantastic Four's benefit, it's releasing at the end of July, and it doesn't have any competition for a few weeks. I think the next thing up after that would be Freakier Friday. And that, again, the measure of success.
Yeah, but we're talking about 10 years of established IP.
So. I agree, but we're also in uncharted territory in terms of why and how people go see movies and what movies they choose and not choose to see based on ticket prices, based on family, based on food. There are a number of different factors. And also, I hate to say it, but there seems to be a level of superhero fatigue to some degree. But I think Thunderbolts was as different as a film you could have made. It had such positive word of mouth, and yet look where it is positionally. It is now suffering because of Lilo and Stitch and Mission Impossible. Like it had any potential legs cut because of those films coming out this Memorial Day weekend. And I look at Fantastic Four, and I look at Superman, and I look at Jurassic World, and I'm like, it's going to be very interesting to see which one of those actually does come out on top.
The last movie to make a lot of money was the
Minecraft.
And that felt like an event film, correct?
It was.
In a sense.
Out of the next three films, which one does it feel like it's an event film?
All three of them.
Yeah, all three of them have that potential to be that.
Right, they have that potential. However, how out of all those three, which one is getting pushed?
For me, it's Superman.
Exactly, and which one is served as an event film?
I don't disagree. I think Superman, of the three of them, Superman has the biggest marketing push.
Right, and that's why like, to me, it feels like if Superman is just slightly, if it's just like solid film, it's gonna win the summer.
And to that point, if Jurassic World Rebirth is the horror fair that we're thinking it could be, look what happened with Fallen Kingdom. Look at how many kids. Look at how many kids were like, I ain't fucking watching that. That shit gave me fucking nightmares. Right? And the movie still made $1 billion fucking dollars, sure, but we're in a different fucking landscape than we were in 2018, right? So again, like when it comes to the big two, I think Superman and Fantastic Four of the superhero films coming out this year have the potential to do the best. It's just a matter of like which one of the two is going to be the best.
Yeah. I think and having,
but I don't disagree with you though, Ben. I do think Superman is.
I got that. Push. Getting to back-to-back films from the Marvel machine not being well received, it's a detriment to Fantastic Four. Unfortunately, it's a detriment to Fantastic Four because the new Captain America didn't make money, and also the Thunderbolts didn't make money, even though it had a good word of mouth.
Yeah,
but I don't know if it's a superhero fatigue or a Marvel fatigue.
There you go. Okay, to that point, let's wind the clock back 2 years to 2023. Quantumania.
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Marvels.
True.
Yeah.
People picked and choose which Marvel movie they wanted to go see.
That is true.
Yeah, and they might pick, Fantastic Four, and they might even, but at the same time, they're like, wait a minute, Superman, there's a new Superman. I don't know. It's gonna, there might be a lot of waiting for July.
It's tough.
Interesting.
Waiting for July. Oh, sorry.
Superman and Fantastic Four have the same benefit in that they are both reinventions of characters who have had multiple cinematic incarnations before.
Yes.
And that's the thing. Like, it gives you ample opportunity to be like, well, if I'm going to do a double feature, it's probably going to be those two, because people are going to probably go see Jurassic World Rebirth and be like, okay, came and went, fuck it, whatever.
Yeah. No, I've been saying this for a while. I'm like, we're at a point where MCU is trying to, kind of reinvent themselves in a bit. And even Kevin Feige's talked about, they're just like, hey, I think there was like even a recent interview. I don't know what magazine, maybe it was Empire or whatever, but he said like, oh yeah, we're taking more chances because, it's not like how it was. We can actually take these more chances, especially when it comes to something like Fantastic Four. So they're trying to kind of reinvent themselves in a way. Yeah. And DC is obviously big time trying to reinvent themselves because of what has happened in the last, 6, 7, 8 years. It's like, besides what, the awesomeness of the Snyder Cut coming out. But yeah, so like you have two in there and they're coming out within weeks of each other. So I'm like, I'm just really hoping that, people just flock, and then you have Jurassic World that's trying to also reinvent itself. The Jurassic, but at the same time, I'm like, are people going to go, oh yeah, but they do have the 4th of July weekend. So that does have they have that advantage because 4th of July is on a Friday this year. Thank God, by the way.
I know, right?
God, I love it. It's on a Friday. I'm like, geez, I hate it when it's like in the middle of the week. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to have a Wednesday
off.
Gotta
go back to work on Thursday.
Yeah, I got to go back to work after I just drank a bunch of beer and ate a bunch of gross food. Barbecue and but I do appreciate. I'm like, thank God it's on a Friday, but they do have that advantage of the holiday weekend. But are people going to flock to it where they're just like, dinosaurs, more dinosaurs? What are we doing? It's so weird. Like I could see why people would not want to go see either one of them, and I could see why people would want to go see every one of them. That's what's so weird about this July is like. I could see why people are tired of dinosaurs, but I can also see why people are going, oh, fucking another dinosaur movie in Scarlett Johansson? Sweet. And then I can look at it like, what? There's another Superman movie? Ugh. But then I can also go, wait, when was the last time we had a Superman movie? And wow, hey, that looks great. And then I can go see like, what? There's another Marvel movie coming out? Oh, wait.
And it's different.
Four? And like I could see the pros and the cons for all three movies, which is so weird. and that's why I mean the super fantastic. What were they calling this month?
Super fantastic,
super Jurassic Fantastic or some shit.
Super Jurassic.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
They're trying to fucking force.
They're trying to recreate
Barbenheimer shit.
Well, they were trying to do that with like what Stitch and Impossible, or I don't know where they were trying to do.
I gotta be honest.
I don't know. I was hearing all different names when it came to last weekend, like Stitch and Impossible.
I saw that. I was annoyed.
I don't think it was intentional for Lilo and Stitch and Mission Impossible to do that.
No.
I will say though that Lilo and Stitch, the original animated movie, did open up against Minority Report, which did have Tom Cruise way back in 2002.
Hello, Minority Report.
So there's synergy there, some weird historic synergy, but it's not quite on the level of Barbenheimer. I mean, hey, you know, if they fucking.
But do you think we're actually going to get Avengers Doomsday in 2026?
No.
Because,
I don't think so. I think the director is gonna.
Why would they even do that? Fuck no.
No.
Well, it makes sense, but the director wouldn't want to fuck with that.
No.
Well,
Dune's probably gonna move, right?
Yeah.
Dune will move up.
Yeah, it will.
Dune won't move into 27. Dune will move
I hope
up.
not.
Dune will move up.
Depends on when they start.
They will move up. That's the big. Yeah, that's the lesser.
But it's so shitty. I love it. Like, oh yeah, Marvel Studios is gonna now the Avengers movies are gonna claim the December date, and I'm going fucking hey, these are summer blockbusters. What are we doing? Like Dune feels like it's not like a summer because Dune Part 2 came out early last year, right? Like March.
Yeah,
March. Yeah. So it wasn't exactly a summer blockbuster, but I'm like I could see Dune being a December movie. The Avengers movies, I mean, I guess. You know, the Star Wars movies were December movies, but but I'm just kind of going, I don't know. When I think Avengers, I think summer blockbuster. Why that? I don't know. That's just me though.
I think Dune again is probably going to move up because that one's always been fluctuative. Because Part 1 came in October of 21, Part 2 came in March of 24, and if they are fast tracking it to get it shot and done by, I think they're supposed to start shooting by fall this year, right? Like somewhere in August or something. I don't even remember. Yeah, because Greg Fraser's doing the director of photography for that.
Yeah,
and I mean, if Denis Villeneuve's like fast tracking that fucking script, more power to him. But I do think that they're probably going to move it up somewhere in October or November because there's no way that I think Denis Villeneuve would want to have any of that competition against an Avengers movie of all things.
Yeah, no,
I don't think so.
Especially when he's like hoping this be his Academy Award winner film, which he should have gotten that.
Not only that, it's his trilogy capper too. Like this is it. He's done after this.
This is his final.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
There's no way, and you can't go up against an Avengers film that's going to be bringing RDJ and all these people back.
Yeah, that's too much.
I mean, and the sad fact of the matter is Dune Messiah will be the better film, like structurally, and everything. It'll be better because
Return of the King type of thing.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, but still, people are gonna flock towards Avengers more than Dune. So there's no way. But but it does have a good name, Avengers Doomsday. I was like, oh, but at the same time, I'm like, that ain't fucking happening.
What kind of popcorn bucket we're gonna get?
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Dr. Doom,
another torturous sandworm. Yeah,
I have that one too.
You have.
Which one is it, William?
The Dune popcorn bucket, I'm sure.
He's got the torture black
it's a sandworm, but okay. I love popcorn buckets, man. I might go to a shitty movie just to get the popcorn bucket.
I mean, popcorn buckets are fun. I got a couple.
Oh my god, you went to see Captain America?
No, she got that.
Ray got this from me. Ray, I did go to see it.
The Red Hulk. Oh my god, I watched that movie. I was like, oh, this is fucking horrible.
Yeah, it was not good.
It was.
I got his helmet. With the one at the theater.
That's a cool popcorn bucket, though. I will say, I think that's a cool popcorn bucket.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I got the one that Phil has there. I got that sitting on top of my Batman section.
Which one is that? The one that looked like a pocket pussy? Was it?
That's what I was talking about. The Dune one. It was
the Dune one. Yeah.
It was the fleshlight. It was a torturous fleshlight because it had all the fucking
family show here.
Family show. Stop being such a fuck.
I love Thunderbolts, but I don't think they had a good popcorn bucket.
What was it?
What was it? I don't
Red Guardian's helmet.
Ah, yeah.
Oh yeah, I want the Mission
gross.
Impossible one. They were out. AMC was out.
What is the Mission?
Plane?
It's a big buck. It's like a tank, and it has a light. It lights up inside, but it has a top where you open up one top, and it has.
Oh yeah, and you have the key.
You take the 2 keys, you put them together, and you open up the rest of the top, and it lights up green. I want that one. They were out.
Okay. Bro, I what's her name? She always comes in the live stream. She said, I don't know, in somebody's live stream, but the perfect popcorn bucket for Superman should be the trunks.
Oh, I posted.
Oh, that's the one he posted. That,
yeah.
I even posted that too because I saw that image. Somebody posted on my free.
I could not stop laughing at.
Yeah,
you made
I
made an AI one. Yeah.
But I saw that on my feed and I was like, and then I just was like, okay, and I just posted it and I went, you guys aren't ready. I said something like, are you guys ready for the Superman popcorn bucket? That was last Friday and it blew up.
Yeah, I saw that.
But I was like, it's just, it was funny because it was like,
but it won't make
there were people that were actually believing it was true. And I was
it won't make so perfect sense. Like if they were smart, they will fucking do it.
No, that would be ridiculous. Nobody would do that. No, they're going to do like a Superman crypto thing. Maybe
they're going to do crypto.
It should be a big dog dish with.
Yeah.
They could do that, or they'll do Fortress of Solitude.
Fortress or crypto.
Or maybe it's the head of one of the robots.
Hey, it could.
No, that's corny.
I see.
Or they would just have the logo, or they would have the logo.
Oh, sure, yeah. Or they like make a mock-up of like the logo as it's appeared in the trailer, where you've got the red and blue coloring behind it.
Yeah.
They could have.
I know FF better have the Galactus. That man,
dude.
FF popcorn bucket needs to be Galactus top of his head, coming up making.
Or they'll have the Thing's head. They'll have the Thing's head.
Somebody said that thing looked like cornflakes, and now I cannot.
Did you see that? Yeah,
I was like, "Oh shit, you fucked up." Somebody, this person fucked that up for me. Now I can unseen it.
This is the best thing has ever looked, and now I can't.
He looks exactly like Jack Kirby drew him back in the 60s.
Yeah,
no, he does, but he does look like fucking Frosted Flakes.
Yeah. But the thing is though, it's like this is the design looks fine in the movie.
Yeah,
but this right here, what the fuck? Like, what is going on with that light?
Oh God! Oh, that's not. Oh,
and somebody said something about Johnny's looking like he's balding, and that fucked me up. So I was like, shit, he is.
Yeah, I don't know what they were kind of going for. Like, yeah, these two look good.
But yeah,
Johnny, things that look a little off. That's all, and he looks really off.
Yeah, am I the only one who does not like the Johnny casting? Because I never liked it.
I think it's fine. I like what
I like Joe Quick because I love what I've seen. Like I said,
I think he's a fine actor.
Okay,
I think he's a fine actor. I love him
better. I don't like Stranger Things, but I like him in Stranger Things. And when he was cast,
Eddie Munson,
Eddie Munson was fucking awesome.
Yeah. Dude,
when he was on top of the fucking
when he
was doing Master of Puppets.
When he was doing Master of Puppets on top of the fucking
that was good. That doesn't make the show good, but that was good.
That was fucking awesome. But still, like he will be forever remembered as that doing Master of Puppets on top of the fucking rig.
Anytime anyone plays Metallica against a bunch of demon bats, that will be fire. And guess what?
Yep.
Now he's Johnny Storm because he's fire.
Oh,
yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess he's cool by association.
He's literally fire. No, I like Joseph Quinn.
Dude, he's gonna be one of the Beatles.
He's gonna be
that one. That casting I like.
George. He's gonna be George Harrison.
He's gonna be George Harrison. Yeah,
that's crazy. I can't even see that.
I can see
weird.
it.
The only one I could see is what's his name playing Ringo.
That's
the only one I could really see. Yeah, Barry Keoghan playing Ringo. That's the only one that I could really see. The other ones, I'm like, I'm gonna have to see.
Mescal as Paul McCartney. I'm like, all right, I see what you fucking did there. It's because
he looks the part though.
He looks like Paul McCartney. I agree.
Yeah, he does.
And it just happens to have the same first name as Homeboy. So No,
I don't know if I don't.
Have you
see
seen the one with the makeup on? They look the part.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm not so sure about dude playing Lennon though.
Yeah,
That's the one dude from
tall.
Baby Girl.
I think so.
Yeah, it's a dude from Baby Girl, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I would have cast.
I don't know about that.
Quaid's son, wasn't it? Dennis Quaid's son.
Jack Quaid.
Jack Quaid as
Yeah.
He looked like him. I don't know, but that dude is having the best fucking career.
Oh yeah.
Oh, between
somebody in the chat earlier said like he's the best Nepo baby.
Yeah, he is.
Well,
I don't know if he's, but he's good though. He's not.
No, he's a very likable dude. I mean, I think that's what the boys established for him is like he was like the likable guy, like in that crazy situation, and he's been likable. But if you watch Companion, he's not that likable.
Yeah, he's not that likable.
And also, I haven't watched Novocaine yet. I gotta watch that still.
Novocaine, the other one where his girlfriend is a robot was
Companion.
Companion.
Yeah.
I like that fucking film.
And that movie's great, but he's not likable in it.
But yeah, he's an asshole. He's a complete asshole.
He's a total asshole in there, but he plays a good kind of likable asshole. You know, it's like kind of a weird thing. Cool. Yeah. No, Companion is one of my favorite movies of this year. Yeah.
I hope we get to that fucking stage where they fucking look like that. Then I'll get a divorce.
It's getting there. It's getting there.
It's getting weird. It is getting weird.
It's getting there. I saw somebody tagged me in a video this week talking about like they showed a video of like one of these AI girl bots, and I was like, Jesus Christ, holy Lord! It's just creepy.
I was in a virtual seminar and the person made a joke, and I don't know if it was serious or for real. And he said that in 10 years, he said your grandchildren will marry bots.
Oh my God, dude.
He said he like said it with a straight face, and then he laughed. So I don't know if it was like being serious or not.
But I mean, like, man, I mean, I've watched how many of these movies he watched where we see. Because human beings there's just human beings that suck. So they want to I'm just going to get this thing and abuse it.
Bot, yeah.
And like, what's going to happen when the AI decides to defend itself?
Right.
And that's all.
We're no longer relevant like they did in Terminator. We're no longer relevant.
I mean, this was shown this was obviously, I remember there was like a shot. I saw it. I actually saw a clip of it. I think somebody was referencing like, this is what's good. The Animatrix that came out like 25 years ago, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Like they when they show the backstory of what happened, they show like a shot of like this girl robot getting abused.
Yeah, her shirt ripped off.
Shirt ripped off, her skin's getting ripped off. And it's like, that's what's gonna fucking happen because no matter what, there are sick fucking people out there. Even in Companion, when the dudes from the company show up. They even talk about like, sometimes
the way they talk about the robots. Yeah,
they talk about how some guys will have like the robot, like chained to in their basement to abuse them and shit.
Yeah, they're serial killers.
Sick. People are fucking sick, and it's like, what's going to prevent like this AI to not defend itself? And I'm like,
now, like if you think about this, like you think about this, right? Because we are. Like we humans, right? And we don't want something to see.
I think so.
Well, yeah. I don't know if we are according to simulation, but based on the information that we have, we don't want something happening to children or women or people in general, right? So if we have AI robots that simulates individuals. And they look like individuals, and then there's a serial killer who says, "I don't want to kill real people, but this will satisfy this need." There is that moral quandary. Do you say no? That's okay because it's a robot, or are you going to be against it because still?
There'll be people fighting for robots.
Oh, they absolutely. But to me, it's like, it's not doing it to a fucking person. Yeah.
Well, the key question will be self-determination. At what point does this AI or this machine is able to self-determine and make their own decisions based on?
It already does.
So at that point, the legal standard will be okay. Well, then is it murder? Then you're not killing your rumba, whatever those things are. You're not killing your toy robot. You're killing something that functions in the same manner. So there's where I think somebody would have to a philosophical or moral dilemma to where, do we protect this once it's created? Once it's created and it starts.
But the thing is, like, nobody has ever determined what's a consciousness or what's a soul. So that's
some Star Trek shit right there, man. That's some data shit right there, dude.
What's funny
is dude, like remember when what movie was it where they gave him human emotions?
First Contact. It was Generations. He got the memory. He got the emotional chip.
Discovery Country.
Oh yeah, because First Contact he got the skin.
Yes, you're right.
But in Generations he got the chip that
made the emotional chip, and then he turns it off.
I love that when he was like when he took a drink of something and he was like, he's all, yes, I hate this, and it was like, it was funny.
And
but
when he's fighting the Borg, Picard's data perhaps you should turn your memory chip off, and he does it, and he's regular data again. I'm like, he's like, I envy you sometimes. Yeah.
I went down a rabbit hole studying AI a couple days ago because I don't really like messing with ChatGPT because I feel like that's just what everyone does, and I just kind of, being a computer science major and having that degree, I'm just kind of always
get the fuck out of here. You Phil,
I'm computer science. I've got a degree in computer science.
If you're computer science, how the fuck is that you hate ChatGPT? Because
I'm
scary.
Here's the thing, like I don't really want to mess with it because I've seen what it does for other people. However, I did look at another AI called Claude. Claude's interesting to me because it's literally an AI that kind of learns from its mistakes. And a big example of this, and this can be corny as fuck, but anyone who knows me knows I love Pokemon. There have been people who have been programming Claude to play through the old school Pokemon Red and Blue games.
Claude is the most dangerous of them all. It is.
Yeah. and that's the point I'm getting at.
It is the most fucking dangerous of them all.
Because that's to William's point. Like, at what point does an AI determine what is?
Yes. Once you because you can give them the key to control your shit. And once it does,
people use Grok and they use ChatGPT. Hey, turn me into a fucking anime character. And you got Grok and ChatGPT going, okay. But then you've got something like Claude, and it's like, no, Claude is actually learning from its mistakes, and it's like, that's the one you need to worry about.
Yeah, that's the one that I don't use Claude. I don't use Claude at all.
Because like I'd heard about this a while ago from a podcast that I listened to, and I was like, huh. And then it occurred to me that people I work with, some of the engineers were like, oh yeah, we've been kind of trying to implement AI with some of the Microsoft stuff. I'm like, okay, let's just fast track Terminator, okay? And then I started just thinking about it in my mind, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna fucking Google Claude and just see what fucking happens.
No, I don't. Claude is very, very, very good, and they give you a whole lot more to play with, but I don't trust it. I don't blame you.
I mean, I'm pretty just ambivalent towards AI in general because I grew up watching Terminator, and it's like, no, I know where this ends. We've seen what happens, and then you've got people like Sam Altman.
But I think people like to exaggerate a little bit because I remember there was a test that OpenAI was doing this thing where it was actually training the model to say, listen, pretend that I'm trying to turn you off and you're resisting. But that was the test, right? And the AI and the 4.0 was resistant, was making up lies, was pretending to be somebody else, like doing all this shit to pretend so it doesn't get killed, it doesn't get terminated. And then because that's the test, so that way they can put on guardrails, so that way they know how to turn it off if they need to turn it off.
Right.
And the news everywhere was about, AI refused to turn off. Lie to the people.
I heard about that.
But it wasn't like they completely dismissed the whole thing that they were trying to do. This was on purpose. This was trying to find out how he behaved if if we instructed them not to shut off, even though they have the shut off button.
You know what's hilarious is like they go over exactly what we're talking about in Terminator 0.
Oh yeah,
it is true.
That's one of the biggest plot points. Is
pretty much.
The main dude is like grappling with like, should I turn this AI on to combat Skynet or not? And it's like, you probably should.
He debated about that for 4 episodes or so. It was the whole show was like
6 episodes, I think.
Yeah, him talking to the AI about should you trust it, and I'm like, fuck no.
Yeah,
and that was a great show, by the way.
And funny enough, it creates its own fucking loop, just like
like he thought it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
God, it's I mean, there's obviously AI tools, are awesome, and especially when you're content creating. Yeah, very helpful and stuff like that. I mean, like I try to not utilize it as much, but I mean, obviously, if I'm making my clips, I'm not gonna fucking subtitle all my stuff. It's an AI function in my editor, of course. It translates, it does the whole thing, and I'll correct it when it can't. I'll even get frustrated. I'm like, really? You thought I said that? Jesus Christ! But at the same time, I'm like, even like when it comes to, I mean, I use it in my thumbnail, as
absolutely
as Tom Cruise's Green Lantern. I'm like, I'm not gonna sit there and like try to fucking do something or use somebody else's art that has used it. I'm like, no, I just fucking generated the image, put it right out there, and like I'm not trying to do the whole thumbnail. But like some people will do, and I love the fact that YouTube's actually cracking down on some of that stuff, especially with the AI trailers. I was so tired of fucking seeing those. I'm like, these guys are capitalizing on all, and I'm like, fuck off with that. I hate that, and I love that they're trying to they're demonetizing and trying to get rid of all that. But like I said, there's just certain tools, even with my day job. I mean, there's stuff like where I've went to Grok and just been like, I was like, I couldn't remember how to use something in the software that I use for my job, and I typed it in, and sure enough, it gave me like a whole breakdown of like shit. I was like, all right, there you go. Like, yeah, stuff like that, fine, but it is a little scary. Like, especially when, again, I get tagged in like a video and there's like a girl bot and it looked real as fuck, and I'm going, but then again, I'm like questioning, is this an AI video? What am I watching?
No, the voice is a scary one. I actually have a cheat code, a code with my family members, so that way we whenever somebody asking for money, like we ask, what's the code?
That's good.
So that way we know, okay, that's a real family member.
Because that's what's going to start like really fucking with people, is like people are going to get phone calls.
Oh yeah.
Generated voice of somebody like, hey, send me this money real quick, or blah blah blah.
Oh yeah. I was talking to a friend of mine. We went to this, we had this virtual seminar, and I was talking to him about it, and especially like specifically about the news, because there was a new version of the Google video, VO3 that came out, and I said to him, I think news is gonna have to revert back to newspaper for people to rely on factual information, because online is gonna become so diluted that you're not gonna know what the fuck is real or not. So you're gonna have to rely on that piece of paper to read it and say, okay, I'm getting this from the newspaper. So there's a lot of stuff that is gonna make us regress to something that feel more tangible than relying on digital media moving forward.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I don't know. It's all pretty scary when I especially with Google releasing their new fucking, what is that called? The VO3. Yeah. And there was like that video. There was a video. It was funny because the first video that I seen that really fooled people. Did you guys see the video about the supporting kangaroo? The kangaroo trying to get on a fucking airplane.
Oh,
yeah. Did you guys see that video?
That one.
Some woman was like arguing with somebody at the gate of a airport that she wanted to bring her support kangaroo on.
Oh.
So many people got fooled by that. And then like after a day, I remember seeing it, I'm like, this is weird. I just kind of passed it off. I'm like, that I was like, that can't be real. And sure enough, after a day, it was confirmed that it was an AI video. And then people started going, oh shit.
Yeah. Oh, we fucked.
Yeah. this one fooled me. This was like, I saw so many people going, this is the first AI video that really fooled me. And I was, and I was like, but I'm like going, I just looked at the context of like, who would bring a kangaroo onto a
plane?
I know we're all crazy, but that was a little too much. You would bring a kangaroo.
Where's Droga? Where's Droga?
That's a better answer. That's a better answer than mine. Yeah.
So I already had my suspicions, but there were people that really got fooled by that video that was from the Google AI. Veo, is it called Veo?
Yeah, Veo 3. There is one that there is a stand-up comedian.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
You've seen that, and I'm like, holy fuck.
Oh yeah, I saw it's especially weird when you get the montage of videos where it's like people like on the street going, "Hey, they're saying that we're prompts, that nothing is real."
We see.
They always say like, "Hey, this is all just prompts."
The prompt theory.
The prompt theory. Do you believe the prompt theory? Yeah, I believe that. And it looks and they're doing the same exact thing. They have the little microphone and they're doing the same thing, and you kind of go, "Holy shit!" Now I'm wondering, are we AI? Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
you could be.
It's scary. It's scary, but it's beneficial to say. Like my sister, she's starting this brand new daycare, and I created like a bunch of videos on that look like Pixar videos, promoting her daycare for nothing, next to nothing. So, like, if she would have paid somebody to do that, it would have been a couple of $1,000s. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, so for somebody to start in a new business and they know how to go about it, how to go about this thing, it is beneficial. Like, if you are, which I'm kind of doing, like, if you want to do like a short film, you can also benefit from it. If you are a content creator, you can also benefit from it. So, like, I get people on my mention whenever I put a thumbnail. Hey, you use an AI, motherfucker. Send me a fucking video, a thumbnail that looks like this for free, and then I fucking delete this shit.
Well, the thing is too is like, you know, you can start like when people push back on it, like, well, at first when it came to creating like a picture, I would have to actually draw it. And color it and do all this stuff. And then all of a sudden technology came in where you don't have to do that. And then there's, you know, and then technology. And then it's like, I mean, the way I look at it is like, there can be, people can abuse it and do ridiculous shit, like make fake trailers and do ridiculous shit. But at the same time, the way I look at it, I'm like, it's a tool. Like anytime I try to create a thumbnail, I'm going, all right, what can I use where I could just use the normal stuff like with Photoshop and whatever. And sometimes I'm like, it's not what I want. I can't find what I want. So then I'll just, all right, let me just type it in and see if I can figure. And not even that even will be like the right thing. I think some people.
No, you have to be like
AI just knows exactly what, you know, you want. Sometimes you have to, you know, I've had actually when it comes to Grok on Twitter, there's one time I got an argument with it. I was literally I was like, give me Mealy Alcock as Supergirl with the new Superman logo, like the Superman, and it couldn't do it.
No,
and I literally was going, do you understand what I'm trying to say? And it actually
stuff like that, they don't
understand what I was trying to say. It literally like wrote out the words like, yes, I get what you're trying to say. And then, but then it was like, but it still couldn't generate the image. And I'm like, okay, so we're still far off. But then now I'm going to get really scary when it actually does.
And it's fine. Like when it doesn't.
Yeah.
Like my workaround, stuff like that. My workaround about that is that I go to ChatGPT and I say, hey, if you are a prompt engineer who are a graphic designer, how would you do this? And it gives me the entire prompt, and then I plug it into the Gronk or right away. It gives it to me because I was fascinated by the people that were doing these videos, the videos that we're talking about, the videos that I get demonetized. Like, how the fuck did they get a suit to look just like the one from the fucking movie?
Yeah,
because Because if you try to do like straight out, like, hey, can you get me the David Carnes West Superman video? Like it will tell you that it goes against the policy, whatever.
Yeah. There's things that prevent certain things.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder that too.
But there's always a way around it.
Yeah, and then another way I use it as a somewhat of a tool. Sometimes when I can't figure out what am I going to title this video or this stream, and I'm just like at a loss, and I'll just type in like, "Hey, give me like some ideas for a title," and it'll give me like a list of ideas, and I'm not going to use like sometimes like the initial one they use it's
points.
But I'll like look at certain words that it gives. I'm like, oh, that's actually a good word to use.
Yep.
Or that's a good, and I've done that, but I've never used the actual full thing. I'm having brain farts. I'm like, I can't even think of what a title for this. So then I'll use it for that. Again, just using it as a tool where I'm like, just give me something where where it ignites my brain going, oh yeah, use that word, but use it like this. And then it's, it can work. So
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep.
But I think this is a good spot to wrap this up after we just scared you all with the way AI is going to take over our lives. I don't know. It's all very interesting. Like, I work in the telecom business, and there's even things where I'm going, in our company, there's AI tools we could use, but, and there's sometimes where I'm going, fuck. What's going to happen when certain things, but then I go, with my job, it's like, I could see tools being used too, but still there's going to still need to be a human aspect of it too. So I'm not too freaked out when it comes to at least daytime job. And I'm not really freaked out when it comes to content creating, because I'm like, people still want to have like a human being talking shit in a microphone. I think we're all going to be okay with that. I don't know why people like freak out like, oh yeah, there's just going to be AI influencers.
No, I don't think that's
going to be. It's just, people when people know it's synthetic, they might be fascinated, but they're still going to want a human, bunch of humans like this and talking shit about whatever the fuck,
I
think people are going to be
on that too.
Yeah, people are going to want something real, but there's still going to be some interesting things that are going to be happening in the next few years. I'm like looking at that book that William's holding right now.
Death in the Family.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I haven't seen that cover though. That's a different cover. I mean, usually the cover of Death in the Family. That's a different variant cover right there. I like it.
Yeah, that's a variant cover. This is the original. This is the original one.
That's the original. That's the one I have right there. Yeah, that's the one I got right there. So
I have the deluxe paperback edition of that.
Yeah,
that's a good book.
That was
that's a great book.
Always great talking to everybody, and of course, thank you to Chris, who was also on. We're wrapping up, William. So I know
sorry.
Yeah. It's all good. No, I was just wondering what the cover you had right there, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's a death."
No, this was when we had the 900 number to kill this fucker.
Yeah.
And I dialed in.
That's when they put the 100 number to call to kill Jason Todd.
And I
use a 900 number to kill an innocent 17-year-old boy.
16, and he needed to go.
That's right. I forgot about that.
He ended up winning. We ended up winning by 6 votes. So I was so proud to be part of that.
You were on that camp on the kill Jason Todd.
So proud to kill a young child.
I can't stand Robin as a concept, so I wanted him to.
Why? This is a whole different show.
Respectfully, fuck you. I love Robin.
Hey, child endangerment. I don't. Yeah, screw him. So yeah, when they were going to kill him, and then they made the whole news story about it, and nobody knew that it was Jason Todd. Everybody thought it was original Robin, so everybody was flocking to it. And then they put on the back of that one. I just told them the very last page. It's Joker blowing up the building, and then that's where they left it. And you got to call in to either save him or kill him. I fucking killed him. I was so happy when I got your vote has been tallied. I'm like,
you sick man. You sick man.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Again, perfect way to end the stream.
Child endangerment, definitely.
With AI and child endangerment and William's sick fantasy of killing Robin. Anyway,
no fantasy. The sick truth.
Oh, it did happen. You got it. It wasn't a fantasy. Fantasy come to life. Anyways, All right, let's go around the horn. And of course, thank you to Chris, who was on earlier. And yeah, Phil, go ahead. What do you got to promote?
Dude, Friday Phil, YouTube. Every Friday, 4:05 Pacific Standard Time, I shoot the shit. It's a pregame to the Vodka stream. As I just came up with that. There you go. Pregame to the Vodka stream.
I like it.
Nice.
Yeah, you know, I talk about all the same shit we talk about here just by myself. But you know, Vero Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky. I said it all first before you could get it out there. I win. I was right. No Marvel at San Diego Comic-Con. Anyway, you know, Eternal Night. I got some stuff brewing there with a couple cool peeps. We just dropped an episode regarding Absolute Batman's mini setup arc, Absolute Zero, featuring Mr. Freeze. We'll be going into the Abomination arc once Bane gets introduced next month, so that'll be cool. And issue number 9. That's right. And yeah, I get my Nintendo Switch 2 on Wednesday, so I will be streaming that on Thursday. The GameCube NSO expansion, the new updates for Pokemon Scarlet, as well as Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, seeing what the big difference is. Yeah, and you know, again, Friday Phil next week as well, probably. Did you get the Ballin cover, Phil? I did get the Brian Ballin cover for issue number 8 of Absolute Batman. It is fucking beautiful.
Oh, that's the one where he's just on there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I got that one.
Yeah. Brian Ballin is a fucking bomb-ass artist. And Council Creators and Party Nation every Tuesday and Wednesday, even though I'm taking a break from those shows because I'm trying to focus on my own stuff, because I will be doing more. I'm trying to do more YouTube stuff. I'm going to be doing some scripted work, hopefully. We'll see if the time allows it and my energy and everything. But yeah, thanks again, man. It's always a blast getting to chat with you.
Always great, man. Always great. William, what do you got?
You can Google me, Google Sci-Fi Center. You'll find all my social media platforms the easiest way. And I don't have anything going on tomorrow other than our overnight live show, which should be fun, minus the fucking open panel. That's it.
Okay. I love it. Yeah. Cool. Ben, what do you got?
And you can always find me on Fridays at 7:00 Eastern Standard Time, competing for the time slot with Phil.
The distinguished competition makes himself known.
I didn't know until I uploaded today. I was like, oh shit, he's 7. But anyway, but watch me. I have more interesting stuff to talk about.
Oh, damn.
I just
if I was actually asked, Matt, I would have taken that personally.
No, just joking. Yeah, go watch Phil. But yeah, follow me on all social media. Real Anarchy. I do live streams on Thursday, on Fridays. Depends the mood. And thank you for inviting me again, or just being part of this panel.
You're always welcome, my friend.
Yeah.
You know, you're the only, you know, you get drunk, you get drunker than me on here, which I love.
Yeah, I do. I this is like I'm halfway through my Johnny Walker, and I'm gonna keep drinking because I want to get black. I want to what is it that John Garza used to say, white girl drunk.
White girl wasted.
White girl wasted.
You get white girl wasted. You have to be downing a bunch of White Claws.
Yeah. Oh, that's no. But...
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
No. You're getting manly wasted with your Johnny Walker.
Yeah, I get manly wasted. I get some Johnny Walker on the rocks.
Right? That's what it is.
He gets Walker wasted.
Yeah, I'm getting Walker wasted.
I love it. But yeah, thanks. And yeah, again, thanks to Chris Balgo, and follow him. Follow everybody on here. And this has been a lot of fun. A lot of good conversations and scary ones at the end. That's for damn sure. And you know, I can't wait to meet my future AI robot girlfriend.
Nice. And I cannot wait to see your AI grandchildren.
Is she gonna look like Sophie Thatcher too?
Yeah, ooh. She might. She's not a bad looking.
Just robot. Wondering, because mine's probably gonna look like Florence Pugh.
Okay, that's also a good one. Yeah. That's also a good one. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's also pretty good. If they have a Margot Robbie version, maybe. All right. Okay. That's gonna be way too expensive. There's gonna be tears.
You know,
right?
Scarlett Johansson. That's not a bad choice either.
I don't know. All right.
I don't know.
All right, guys.
I was going to say a name, but
subscribe to the channel. Do all the things. Much love out there, and have a good weekend, everybody. And we will talk to you later.
Foggy's alive.